quite serious as well. Elimination between Nongshim Red Force and Talon.
Wow,
and of course, like
สวัส
all
ดี
the
ค่ะ
things that we just mentioned, Talon has quite a bit of data to work
ส
with.
วัสดีค่ะ
Yeah, obviously a lot of data.
ทุก
But
คนได้
one
ยินแพน
thing
ด้า
to
ชัด
note
นะได้
is
ยิน
that
เสียง
while
ได้
Nongshim
ยิน
Red
เสียง
Force
ชัดไหม
has
คะ
played Lotus in
ใช่ไหม
3 of
ใช่ไหม
their matches so far, they've actually played 3 different compositions. They started with the Cypher, switched it out for the Vice, then they switched out the
สวัส
Viper
ดีค่ะ
coming in
สวัส
for
ดี
the
ทุกคน
Astra
ด้วย
yesterday.
นะคะ
And now
ไม่
they're
เจอกันนาน
continuing
เลย
the
อ่ะ
Astra.
สวัส
They
ดีพี่
like
ยอ
what
ด
they saw yesterday. It doesn't
โคตร
matter
สวย
if
ที่
the
สุด
data's
คุณ
out
เป็นคุณ
there.
เลยด้วยคุณเจ้า
They're
เบียร์นะคะ
feeling
พี่บอล
confident
เพีย
here
บ
on the
นะคะ
defensive
คุณชิ
side.
โดคุณสปา
It's
รี่
gonna
ค่ะ
start
คุณ
with some
สำหรับ
Rubble
โดเนท
control
มาก
here
นะคะ
from
คุณฟ้า
Nongshim
คุณ
looking
ริ
at the
บอล
Hawk,
นะคะ
getting ready,
คุณ
and
มูด
2
นะ สวัส
people
ดีค่ะ
want to push forward.
เกมก็ได้ยินชัดเนาะ
Already looking out for it. I mean, it was the Astra Vise. There's quite a bit of
สวัส
stalling
ดีค่ะคิด
potential.
ถึงทุกคนเช่น
At
กั
the
น
same time,
แต่มา
Talon
ดูเกมก่อนดีกว่า
a little bit safe right now.
So I like that Nongshim this time doesn't go full investment, right? We've seen a couple of times where Nongshim even on pistols
คิดถึง
will
ทุก
just
คน
say,
มาก
hey,
เช่น
let's
กัน
just
นะ
take
คะ
full Rubble control, let's send out the paranoia, things like that. But they're just gonna wait and say, okay, we can take it. If they're not gonna
เดี๋ยว
throw
คุย
util,
ไป
we
ด้วย
don't have to
ดู
trade.
ไปด้วย
We
นะ
can take it safely. And now wait for them to try to break all of our
แบบ
util.
แรก
Razor
นะ
Vice
คะ
might be activated instead of being broken, but either way, it's a trade for trade.
แบบแรกจะเป็น
Just
ยั
a
งไง
little bit,
นะ
maybe trying to get close enough to trip that wall, but for now, they're gonna have to hang back. Talon pushing
ส
all
วัส
the
ดี
way
ค่ะ
through.
โอ้ยทุกคนแบบแพนด้าไม่ค่อยได้ดูแบบไลฟ์เลยอ่ะคือมันตื่นเต้นอ่ะมันตื่นเต้นไปอ่ะคือเหมือนแบบใจแพนด้ารับไม่ไหว
Persia spots one, pushes them back. That's one turn taken over, but still no relay
คิด
bolt.
ถึง
Hurt
นะ
two
คิด
weapons.
ถึงทุกคน
Talon
นะ
has to
คะ
be very wary of their spacing right now. Relay bolt goes out, but Gravnet just to counteract.
โอเคโอ้ยสวยจิต
Push out. Damn,
โอ้
he
สวย
comes back, but Governor for the trade. Governor getting ahead was so big there, and then the coverage as well. Governor not
อัน
being
นี้
left
อันนี้
on
น่า
the
จะ
high
เป็น
way
ค
out
อม
front. I love the proactivity
คอม
from
สบาย
Talon
ใจ
so
ของ
far.
ทารอนอยู่
And
นะ
now
คะ
Premi, he's gonna trip the wall well
ส่วน
ahead of
ทาง
time, so
ฝั่ง
his
ของ
team can flood in.
อัน
The
ดาจะ
confidence
สี
right now from Premi to
โอ้ย
just
ขอบ
grab
คุณ
it.
ค่ะ
You only have 30
ยิน
seconds
ต้อน
to
รับ
pretty
ขอบ
kind
คุ
of
ณ
massive
ค่ะ
shot.
อุ้ย
That's not a problem for
สวย
Premi.
พี่มี่
He just went out that 1v1 against Margaret.
That is truly confident. He's sitting on smokes, but he's not even using it. Not needed. And Ben comes back in for that refill back into his backside as well. Now the final one.
โอ้ย
just splits
โอ้ย
it
สวย
completely
แบ
hurt.
น
A simple
โอ้
tap from Ben will do the
คือ
trick.
จริงๆอ่ะเป็นคนที่แบบว่าไม่ค่อยอยากจะเชียร์ออกนะเพราะว่าแบบทำใจไม่ได้นะบางทีแล้วว่านั่งดูสดอ่ะแพนด้าจะเหมือนแบบโอ้ยเราไม่ได้โอ้ยลุ้นเกินโอ้ยใจจะวายอะไรเงี้ย
You just saw Nongshim be able to battle through this map
สวยมากใช่
against another team that
ไม่
was
เป็นไรค่ะ
much
เรา
improved coming into this year. And now Talon saying, hey,
เราต้องแบบว่า
no more
อะไร
slow
นะ
starts, right? We're gonna start
พิส
nice
โต
and
เรา
fresh right off of map
เอา
one.
เลิก
That's
เอา
something
ชัย
that a
นะ
lot
คะ
of fans have been hoping to see from
จะได้ออกปืนได้นะ
This would mean quite a bit as
ว้า
well.
ตื่นเต้น
This is
ถ้าเกิดว่า
Lotus
แพนด้า
for
อยู่ดีหายไป
Nongshim.
คือหัวใจวายตายไปแล้วนะทุกคนไม่ต้องแปลกใจ
He's just making his presence known, still trying to keep
ถ้าแพนด้าหายไปคือหัวใจวายไปแล้วนะคะ สวัสดีนะคะคุณอีซาสวัสดีคุณแดนด้วยค่ะ ขอบคุณนะคะเป็นกำลังใจให้
Push all together. He's gonna try to displace Cruz's crosshair, but I love
จะใช้ไหม
this. He just
ดัน
gives
ไหม
it up
ดัน
because
ต่อไม่
he's
ดัน
already
นะคะ
had backup
กลับไป
Governor
ที่ B
waiting
นะ
by Talon. Everyone just
แบ
waiting
น
by, but
เฝ้า
during
อยู่
that
นะคะ
time,
ดู
they've
ว่า
given up all this
ต้องมีคน
space.
ตายอ่ะ
They
คอน
make
แท
sure
ค
they're
แล้ว
ready to
คอนแทค
contend
ตายหนึ่ง
for the
ใครตาย
They're trying to keep
โดน
all that.
โดนบลายโดนทุกอย่างสวยมี่
alongside all of these. Margaret unfortunately will be the
ว้า
one
ย
to
สวัสดีคุณเวย์
I
ค่ะ
did like the deep
อุ้ยได้
right now.
คนเยอะ
Do play
คนเยอะ
pistols.
คนเยอะ
He can do
คนเยอะโอ้
something.
สวย
Quite just maybe a little bit of a right click, but
สวย
still, the firepower a little bit overwhelming from Talon.
So something Nongshim should really keep note of just on this round is that Talon's happy to wait for the push out, right? If we're on an eco, this whole aggression thing with the neon, the relay bolt hits, but look at the spacing. I mean, Governor's way far
น่า
behind.
จะได้
Using
ค่ะ
the
ตัด
range to
ส
his
วย
advantage. Pretty locked on as always. And that's just not gonna work seamlessly on this map anymore. So while nothing to cause anything like an early timeout or anything drastic, something that the players in the server will have to keep in mind.
They definitely need to try to adjust around it a little bit. I mean, they can hold for that rubble, right? But even with the util that they have, you're just holding it. The Talon are trying to bait you into sending that out so that they can then push out and get a little bit more space as well.
แบบนี้นะคะทางดงชิมเป็นคนเลือกมานะคะ ก็ลองดูกันนะ ว่าแบบว่า
Another team
จะเป็นยังไงนะ
in terms of the orbs, plants, anything like that, but we'll see if that changes on
ไปครับ
the
ไป
ground.
ครับ
Talon would love
ดับเบิลเข้าไซส์ดับสุเอ้ยไม่ใช่สวยพูดผิดว้ายเทอุ้ยแต่ก็โอเคโอ้ย
Just drop shots
Oh.
onto Governor. And
สักคนหนึ่ง
Nongshim
อีก
just
สัก
like
คน
that
หนึ่ง
answers
นี่
right back. Spike stranded over by Rubble, and Premi all alone.
Quick with
Oi,
the
now.
little adjustments, and that's gonna be that. I mean, Premi now with the spike down, you're gonna have to come back and
ทั้ง
fight
ห
your
นาว
way
ทั้งลุ้น
through.
Now this could be where Premi shines a little bit. So
Yeah.
Nongshim's gonna have to give respect. You know, it's not just about the crossfires, but I really think the timings, the spacing has to be good because I mean, this guy doesn't hit #1 on the leaderboard every time for no reason.
Okay, fair enough. He does have the medal and everything else to work with him, but still, it's gonna be quite a bit.
สวัสดีทุกคนด้วยนะคะ
It's a bit of well, not really a crossfire, but Francis is playing for that contact, and also the off angle.
โอ้ยเวลาเชียร์แบบเนี้ยชีพจรขึ้นหัวมากเลยอ่ะอันนี้เรารอน่าจะรอต่างคนต่างเฝ้ารอการตัดของแต่ละคนอยู่นะโอ้เจออ้อมหลังสวยแล้วค่ะสู้กับฟูลไบ
Beautiful how they were able to play it to the end, but truly the crux of the whole round was this fight right here up towards Rubble. I mean, there was the early sort of execute coming up from Talon,
ใจมันเต้นตึกตัก
that Persia was able to
ใช่แล้วขอบคุณนะคะคุณพี่สมูสำหรับ9 เดือนนะคะไม่ใช่แค่ใจเต้นตึกตักอะใจมันจะเต้นออกนอกใจแล้วเนี่ยใจมันเต้นเกินไปนะคะใจจะออกนอกตัวแล้วหายใจนะคะอย่าลุ้นเกินนะอย่าลุ้นเกินเพราะเพนดาแบบอันนี้คือเปิดแบบแชร์จออยู่ใช่ไหมแล้วกังวลตัวเองว่าตัวเองจะเหมือนแบบปรับจอมากเลยตอนเนี้ยจะเหมือนว่าแบบอุ๊ยมีคนทักมาแล้วเพนดาก็แบบพลิกจอไม่ได้สวัสดีคุณธนวุฒิด้วยนะคะคือแบบสวัสดีนะคะคุณบาแบโมสวัสดีคุณกอซิล่าค่ะเดี๋ยววันนี้ยาวๆนะคะในช่วงพักเดี๋ยวเราจะมาพูดคุยกันนะแพนด้าจะไล่ฟังไปทำอะไรบ้าง
Having these set plays with the annihilation, but trap play already at the ready. The nightfall coming for the pinch from Francis,
forcing them to activate their util. But at the same time, Talon, they're still keeping track of things across the map. Look at this sort of default setup. You got
อันนี้น่าจะแยกกันไปเพื่อทำลายพวก trap เฉิบเนาะโอ้โหไวส์ฝั่งน้องชิมดีจะตายแล้วนะคะจะเข้าไหมน่าจะเข้าซีแล้วเนาะมีจิกคอยเฝ้าอยู่ทางหน้าบีนะเข้าได้ไหมโดนเห็นไหมสวยตุ๊บโอ้ยสวยฟรานซิสเฝ้าอยู่อีก10 วิจะเข้าได้ไหมวางโอ้ทุกคนไม่น่าขอโทษคือแบบเรื่องของเรื่องคือแบบที่ไม่ค่อยเชียร์ออกไลน์เป็นเพราะอย่างเงี้ยมันใจเต้นเกินไปน้ำไม่ลุ้นเกินไม่ได้หัวใจจะวายตายน่าลุ้นเกินหัวใจจะวาย
I can't believe. And Persia just saying, "Hey, let's take the bet because I want to risk potentially getting caught out here."
ไม่น่าเลย
With the time, Margaret now with the early shot taking down Ban. I mean, you don't even have passive info Sentinel, but that's your Sentinel gone nonetheless. Lots of info against Persia.
แชทเลื่อนเลยแชทเลื่อน
Talon not feeling too.
เอาว่ะโอ้ยโอ้โห
So simple, so clean.
ไม่กลับมานะคะ
But like you mentioned, they started to peek into that one by one. It's just too simple for Nongshim to really take it down.
พาวนึงผ่านไปเร็วมากโหโดนน่าจะโดนแก้ทางนะคะคือทางฝั่งหนงชิมน่าจะเห็นลักษณะการเล่นของทารอนมาในแมตช์ก่อนๆนะโดยที่แบบว่าเหมือนเข้าเร็วนะคะทาง A ใช่ไหมก็เลยคิดว่าน่าจะเหมือนแบบมีการพยายามแก้ทางนะไม่ให้เหมือนสามารถที่จะเหมือนแบบเป็น2ตัวแบบว่าเข้ามาได้อย่างรวดเร็วนะมันตื่นเต้นเกินไปมันน่ารับไม่ได้
3 rounds they lose, obviously it's
จิต
the
ใจ
once the buys
เป็น
come
แต่
out
ค
for
น
Nongshim.
จิตใจ
Two
บอ
of
บบาง
those,
อะ
it just gets shut down on Rubble, right? This Rubble fight's not working. Nongshim
ยังไง
is
ก็
just
ขอบคุณทุกคนอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะ
only take control with Yuto.
วันก่อนเนี่ยคุณสไมลิ่งมานะสุสานวันตรุษจีนได้แพนด้าขอบคุณมากเลยนะคะแพนด้าเพิ่งได้เปิดคอมเองนะเมื่อวานนี้ก็กลับดึกมากนะคะเมื่อเช้านี้ก็ไม่ได้จัดของอยู่นะแล้วก็ขอบคุณพี่วานะคะสำหรับ121 บาทนะคะ
Unfortunately, it doesn't work out due to time, but eventually you should be concerned if you're Talon about getting into C-site, but you need to be concerned about how are you going to pressure Rubble or B-site enough to keep them all away from the site.
ระเบิดพลังระเบิดเสียงด้วยความตื่นเต้น
So that's going to be quite the consideration right here. They're always trying to come back in to keep Nongshim interested in Rubble, or at least to gather more information. Right now, back.
อุ้ยได้ยินเสียงจัดหลบ
Shot fired off.
Yeah, it was held. The Prowler came way too close, so Ivy not able to take that out for him. Yeah,
โชคดีนะโชคดีนะใช้ของอุ้ยมาครับมาครับเปอร์เซียครับมุมเดิมแต่เขารู้เอ้ยสวยกบหลบพิมพ์มีเทรดมาโอ้ใจเย็นนะตะกี้ล่ะเปลี่ยนปืนแล้วครับมาแล้วครับแบน
Still, though, they go through Baby Door. It's only just Francis.
เอาจริงเหรอไป
Does cut him down at the torso, but the spike will go down from Cruz.
แพนได้แล้วนะคะตอนนี้เหลือต้องโพสแพนนะ
So Talon has to push out together on one side, eliminate a
อุ้ย
member of Nongshim.
เดินเฉียดเดินใกล้เอาสวย
Perfectly read from Primi, and as soon as you hear the star go up, now they know the
สวย
Primi on for
คนนึง
3, looking for the 4K, low health, but he's still
สวย
and he will secure his own kills.
สวัสดีนะคะเป็นคนสัตว์ทุกคนนะคะเอาไปเอาจะวาย
But at the same time, come back into B site. The fact that he was able to peek out of the smoke on a timing like that really throws off that retake for Nongshim, even if they were just trying to get it mounted. In fact, there was a little adjustment with the Prowler and for Governor to actually land in on his flight path to get the shot in. Persia with the drop shot, sure, but then Primi comes in for the trade, and with that, the mid-round decision to go back through to B, which really cemented things down for Talon.
Yeah, it does seem like actually, yeah, it was just perfectly a timing read. Not even the audio cue for the star coming out just yet. And so, Talon feeling confident now that they've
สวัสดีทุกคนด้วยนะคะถ้าเกิดว่าไม่ตัดทุกคนอย่าเพิ่งประหลาดใจนะคะแพนด้า
So far, all utils still being saved by the Neon and Omen.
แพนด้าลุ้นเกินไปนะบางทีก็
They're not going to use the same trick twice now, so interestingly enough, it's going to be the Sonic sensor to just kind of guard B if someone does decide to push out later on. Maybe this suggests they're going to go back in to create a bit more pressure outside of C.
Yeah, Talon's been doing this a lot, even in the GE match, and it serves a couple purposes. You can always have that lurker on.
แค่เทสเสียงแล้วไม่น่าใช่อะ
Trap play coming towards C Mound, you have a way to answer back. So it served them quite a bit. It almost rarely had gotten taken out in that match against GE as well. So we'll see if Nongshim ever even finds out that information, because you got to get close enough to hear it.
แต่พี่เต้นรู้แล้วดูสนุกขึ้นดูแพนด้าตะโกนสิว้ามีคนอยู่สวยเทรดไปอ๋ออยู่ยังอยู่ว้า
thinks that that's enough of a fake. A bit of too much faith in their own movements, and Domby pushes forward on the
ไม่ได้เช็คอ่ะเขาอยู่มุมเดิมเปอร์เซียแสบมาก
in a crucial moment by Talon, and they will fall once again by the Rubble.
Nongshim just so ready. Down to just Cruz, spike stranded. He might have, gotten into C, but at this point it's going to be a save
10 seconds left. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Just alt for Damby too.
Yeah, not enough checks.
โอ้ไม่ได้โอ้เสียดายอ่ะสวัสดีคุณโซแซกนะคะ
Everyone's going to pay attention to that C site. Surely, if we didn't hear any movement over by A, it's empty now. They've already left. But you just can't assume things like that in crucial moments. I like the idea that they had here, going a little bit around. We saw RQ trying similar things. Just even if they don't all break, they actually threw the paint shells as well. But I think it just gets stopped too early. Nongshim's able to hold in their tracks.
โดนทุกท่าโดนทุกอย่างนะ
You would think actually that would have been able to sell the fake, but Credit to Nongshim, I guess, for being able to stick themselves down onto Rubble. I mean, they were that far up front, so why not? Next round comes back in, and it's another Rubble fight once again.
มาอีกแล้วโอ้ยเขาโอ้ยสวย
Oh, huge grab net. Lined up. Okay, you know we see a couple shots from Francis, but
ไปแล้วถือปืนออกล่าทีนี้ถือปืนออกล่าอุ้ยเขาหลบแล้วเขาหลบและเขาหลบ2-2ฮะได้อยู่เหลือจิตเอาให้จิตบอย
be able to hold it from tree, but you do have Margaret who's starting to creep in from the back.
อ๋อยังมี
Sonic sensor you can double up you have the annihilation at some point
มีอันติด้วยนะมีเซนเซอร์นะทางคืนของทารอนนะคะส่วนน้องชิมนะก็ยังมี
Nongshim wanted this nobody watching for it Ban he's trying to peek out he doesn't catch any sight the annihilation not gonna go through it's going to the other side and the lineup not quite happening
oh nice สวยมากแมน
and the ultimate secures a fourth round
came close enough but thankfully Ban had the annihilation and
โหนี่ต้องบอกเลยว่าใช้จังหวะใช้ท่าดีมากนะเพราะว่าไม่งั้นเนี่ยอีกตัวนึงน่าจะไม่เห็นสวย
they managed to kind of work together in that fashion you know just staying inside of the smoke does make it a little bit more 50-50 I guess for the other side
go let's go
I mean right now Talon whenever they're fighting that Rubble fight
4-4นะคะทุกคนตึงมาก
trying to send Governor out way deep to make sure that they have some space it has been working out more or less
ปกติเข้าไวนะคะนี่น่าจะลองเปลี่ยนดูบ้าง
but now ultimates online for Nongshim you got 3 ultimates great for the retake but also amazing for that delay
เฮ้ยระหว่างดูแพนด้านั่งทำความสะอาดเล็บตัวเองไปด้วยดีกว่า
of course
นอกเรื่องได้ไหมคือช่วงที่ไปอ่ะแพนด้าแบบนั่งแกะสีเล็บตัวเองจนมันกลายเป็นอะไรแล้วก็ไม่รู้นะ
backward position so right now we're relying on that Arcros as that extra layer of delay and Domby looks like it's just spam through the smoke
อ้าว
สแปม
ตายเฉย
ว้าไม่ On an isolated duel, this does not look good for Talon the round.
Go! สวย
They had him pinched down, right? The door opens, they don't see him, but he
อุ๊ย
was already
มาครับ
being
มา
made,
เล
so
ย
where's he gotta be?
โผล่
Governor's
พ
ready
ลิก
to pick that
พลิกให้
one
แบน
up, but do they expect
พลิกให้แบน
Domby
ดู
to
นี่
be on that left
พ
corner?
ลิกให้ยิงแบน
Nongshim constantly being ready. Another
มาร์กาเร็
crossfire
ต
set up on the C
มาร์
side
กาเร็
as
ต
well.
เลือดน้อย
Margaret's
1 จุด
low,
ตาย
but there's 2 members close. Ivy now going a bit further out. You know that the double blast packs are available, and you know that the pain shell is available as well from Governor.
ต้องเข้าแล้วนะคะเพราะว่าไม่งั้นเวลาไม่พอนะคะ
They're gonna have to time it really well though. There's the grab net, but oh look, it's just Ivy able to get in with the micro flicks, 2 kills down, and it's just Ban onto the other side.
โอ้โห50ได้อยู่
slaughters him down.
I mean, what do they feed these guys for breakfast at the Nongshim house? Because they surely didn't get enough rest.
It's noodles.
Yeah, maybe it's just cups of Nongshim ramen noodles. I don't know what it is, but the spice is kicking in because all 5 of them are firing, flicking just right on the spot.
Yeah, with the little push outs, even the spam through the smoke, but look at Ivy just being able to hold it down against a bit of a double peek through the smoke. Incredible.
ไม้มันเริ่มหลุดแล้วไงแพนด้าแก่สิเพื่อแบบมันจะได้มันมือนะคะนั่นนี่เลอะอะไรเนี่ยทำไมสีมันแปลก
Talon also looking great. They got that pistol round. They looked like they were going to be on fire right off the rip. Here for map 1, but
ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวจะได้เปลี่ยนสีนะคะได้เลิกได้ใช้
the record for overtime in VCT Pacific yesterday.
So ready. I mean, they proved it before in Ascension or even just yesterday's match. Right? They have
ก็อันนี้เนี่ยถ้าเกิดว่าทีมไหนแพ้นะคะมันโลว่าแบกเก็ตแล้วเนาะก็จะตกรอบเลยนะคะก็จะต้องเอาชนะเพื่ออยู่ต่อให้ได้นะหายไปละ1อันนี้น่าจะพยายามตัดคนได้นะ
As soon as he loses vision, puts out the C's so he can reclaim that area and give time for Domby to create that crossfire as well. So even though it's against an eco, using that early util, you'd rather keep the space because you have the better firepower. Sheerwall being defended so well. I mean, this is them knowing that Talon is very good at picking this apart, and you know who's good? It's Persia on Rubble.
โอ้เพอร์เชียหรือเปอร์เซียก็ไม่รู้โอ้โห
to go out on an adventure.
เวลาค่ะสวยแล้ว
I'm literally just waiting for the patch notes that say, oh, we actually thought we nerfed it, but we didn't, because I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it.
It's not the agent, it's the player at this point.
It might be.
โอ้โห
So good with the movement still.
I mean, he's still getting so many, and that was quite at range too.
โอ้โห
Right at the end, just lands the shot.
ผิวไหวมาก
Persia
ผิวไหว
still
มาก
with just the, you saw that look? That set this coin. Looking
ได้อยู่
chill
ค่ะ
there
4-6
on the stage. Premi now with 9 kills, but Persia already up to 11. See if Talon can try to catch back up with their buys.
It is all
น่าจะ
online for the side of Nongshim as well.
4 มี
Talon's
พิม
gonna
มี่
have to do
นะคะ
quite a bit of work, but
มีสโมคของเรา2 คน
having the 4 score right now is not the worst thing in the world. Sheer wall outside of B. Here comes
โอ้
Francis. Fortunately falls, and that's the B side opened up for the 2
สวย
tries to reaggress, but shut down by Jit Boys.
ว้า
Yeah, Jet Boys was so ready for that. Just sidesteps that
สโม
really
ค
gold
2 คนค่ะ
as
ตี
well.
บี
Finally, some great space taken. They understood.
สวย
Oh,
แบ
nice catch
น
from Ban as well. So Talon
มาแล้ว
understands that it's
มาแล้ว
always been Francis holding solo on B unless it's a trap play.
อุ้ย
They recognize Ivy coming
ไอ
through with
วี่
a nice
ตัดแบน
jiggle
ไม่
beat.
ได้
But I mean, 4v2, surely Talon doesn't lose out on this one. So even though Nongshim has a couple of those ultimates still left on the remaining members, it's just going to be a save.
Yeah, numbers
มา
are
น่าจะ
overwhelming.
เซฟ
Here
นะ
will
แต่ว่าไม่รู้ว่า
Precious
จิต
will
บอยนะคะ จะเจอกันหรือเปล่านะ จะปะทะกันหรือไม่
So,
ปะทะหรือไม่
but they will still try to
โอ้
towards the angle around stairs,
ตัด
but
ไปอีกคนละ
unfortunately
1
for them,
นะคะ
it's a bit of a trade.
มาแล้ว
Down
โกเว
towards
เนอร์
Ivy.
โกเวเนอร์โกเวเนอร์จะร่าหรือไม่ มาแล้ว
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, just trying
พิ
to
ม
take
มี่
away
กับครู
whatever
นะคะ
weapons,
ก็
right?
ไปทางฝั่ง
Really
เอ
make
เมน
Talon starve for all the creds that they can
ส
muster
วย
up
ค
for
รั
that
บ
last round. Governor was only 1 away, but
ห้า
that's
หก
one of the reasons he doesn't go out on the hunt. But that's something that Nongshim should keep track of. Talon maybe trying to make the show
ใช่
stop over
อีก
by
เรื่องห
now.
นึงทุก
This
คน
could be
หลั
a
งจากที่
full
แพนด้า
send
ไป
trap
มา
play by
คือตอน
Nongshim
เนี้ย
on
แบ
the
บ
C side.
ขาแพนด้าเนี่ยไม่ไหว
For
เลยนะ
sure, but at the same
นี่ถ้าเกิดว่า
time,
ถ่ายรูป
thinking
ให้ดู
about
ได้ก็อยากจะถ่ายให้ดูนะ คือแบบสภาพมัน
good
น่ากลัว
Talon
มาก
was in
ทุกคน
recognizing that it's
ขา
just
แพนด้า
Francis to hold the B
ส
side,
ภาพ
and this
น่า
is
กลัว
something
มาก
that
คือ
they
เห็น
can
ขา
grab
ตัวเอง
as
แล้วก็
well
แบบ
to possibly
Oh
exploit
my
in the
god
last round of the first half.
คือมันเป็นเหมือนรอยแดงจ้ำๆแบบเป็นจุดๆๆๆๆๆเต็มไปหมดเลยอะแล้วก็แบบเป็นรอยถลอกแล้วก็มีเลือดออกนิดหน่อยด้วยอะเต็มขาเลยนะ คือไม่อยากมองเลยอะแบบว่ามันน่ากลัวมากอะ
Back into the Rubble
เดี๋ยวแพน
pressure
ด้าจะ
again.
หารูป
There
ใน
it is.
Google ที่แบบว่า
Or right before the
คล้ายๆกัน
take.
ให้ดูนะ
Meanwhile, Ivy, he's playing a much defensive
Oh.
position as well, so as to possibly avoid the
Oh.
showstopper.
มา
We have that operator on
ตอนนี้น่าจะ
Francis mid.
เข้า
Just
ช้า
waiting
นะคะ
for someone to
จิต
peek
บ
out
อย
by the way. So
รอ
that's kind
รอ
of a
อยู่
big
ห
deal.
น้า
Sonic
เอ
sensor
มีน
does
นะคะ
get
แล้วก็
planted. I think
Persia
Margaret should have heard that through
หรื
the
อเปอร์เซีย
wall.
นะไม่รู้จะออกเสียงไงดี ก็ยังคงอยู่ที่เดิมนะคะ ข้างบน A นั้นเป็นมุมดีมุมเด่ง
They don't
มุม
know.
เด่งอะไรล่ะ
Talon doesn't know that it's there.
Yeah, and
มุม
Premi
เด่
doesn't
น
have anything
นะ
to
คะ
scout out. It's just going to be a straight duel if he does go.
หนี
And Persia is just out of there right behind
หนี
Governor.
นะคะทุก
And
คน
they're
หนี
able to
ไป
pick
ได้
out the
นะคะ
showstopper as well. Perfect
เปอร์เซีย
making the
เปอร์
switch
เซีย
here
นี่
from Nongshim
เปอร์เซีย
recognizing the threat
เปอร์
that's
เซีย
coming through.
หรืออะไร
Governor
สัก
will
อย่าง
do what he can.
สวยโก
He
ง
will secure the site, and so that should lead to the spike being planted. But Nongshim's already here. 3 members arrived.
And did play it safe, but he wanted to come back in to just maybe try to hold the side a little second longer for the rest of his team. Unfortunately, goes down. But here comes Danby in with the overdrive. Gets down 2. Now he's going back in the tree. Spotted out the shorty. He's forcing the bullets away. Now coming back in.
สวย
Switches back to the primary weapon. Now down to Francis for the trade. Premi coming back in on his own as well, but Ivy sticking onto the spike. Gets up and Ivy with the poison vines to take down Talon in the last round of the first half.
เออ
Just a great play. Here's the
โอ้ย
footsteps
เสีย
and he
ดาย
knows, all right, 2v1. You
โอ้
guys are
ย
trying to
คือแบบ
jump peek me. I
คือ
am
คือจ
getting
ริง
the
ๆ
hell
อะ
out of
ฟิล
this
มันได้
corner.
แต่ว่าเหมือนแบบน่าจะช่วยกันไม่ทันนะ แบบออกไปแล้วก็กดไปไม่ทันนะคะ
But so much space and time. I love what he did with the divide there, right? He jumps over to check if it's going to be a shorty again because they had the steel guard come out. He sees
เออเสียดายอ่ะอุ้ยแต่ว่าต้องบอกว่าแบบจิตบอยจูกได้เก่งมากเลยนะ
Eventually goes back in, but of course the Vandal comes back online. So props to Jit Boys.
อุ้ยเขาเดินออกมาแล้วเขากะไว้แล้วอ่ะโอ้ไม่เป็นไรค่ะ 7-5 สวย
Just like yesterday, we'll make sure that Nongshim stays.
ๆแต่ว่าสูสีอยู่นะคะ
It just keeps Nongshim ahead. So many of these times, so many of these moments where you think like, yeah, maybe they're someone with inexperience, they're coming in from Ascension, and maybe they're gonna feel the pressure at some point, but they never do.
I mean, this is what I mentioned. The fact that I would have been concerned for them back when they won the finals of Challengers Korea because
ทุกคนตกใจอย่าตกใจไรทุกคนไม่ได้ซ้อมมาจากโป๊ะมาแล้วหรอ
starting to get red within the Challenger scene and then they made it through. In fact, back then against the former Nongshim squad when they were SPG. And then they go to Ascension. It happens again. It looks like they're going to start to slip. Boom looks so upgraded. They look ready to fight. And then they still battle through it. And I'm looking at that and saying it's not chance that they're able to get through these grueling DFMs 2 times in a row. It doesn't matter if their opponents are also from the Challenger scene. It's the best that they had to offer, right? It's the finalists of Challengers Korea. It's the finalists of Ascension that have now joined them by chance here in Pacific and are looking better than ever as well. So when I see that, okay, that's enough growth for you guys as a mental state. And I think Talon's probably giving that respect. I don't think they're trying to abuse the fact that these guys might not be experienced, but Nongshim came prepared for how Talon looked to dissect that Vice setup.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, these guys
ไปต่อค่ะมาดูว่าจะยังไงว้าวสวยตกใจอย่าว่าแต่ทุกคนตกใจเลยแพนด้าก็ตกใจตัวเองเหมือนกันนะไม่แต่เชียร์สนุกไม่เป็นน่าตกใจซะมากกว่า
A little too much on his own. And Talon, I mean, you saw the same thing. They back away. They just make sure it's 2v1. And now we'll see if the retake can happen 5v4. But Nongshim now recognizing, yeah, they don't have the numbers, so they'll try to extend their reach. It is planted for them.
อารมณ์แบบตะโกนทุกคอนแทคอะ
It is all 4 though. I feel as though this is a little bit risky.
I don't mind it because even if you get spotted, it's hard to expect that it's going to be all 4. Now, of course, now the site is all clear, so Talon should know very well where they're at. Oh my goodness, that is a huge spot, and Persia just jumps through all of it.
Uh-oh. And it's going to be their barrier match that kind of undoes them a little bit. Ivy still spamming through, though. Ribby coming back in.
โอ้สวย
off and gets the final headshot as well. Governor sticking the spike to complete.
พิสโต2ราวนะคะก็7-7แล้ว
It's great with this around, and we saw right there why. It's just nigh impossible to try to break through that. And it was somewhat planted for you, but if you obviously defuse at the far corner, other than the Sheriff, you don't have a shot at trying to chip through that wall. Persia does his best. If he had stayed alive, sure, different story, but it's just too many members of Talon left alive. And Primi playing bodyguard.
Still being able to collect all those kills at the end of the round. 13 up for Primi now. Persia close with the 12.
Double Outlaw, double Judge. They are so ready for Domby's Neon. They know this guy's going to charge through. They know he buys Bucky's every round.
ยิงสแปมหลบหนีอุ้ยมาพร้อมกับช็อตกันบักกี้คู่ใจอุ้ยเดี๋ยววันนี้เขาก็ช็อตกันมาเหมือนกันจิตหลบจิตสวยอุ้ยเท่าไหร่อ่ะ3-2นะคะ
Down to Marker at low HP, still trying to play around the stairs, but the Bulldogs right here and ready to butt.
สวย7-7ไปนะคะ
Nice and clean from Primi at range.
โอ้ต้องบอกว่าโจรในควันนี่น่ากลัวจริงๆนะด่านเนี่ย
Is there some damage done? Sure, there is economic damage done.
โจรในควันเนี่ยน่ากลัวมากนะ
bonus round. And recognize that, hey, you know, one of us probably almost always has to buy a judge in case that Domby just charges us through.
But here's then the conundrum, right? You have these specific buys to possibly deal with the explosive entries.
เอ้ยลืมไปนะคะเดี๋ยวถึงตาพักแล้วแจ้งนะแพนด้าต้องซิทอัพก่อนนะ120 บาทนะคะซิทอัพ1ทีนะคะ120 บาทต้องเป็น6 ครั้งนะคะซิทอัพก่อนอ้าวตายเป็น1หายเป็น1
That's my worry because although you can't
เป็นอะไรกับการสแปมหรือเปล่า
the rest of the team is right there with him. You got Persia, you got Francis and Ivy and Margaret as well. They're also ready to frag out. And now getting a little bit of space into the C site. They sent the Prowler through and it does keep Jit Boys invested.
Oh, a little bit of damage trying to get traded through, but Primi will just get
เขาไม่เข้านะคะน่าจะไปเข้า B เปล่า B เรามีรอยอยู่นะมีรอยอยู่ไหมหรือเข้า A น่าจะโยก A นะคะโยก A
especially also because it's Primi, right? You're just not going to try to ego peek that again. And so it's a 5-man stack. You put a lot of pressure on C, and you tied up one person at least on B.
น่าโยกแล้ว
Now this is up to Governor.
โกเฝ้าอยู่สวย
That's a very big one. Only 30 seconds left.
มาแล้ว
Map. You've already, if you're Talon, Jippo's already had control mount. You need it.
โอ้
Alive
โห
there. But bot time for Governor to come through. Premier has now arrived on the site. They are trying to hold on.
ไปอีกหนึ่งนะคะสองสาม
1v3 on the site so far.
สองสาม
Jippo's trying to run
สอง
this
สาม
over with a sheriff in hand. Spike getting planted. Premier waiting. Oh, Jippo's
โอ้
getting
เฝ้า
rushed.
อยู่
He thinks he has a timing. All down to Premier. Good for one. Nongshim, they
Mimo.
might have to close the gap a little bit if they want to play together. Timing not quite on their side, getting ready for the gravity well first. So Talon's gonna take, Premier's gonna take this chance.
หารู้ว่าน่าจะอยู่
Can he get
Peek.
the shot? 1 HP. The armor will regen eventually, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. Escapes from the gravity well. Door gets open. He's not sure if it's a wraparound this way or that. He'll take his guesses 50-50. He would love to try to get ahead, but this looks
โอ้ยนิดเดียว
not, but Ivy will make sure
สวัสดีคุณลอรี่นะคะ
that it does not become a reality.
So close.
กี่บาทกี่ครั้งนะคะ20 บาท1ครั้งค่ะโอเคระหว่างที่กำลังนับถอยหลังไฮไลท์นะคะ มา20 บาทนะคะ1ครั้ง120วันนี้ของคุณแพรวานะคะก็6ครั้งนะคะ
For the side of Talon, that outlaw shot, he connected so many of them. Especially that one as well. Maybe not the second one, but that does buy a little bit of time. But down to it all at the end, just not quite the firepower. At the same time, Nongshim being able to play it the same with them 1-on-2. They almost could have lined up for him.
Yeah, it was looking dicey, but now Nightfall
โอเคค่ะ
as well. So it's an easy way to try to get into that.
โอเคมาดูต่อ
Talon, they don't have the traditional setups that you normally see with the ciphers or the vice over by C. You have Sonic Sense.
โอ้
Watch out there,
เกือบ
Primi.
ตาย
He's gonna get out with his life for now.
Talon looking to kind of maybe take the space around the door and go for
อุ๊ย
a bit of a pinch.
เจอ
But
เฉียดหัว
because Margaret is right around the corner, they're gonna have to respect that for now. Maybe an execute for Nongshim.
They don't check for these sonic sensors. Even with the Nightfall, yeah, you should still be able to get it. So Dombi, he just checks for it immediately. That's the one at the entrance gone. Draws out a smoke
โยกไหม
from
โยก
Primi
ไหม
as well. So you know Primi is still
น่าจะโยก
around the
นะ
PNC site.
อุ๊ยมุมนี้
The whole
มุม
time,
เด่น
he's still watching the
มุม
back.
นี้เป็นมุมเด่นของโอเมนใช่ไหมคะแพนด้าจะได้ลองแล้วเล่นบ้าง
Baiting out the barrier match, so that does give them a little bit more spacing, a little bit more timing to possibly break through then.
Yeah, but now you know, Mark, there were 2 people over by Rubble, so that's the hit coming onto Nightfall, onto
เว้ย
the
มุม
site.
ดีอยู่
Even if
มุม
Primi
ดี
was
อยู่
here,
โปร
it's
เชีย
at max 2, maybe 3 people. We have the numbers advantage, and that's
อ๋อเดี๋ยวรอรีเทคนะคะ
the metal and the spam through the wall. Looks
อุ๊ย
like
ส
it's
แป
just
ม
gonna
กัน
be an
สแปมสนั่น
combo, and the C's just barely not landing.
Still spike planted for Nongshim. Dombi with the judge looking for the right position to
ของ
play.
เยอะมาก มาแล้วโกบบินเข้ามาแล้วดัมบี้ดัมบี้เตรียมใช้จัด1หัว จิตบอยได้ครูได้แบนได้ได้เหล็ก1นะคะโพสแพนได้ไหม
Now they know the location. He needs to peek out a bit further. He needs to battle through. He needs to find the shots.
สวย
And
พี่
just
มี่
finds the right
สวย
timing
มาก
to
ค่ะ
answer back.
Yeah, I can't quite play post plan right now with the ping. At the same time, Talon just so darn strong with how they were able to come back in effectively to flood the site.
ยังไงคุณลอนนี่ก็มานั่งดูด้วยกันนะคะ
The setups and everything, they might have
แพนด้าก็จะตะโกนนิดนึงนะ
But the way
อะไรโดนสนับไม่อันนั้นไม่ได้สนับสนุนนิดหน่อย 500 ขอบคุณนะคะ ขอบคุณที่รักแพนด้าอยากจะสนับสนุนให้แพนด้าได้ออกกำลังกุยนะคะแพนด้าว่า500มันก็เยอะอยู่นะคะไหนคิดสิ520 บาทเท่าไหร่20 บาท5ครั้งต่อ100ก็เป็น5คูณ5เป็น25ครั้งเหรอคะใช่ปุ้งเอ้ยอะไรอะอะไรอะโกตกใจหมดเลยอะไรอะฮาวออกกำลังกายตึงๆเลย25 ครั้งไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวเชียร์ก่อนนะคะเดี๋ยวจบแมตช์ไม่ใช่จบแมตช์สิจบตานี้นะคะแพนด้าก็จะมานั่งต่อนะโอ้ยมันได้จานไปแล้วทุกคน
Yeah, that's the weapon he wants. Now Talon, they have to hope that Ban is able to pick up a kill or 2. But he needs to put pressure from behind so the main forces can get through. They're trying to reposition.
สวยมีคนหนึ่งแบนมีคน
Swing out, and Ban's gonna get taken out. Meanwhile, Dombi's still alive with a judge, not able to land.
ผูเข้ามา
The next target. Now entering the site, 2v3, no time for any further util. No, not much util left. In fact, Cruz will go for the tap. Trying to draw them out. Persia's nice and clean with the sheriff. Takes off Primmy's head and Cruz all alone.
สวยแล้วค่ะ
Meets
8-9 ได้อยู่
smoke and Nongshim only once again 9.
มา29
We were in this spot before. Nongshim comes up
ยี่สิบ
with the biggest thrifty.
ขอบคุณคุณเจ้าเหมียวอีกคนนึงนะคะที่สนับสนุนนะคะการออกกำลังกายของแพนด้านะคะตอนนี้เหลืออีก30 ครั้งนะคะไม่เป็นไรเราสู้อยู่แล้วไปอีกทีละ10 นะ
Maybe could have gone aggressive to look for a pick, throw them off with some subversion of expectations that come back to the ult. But unfortunately, that did not quite come through, and Nongshim was just able and ready to hold. In theory, Ban had the outlaw as well, but the ghost just took him down. Now Outlaw instead takes down Ban outside of Talon tries to push out of bounds, but okay, able to fight back a little until Margaret comes back in again.
พี่เจทำถูกท่าใช่ไหมโอ้ยระดับนี้แล้วถูกแล้วเพราะว่าแพนด้าบอกที่บอกไว้ค่ะว่าถ้าเกิดว่าจะทำนะจะทำสควอตสลับกับซิทอัพไปนะคะถ้าซิทอัพแล้วรู้สึกว่ามันเหนื่อยมากเกินไปแพนด้าก็จะเปลี่ยนเป็นสควอตแทนนะคะ80โอเคได้อยู่นะตีได้อยู่นะยังไงก็ขอบคุณนะคะทั้ง3 คนเลยนะที่ทำให้แพนด้ามีวันนี้นะ
Nongshim really starts to extend at some point it's going to start to hurt.
I mean, with these ultimates, with that not dead yet, Talon, you can go for something crazy, especially with all 5. But I would love to see Primmy kind of being the shield, you know, when it's on a retake or whatever else, even if it's just a scout, because you know he's generally good for the first shot.
Has to be right now.
มาจิตทำตัวเนียนนะคะจิตบอยทำตัวเนียนนะคะ
We haven't seen this much. We've seen the close hold with the judge, things like that, but it's a paranoia.
เขากลัวเขาพีอีกเหรอ
Not much chase potential. But man, he's still gonna survive. He still needs to survive that first hit. Prowler comes out. They're not quite chasing. Still hiding away, Shit Boys. And now just can't get out. They read through it, and Dombi will spam him down.
เสียดายสวัสดีคุณแกริดนะคะอีก20 รอบนะคะแพนด้าจะค่อยทำอีกฝั่งอีกรอบนึงนะใครอยากจะขอบคุณนะคะอีก25 รอบนะคะหรือเปล่านะทุกคนช่วยนับหน่อยดิเมื่อกี้นี่30ทำไป10เหลือ20พี่ยอดโยนไปอีก100นะคะก็เป็น25นะคะขอบคุณนะคะ
Primmy's gonna win out this time. High-low set up by Governor. Primmy dropping down. They know they have to go fast. Showstopper online. Primmy uses the not dead yet. Buys time for his teammates. Now down to a 2v2. Primmy has to go out for the kills. He needs to find him. Nongshim is just gonna wait it out. They don't want to give this fight, but they have to check the spike. It doesn't matter. They'll got him.
Oh, did I?
Nongshim again with the duo tag team. The fact that
รู้สึกว่าพี่ยังยืนได้อีกสัก5 รอบก่อน
to pull off anyone who might have been sticking on the spike.
Prowler really checking there right behind the box. And the paranoia as well from Nongshim. I mean, they are just not taking any chances. And this time, I mean, not dead yet. Showstopper, everything is on the side as well from Talon. 20นะคะอุ้ยนิดเดียวเองทารอนสู้ๆตามอีก5นะคะเราตีได้นะคะต้องทำได้นะทารอน
The rest of the team are right now back into it.
เดี๋ยวแพนด้าอัปเดตกัน
Talon tries to create a little bit more of that A pressure to hold and maybe potentially push out at a further point in the round. But right now, Nongshim
เดือนแห่งสุขภาพ
keeping that pressure outside of B with the Prowler coming through.
โดนนี่
And we start to see the cracks in this composition just a little bit, right? I mean, when you're on the attack, sure, with the double scopes and Primmy being able to kind of 1v1 on lurks and things like that. Yeah, you can work out without the passive impact of the Sentinel, but when you don't have that, you feel the need to have to push out somewhere eventually to take the fight to him and to make sure you have an advantage. But now Talon, they just have to
ตอนนี้เหลือ20 นะ
rely on these sonic sensors being enough, which
อัปเดตด้วย
has been very good at tripping with those jump outs.
Always gets back into safety right now. Just checking if there is any kind of trap outside of B. They do note that it's a high-low setup. So then maybe the mid-round call straight into C. They see that, all right, if there's 2 out to B, maybe it's just this ban around C and we can kind of trip those sonic sensors and go straight in. Baited out the grab net. But of course, Talon comes into a quick rotation just in time as well. But then the Nightfall, annihilation from ban too.
Yeah, Dom B kind of left.
โอ้ยคู่สวย
First Cruz goes for the trade, but there's the overdrive.
น่าจะ12-8แล้วค่ะ
On that C site. Nobody able to find their targets anymore. And now Talon looking to just hold. Jitboy still just not aware if there is anyone further on the flank, but he will have to join up. 2v4.
2v4 นะคะ
It's map point, so Talon, they'll go for it.
อีกขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์ทำได้
Hear the footsteps in water, tries to go for the swing out, finishes off the kill. Governor, good for the first one. Domby answers back. Jip Boys, he knows the answer of 1, but he has no idea where the rest of the other members are. Trying to peek out, gives an opportunity for the shorty. And Domby with a 3K.
สวยค่ะ NT ตานี้
So darn strong.
สวัสดีนะคะคุณลิโอ สวัสดีค่ะไม่ได้เจอกันเลยแพนด้าไม่ได้เจอใครเลยดีกว่าเฮ้ยตอนนี้แหละอีก5 ครั้งนะคะ
Did what he could with the annihilation. Again, still just not quite enough. They didn't have the numbers to really fight back and hold, but the full force of Nongshim is breathing down your neck. Now, map point, I should say, but also with a bit of a half buy. They didn't have go.
เหลืออีก15 ครั้ง
Yeah, I mean, you have almost no util on Primi as well. It was just a one singular smoke, and you just lost Governor. I mean, you have lost so much power. This judge has to find value. He gets 1, but that's just gonna be it. Persia says, all right, that site opened up, boys. Let's go. Paranoia comes through. Cruz gets 1.
คู่หลังสวยครูเจออยู่
He will back out because you already have
โอ้
space
แบน
on the B site. Nongshim is just everywhere on Lotus.
So quick and so
สวยครู
but at least Cruz will be able to find that frag against Persia. Maybe a little bit timing to get back through blue door now.
ได้ค่ะ
It's the 2
2
players
ยังมีท่าเธออะไรไหม
Spots 1.
เจอแล้ว
See where the other is. Ivy waiting for it, but now they decide they are just going to stick to it. They're trying to hide them away, and it's a 1-1! And Primi doesn't lose those as he will secure the round. Give Talon another chance.
Looks incredibly good when Primi is the last
10
one alive.
11 12 3 ตาติด4 3 ตาติดเหรอก็ไหวอยู่นะคิดว่าจะจบซะแล้วนะคะพิมมี่ชนขึ้นมาอารมณ์เหมือนแบบต่อสายอะยัง
How quick Nongshim has been, and Talon has to kind of keep up.
It's just the way that Nongshim is spreading out right now with the fast pressure. Whenever they put fast pressure, there's always someone looking for another answer because they understand that they didn't have full info.
มีคนทำสายอย่างชีพ ใช่ โอ้ตื่นเต้นมาก
Nongshim had the numbers advantage. They might still leave someone on that A site. We knew Persia was in tree.
That's true. He was able to hold on A, but right now he's on towards the Nongshim a little bit quicker. Back Governor with the judge right around the door.
มา
I mean, Nongshim's seen this before, so I don't think they're going to make the same mistake. He tries to spread out the angles, but it's not going to find it. But do you expect second judge? Not quite, but they will battle through it.
โอเคได้อยู่ลุย
Working alongside Primi. Unfortunately, Cruz will be the first
โอ้
to fall.
ไม่ได้แล้วนะคะ
All that's left is just ban. At map point, he's caught nothing but a judge.
It's not looking good for Ban.
ดูน่าจะต้องแมปต่อไปแล้วล่ะ
There would be a turnaround, a flank, whatever it might be. He'll land the shot. He gets a weapon. 1v3. Margaret's low, so it is still doable.
Has grab net as well.
Now Nongshim just keeping spread out, not giving him these fights, forcing him to clear every single angle. Spots the spike. He wants to clear out the obvious locations first. Finds 1. Finds 2.
เฮ้ยโอ้
His teammates covered as Nongshim will rise 1.
NT ค่ะ NT โหพลาดมันมีหลายช็อตที่แบบเสียดายมากเลยเนาะของทารอนเนาะเดี๋ยวเวลานะคะไปต่อลุ้นมาก
They come in with that early pressure on the attacking half into the A site, maybe the quick mid-round adaptation back into B, but whatever it is, somehow, one way or another, Talon is playing against the back foot. I mean, in that moment, Ben, it was such a tremendous effort. He took down 3 players, but the final one, Francis, just the final cherry on top, was able to come back and peek off contact.
I think the most impressive thing that a lot of teams should know from this is that, okay, they played 42 rounds yesterday, so what, right? They come in, they're confident on it, they pick the map, they come in, and they're looking like they prepped against Talon as well. They're aware of how fast Talon was taking apart that C site, and they are defending their utility just to the bitter end of the earth. Sure, it was neck and neck, but if they didn't do that, that first half looks very different, and Talon's only sitting much comfier going into that second half.
That is absolutely true. 7-5 from the first half definitely gives them
โอ้แพนด้าตัวนี้น่าจะคว้าเจ้าฉันเลยคิดเจ้าโอ้ยขอบคุณนะคะพี่ยอด200 บาท สวัสดีคุณไมค์นะคะสวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยนะเดี๋ยวนะ200อ่ะมันจะต้องเป็นเท่าไหร่อ่ะทุกคนคิดดี200หาร20เป็นเท่าไหร่10ต่ออีก10ครั้งหรอเป็น25ครั้งใช่ไหมแหมทุกคนนี่ก็อยากได้แพนด้าสุขภาพดีก็ไม่บอก
That raise once again, but for now we'll send it over to our analyst to break down that Lotus.
And as the casters pointed out, Nongshim can show the entire playbook, but it's still not enough for Talon to cross over that finish line there. Nongshim looks very much in order, and honestly, it could be because of that overtime, just getting all those reps in.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, I mean, that's definitely the flip side of Talon had a lot to watch, but Nongshim had a lot of practice. So I think, you know, you could tell that they were still feeling good. They weren't worried about an anti-strat because they picked it again. They're going, look, we won an absolute insane map on this yesterday. If we can close that out, we can close anything out. And, you know, fair play. They got it done in regulation this time. How nice for the rest of us here watching.
I think there was pretty mixed results from Talon in that map. There were some rounds where it looked like they had fantastic reads and they knew exactly where Nongshim would be standing and what to do about it. And then they had some rounds where they were just running into a setup that they just countered and getting absolutely obliterated by it. So there wasn't a lot of consistency there in anything really for Talon outside of Primy's performance. I mean, whenever you put him on the clove, this guy gets his numbers.
Yeah, Primy played a great game. You know, there's a lot to talk about with Primy, but I really like him on this clove. I feel like it unlocks him nicely. He's allowed a nice amount of risk, especially because Jibboys is there with the extra smokes in case he needs it. But Francis on the other side, leading from the front once again. He's having a huge tournament.
He absolutely is, and I think you guys want to have him on your team.
จบไลฟ์พี่เจต้องมีซิกแพคนั่นน่ะสิ
In fact, he carried my team yesterday when I got almost 120 points because I got both MVPs. And one of them was Francis, and it's the reason why I highlighted him. Like, if you go back to Nongshim in Ascension Jakarta, you go back to Nongshim in VCLKR Split 2, top players and with insane stats, Danby and Persia. You look at their stats this tournament, Francis is on top, and actually Ivy is doing a lot of heavy lifting as well, particularly in the clutch. So you're seeing Nongshim, once they've stepped into Tier 1, different players have different levels of performance.
Now you were talking about Persia and in fact just habits that are repeating over and over again.
Yeah, this is Primy. We can see Primy just going crazy the whole way through this game. Just you know, we speak a lot about his movement, we speak a lot about his aim, but he is the lease of life for this Talon team, where I feel like he's trying to drag them over the line, but this map, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, you see him always having his numbers, always getting consistent performances. They do run the double controllers on this map, Talon, so you could see that they had a lot of set plans where they want to throw a progression smoke outside of Rubble or a progression smoke in towards C to help them get some space, and that was the case in this round. The grab net, the set plan with the progression smoke up on top of Rubble, so no one can really TP up there and try to have
พี่เจเอาสุขภาพแลกกับขานั่นดี
But then, like we said, you see rounds like this
เดี๋ยวนะ
you know, Nongshim completely blast them.
จะมีหลายตอนที่เสียดายมากทุกคนเนาะแต่ว่าทำดีมากแล้วนะคะเพนด้าว่าเพนด้าว่าเป็นเพราะว่าด่านนี้เขาน่าจะดูจากทรงแล้วว่าเขาน่าจะเรียนรู้แผนของทารอนมาอย่างดีด้วยเหมือนกันเพื่อสุขภาพที่ยั่งยืนมาอีก25 ครั้งใช่ไหมเดี๋ยวขอซิทอัพก่อน5 ครั้งซิทอัพ5 ครั้ง
And Nongshim just go, no thanks, from the shadows TP out, fast lane, Danby runs through the Hobbit hole, and you've invested a whole lot of util and a raise ult just to get Rubble control, which I don't think they even utilized to even close out that round. I think they went into it and they lost
เดี๋ยว20 นะคะเดี๋ยวแพนด้าจะสควอตสัก10 ครั้งนะเดี๋ยวนะเสียงจะหายไปแป๊บนึงนะไม่ได้หายขนาดนี้นะ
Hey Talon, bring it on. However you think you can beat us, you really can't.
I mean, they picked this map.
Yeah.
I think you guys make a great point about A control in general. Even with all those overtimes, we didn't see a lot of A plays. And Francis here continuing to hold the fort. It's just been such an incredible idea for this team. We've seen it through Ascension, and it continues on here with all his experience, him and Persia kind of leading the charge for this team. Now, it's been it's kind of funny that you can have the entire playbook, but you can't memorize all the tricks. And I think this goes maybe to your point.
คือเพนด้าว่าสควอตดีกว่าเพราะว่าโดยส่วนตัวแล้วเนี่ยเป็นคนที่กล้ามเนื้อมัดใหญ่ไม่ค่อยมีแรงนะคะเพนด้าเลยว่าเดี๋ยวสควอตด้วยดีกว่าจะได้เพิ่มกำลังขาแล้วออกกำลังกายกล้ามเนื้อมัดใหญ่เพื่อร่างกายที่แข็งแรงขอบคุณนะคะ
what you'll often see is the coach will talk a lot more to the IGL.
Yeah.
To remember, and then like your star, your duelist players, you want them to be unburdened, and they're let a little bit more loose. But that's the whole idea of even if they got to watch all the 42 rounds, you can't remember everything. So you just want to pick out a few key points. We saw the A control there. I think the A control was the key point that Talon were trying to win on. But if they don't manage to actually execute that plan, and then you don't have those other depth, the other layers to the anti-strat because you don't have the players that can remember that, then that's when you might get in a little bit of trouble.
Now, I want to talk about the next map. It is Bind. Talon looked phenomenal on Bind the other day. They looked like they just really had it nailed down. Nongshim, on the other hand, as Will Chobar was pointing out, Dambi's going to go back on the race.
Well, yeah, he is. I mean, he was on the Neon previously. They've iterated, like their initial comp was the Cypher Deadlock with the Neon, and it was such an iconic comp, and a lot of teams even copied that, and it kind of became a mini meta on Bind in particular. They haven't looked as good since they had that comp, not only in terms of stepping up into Tier 1 and playing strong opponents, but also they don't really look like themselves. They look very passive. They don't make as many plays. On defense, when they used to play in Ascension Jakarta, it would be like, Fade Prowler goes out, Dambi dives forward, Relay Bolt, and they're killing people on defense and making aggressive plays. On currently, you see them just sit back, like they're just sitting back in the A site and letting the other team execute in there and then trying to go for some standard-looking retakes. So it doesn't even really look like the Nongshim that I remember the way that they're playing at the moment. I think they really need to rediscover their identity and the way that they play this map, and maybe some of that is being limited by composition change and Neon nerfs. Whereas Talon, they are playing a very util heavy style at the moment, and they are playing the Deadlock as well, and it looked beautiful against T1. Like, their game plan looked amazing.
It was rock solid. We were watching, we were both so impressed with how Talon played that bind. It feels like they were able to dismantle T1.
เสียดายนิดนึงอะพอร้อนนี่เสียดายมากเลยแต่ไม่เป็นไรนะคะแมตช์หน้ายังมีนะเราน่าจะทำได้
You can see the whole minimap, and you still go, how do you even attack that? Like, how do you even attack into that? That's when you know something is just fundamentally sound and really, really solid. Because, like, I couldn't even, with all the perfect information, really think of a game plan that would actually work against what Talon was doing on defense.
I'll be very interested to see what Nongshim tried to do.
ขอบคุณนะคะคุณเจ้าพี่
shown this map, so there will be that extra
คุณ
layer
แล้
to it.
วเดินทางปลอดภัยนะคะสวัสดีนะ
Okay about my Talon pick.
โอ้ย
really expect him
คุณ
to
เจ้า
take
เหมี
Bind
ยว
here because just
200
because
นี่
they
คือ
look
เท่าไหร่
so
นะ
comfortable
10 ครั้งใช่ไหม
I mean, you guys were saying in the Korean room, I don't know
แพนด้าขึ้นมาอีก20นะคะ
flying in,
โอเค
especially
กดแปะไว้ก่อนนะ
side.
เดี๋ยวแพนด้าไปเข้าห้องน้ำเดี๋ยวแพนด้าจะมาสควอตต่อนะ แต่เอาจริงๆป่ะทุกคนแพนด้าเคยได้ยินมาเขาบอกว่า
The way they play on bind, you
เขาบอกว่าคนเราอ่ะมันมีกล้ามเนื้อมัดใหญ่ที่ขาใช่ไหมยิ่งถ้าเราสควอตอะมันจะเป็นการออกกำลังกายที่แบบดีมากนะคะแล้วขาแพนด้าก็ไม่ค่อยแข็งแรงด้วยนะเป็นคนขายาวตัวสั้นนะคะดังนั้นเนี่ยการออกกำลังกายขานะจะเป็นสิ่งที่จำเป็นมากนะคะเดี๋ยว เดี๋ยวไปเข้าห้องน้ำก่อนนะคะกลับมาแล้วเดี๋ยวเมนมาสควอตต่อนะเพราะว่าน่าจะต้องรอเวลาแบบต่อไปรอนานไหมไม่น่านานมากเดี๋ยวไปเข้าห้องน้ำก่อนนะเดี๋ยวมา
So
no deadlock.
No deadlock for Nongshim. We spoke about this. This is the deadlock cipher was patented for Nongshim. They ran it so much, they really popularized that comp, and now we're seeing a real hard switch away back to the Neon for Dambi and taking it old school with the Viper.
Yeah, and we've seen Nongshim do this time and time again. They've been doing it on Notice, they mentioned it on the cast, incremental changes of agents, map to map to map, and this is another example of it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to see you guys are pointing out this is exactly the thing that Nongshim needed to fix, and it looks like they've adjusted accordingly. This is going to be a very exciting map 2 of Bind. We're going to go back to our casters, Chobra and Quack, to take it away.
Bind with a new composition once again from Nongshim. Loving the neon coming back. A lot of fans have been saying, I mean, Domby just looks so good on the neon. Just keep him on the neon. It's paired up with that fade also. That's already a really good combo for them. But now the Vice and then the Viper. I am curious if this is specifically against Talon just because they're running that double initiator or not. But for now, it's just a straight up brawl here in Baths.
And with the Grafnet too, already the pickups for Talon. Ben on the other side of A short as well. They just barreled all the way through into the A site.
Now I'm just curious. If Talon just played Bind all 3 maps, would they just beat every team in Pacific? Because they look so confident. I mean, sure, it's a pistol and you can come in with a set play and things like that, but it's already just a steamroll through the site. Cruz and Primi very low, but that shouldn't really stop them. Obviously, Cruz far out from the site as well. There's that barrier mesh. I mean, we talk about it every time on the pistol round. It is just going to be not a mesh anymore, just a straight up barrier itself. As Nongshim finally being allowed to get back into the site.
Okay, Frenzy maybe to launch an assault from Lamps, but he saw 2 players already. It's already a tough spot. Tries to go for a spray transfer. Not quite the SMG or anything like that, so unfortunately falls, and Persia jumping into the smoke. Easy shot for Primi back there. I mean, yeah, this is just Talon feeling really confident and fearless.
Yeah, we'll see if that can continue, because, again, the Des talked about it, but when they played T1, they just looked like an absolutely different team here in Bind. The game plan was solid. Everyone was executing exactly, seemingly, as they had practiced. All the shots were landing. And if they can do that again, surely we see yet another map 3 now between these 2 teams.
Close it 13-4 against T1. That's something to say for sure. But at the same time, yeah, thinking about the Nongshim composition, right? You definitely want to see a little bit more from it. So right now, Toxic screen to block off Hookah as well as Garden, and then you got the Arc Bros on the other side.
Yeah, Arc Bros going to be used as that passive info kind of over on B main. They're seeing all this utility come through, so Nongshim will just stand by, trying to hold on to elbow so they have at least 2 different ways of attacking on the retake, but with the barrier mesh, Ivy, you got nowhere really to go, just trying to cut up an advantageous angle.
Oh, he still jiggles though, so at least notes that there are players inside of elbow hunting him down. Meanwhile, the rest of Nongshim trying to take a little bit more space back out towards Hookah as well as B long. Unfortunately, Ivy cannot last for too long. Ban takes out the player by B long. The rest of them trying to flood back in from Hookah, but not quite getting the spike to halfway even. Moshpit comes back out. Ban just spams the shots in, and of course, Talon picks up the flawless 2nd round win.
Just sliding in there to try to go for the defuse. I don't really think there was anything quite masking the sound, but hey, I'll respect it. You already think the round has kind of gone the other way anyway. You see what you can get with all the double smokes, triple smokes used by Persia to mask your entry. You at least threw out some extra utility as well. So you take what you can get, but Talon, flawless, starting to snowball forward. That's something we're noticing a lot. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you get this pistol. We've seen a lot of bonus conversions throughout all the regions this time in kickoff. We'll see if Talon can run away with it.
Looking for it. They did get the opening pistol against T1. They got the previous pistols against Nongshim on the previous map as well. So now Fearless continuing for it with that kind of style. It's Governor straight into Lamps.
It's going to be a fake, and they just bait out the ult, or they wait so patiently. The spike's always been on the B side. Now TP across. You still leave a lurker as well. Premi going to try to find a shot, but oh, he's distracted by the neon running across. Now back up, just barely arriving. The shear wall does its job. You're allowed to get rid of Little Bro, and now the attack has been stopped. Spike just stranded in the middle of the site. Nongshim trying to fight to make sure they defend this round.
See, now this is maybe why you don't see the deadlock in Nongshim's current composition. That Vi is providing all that all that stall potential up around the B site. It was a good fake, it was a good plan from Talon, but unfortunately the execution got completely thwarted by Nongshim and their setup.
รีบจัง
Yeah, it's very
เมื่อกี้
interesting
มาแต่
because a
มา
big
มอยกับคุ
part
ณ
of
แม่
that
นะคะ
deadlock
สวัสดี
for
คุณการ์ด สวัส
Nongshim
ดี
was
ทุ
a
กคน
lot
นะ
of
คะ
those kind of long-range combo plays. The
เอา
line
กำลัง
of
กาย
things
ไม่เคยเหยียบ
like
อบ
that
ๆหรอ
as we do on Margaret.
อบๆแบบแป๊บ
And
เดียว
a
อ่ะ
lot of
ไม่ต้องออก
timer
กำ
on
ลั
a
งกายหรอก
swivel, watching their backs. Persia's already watching the jump out from
อุ้ย
Hookah. Oh,
ส
okay.
วย
Cruz gonna win that. Cruz has a chance to get all the way up close to his Nightfall, which would be a huge success even if he can't get the bonus round win. This is already
อย่าง
so
น้อย
much
อย่าง
damage
น้อย
done
อย่าง
against
น้อยก็
Nongshim.
ยังแบบว่านี่ได้
20 seconds left.
คุ้มแล้วคุ้ม
Double Double peek out. Cruz waits for
โอ้
it. And he lands a third, and that's now 1 point
เกื
away
อบ
from his nightfall. So even
เมื่อ
though
กี้
Notion
นี่
yeah,
เมื่อ
gets
กี้
away
นี่ถ้าแบบหัน
with
ไป
their
นิดนึง
lives
นะ
just
โหจะตัด
barely
ได้
in
เย
that
อะเลย
round.
นะคะสุดย
That's
อดเลย
everything Talon
ทุกคน
could
คะ
want.
หรือว่า
Not the
ถ้าแพน
worst
ด้า
in
ไม่
the
อยู่
world,
อ่ะ
although the round
ถ้าเราจะ
would've
ช
been
นะเหรอ
really,
ฮะ
really close, but you can really see again
เอาเป็น
this
curse หรือ
situation
เปล่า
right
คะ
there and how Noxum are able to play it out. You know, I think the idea is also partly that
เอาเป็น
if
เอาเป็นเคย
Dami
แพน
is
ด้า
that
หรือเปล่า
sword and he's on the neon
ถ้าแพน
again,
ด้าอยู่
then Ivy, Margaret, you know, the rest of the team Persia as well, they're going to be that shield. A lot of stalling
ถ้าแพ
with
นด้าอยู่
the
ก็จะแพ้
Viper,
ใช่ไหม
Grim,
คะ
as well as the
จ้า
Vice.
Yeah, they're able to. It's still a util dump over by the B side.
เป็น
just
ตะ
to
กิ
hold
โล
on.
มาดูทัน
Just a hero rifle for Ivy carried over. And a bogey for Margaret holding A short. So they go for a fast push out of showers. Now they will continue to clear out other parts of the map. Talon happy to just wait.
มาแล้ว
Wondering if they're going to push out. And Notion's thinking about it. They don't really have too many options, right? They've already kind of invested to say that we are going to push out of A. Cruz just cuts the angle. Almost connects onto Do. But he does let Chip Boys know that there are more members on A.
He's looking to use that to abuse and cut off the rotation. 2 kills already. In with the Bucky. Unfortunately, it whiffs. Boys collects on the triple. And all that's left is just Ivy, the hero. Despite all feeling that pressure, Ivy just tries to hold the angle.
Yeah, Ivy knows they got up close because he heard the footsteps, so he's gonna
อ้า
try.
ว้าไม่ปิดตาปิดตา
Suddenly
ปิดตา
giving this away to the barrier mesh does make it a bit simpler for Talon. Question is, does Ivy still go for this? You do have the creds across the board, so
ใส่พ่อเมื่อ
absolutely
กี้
a worthy
เมื่อ
shot.
กี้เมื่อกี้ถอดแว่นแน่นอน
Flash as well, steel guarded.
เมื่อกี้ถอดแว่น
Oh, just
น่า
gonna pick
ต้อ
up
งใส่แว่นเอาไว้รู้แล้ว เมื่อกี้
Not
เมื่อ
able
กี้
to
ถอด
find
แว่น
the
นี่คือ
early
แบบ
shot.
เมื่อกี้ถอดแว่นแล้วหายเฉยไม่ได้ไม่ได้ไม่ได้
Midair.
ไอ้สงสัยว่าต้องใส่แว่นไว้
That's chef's kiss. That's premium right there. But at the same time, I mean, the entire round, the fact that Talon kind of set themselves up in this way, this fashion, knowing a bit of an anti-eco coming through, Cruz being able to hold and retrieve information, at least gets away with that 1 kill and picks up the Nightfall for the next round, mind you. But at the same time, leads the information over to Jit Boys. That's such big value.
So far, the bulk of that delay util being set up on B not quite working out. They also don't have that toxic screen successfully all the way through towards back
เยอะ
as well.
มาก
So
เลย
always
โย
members
ยิ
here.
ง
The Bumble's not gonna hit Dummy. Need to realize that.
ย่า
Fast lane almost gets the double.
ว้า
But they will
ว้าวไม่รู้รู้อยู่อยู่ข้างล่างไหม
to answer right back.
Ivy with the steel guard and a little bit extra security as well. I don't know if it was necessary,
มัน
but
เร็ว
why
มา
not? I mean, they
ก
just managed to sweep
มัน
that
เร็ว
round right
มา
underneath from Talon. Talon
ก
comes in with a strong and
มา
fast execute. He made the thrash as well, right? From A short, but just as quick because Dami was able to hold down showers. There was that little bit of a TP play coming from the rest of the team as well. They were just so quick to respond to Talon's
ส
execution.
ควอตแป๊บ
Yeah, I mean, despite some of that util not landing, Dombi still buys enough time for everyone to come in for this round, and then Notion's reading that, hey, we just need to hold on to backside. We just need to make sure that they don't expand that reach further. And so once again, it's up to Dombi to just delay on showers alone. So Talon wants to punish that, see if it's the correct read, because so far on the minimap, it has looked like it.
ฮ่าเอ้ย
Oh, nice shot, but not gonna land on the
เท่าไหร่แล้ว
head.
นะ
Dombi will get away with his life. Draws out the grab net against Talon's eco here, just with that.
ไม่เป็นดาวมาแล้วแพ้รัวเลยทุกคนอ่ะ
Okay. Well,
เป็นดาวบอกแล้วว่าเป็นที่เป็นดา I told you man
Long angle. I mean, Notion
It's
not
me.
quite covering
It's
for their
me.
teammates, and perhaps not expecting the Guardian coming out either.
It's me
They are gonna pay for that. So now the full stack, they already have Francis covering Fountain on the other side of the map. So the 3 members of Nongshim here is looking for the
สวัส
threat to
ดี
get each other
คุณ
in
สัน
close.
ไล
Has to walk out. He gets caught just in the last second by the Annihilation. Dombi relay bow. Does he push out? It's a timing pinch from either side, but only
Oh,
Ivy
no.
surviving. Maybe
อุ๊ย
that's
วาง
just
ได้
enough.
เฉย
Takes down more members.
Nice.
It's just down to Jip
จิตบอย you
Boys.
can do it จิตบอย
Goes across the cosmic divide. He
จิตบอย
Ivy looking for the
ไอ้แม่แม่
Jip Boys clear that it's a 1v2. Francis
1v2
not spotted.
1v1 หรือเปล่า
Jip
หัว
Boys,
บัง
the timing on the
1v1
baits him out.
1v1
Jip Boys is just
Me
going
dude.
to hold true.
จ้า
Waits for Francis to check the 50-50, and Jip Boys will get the Red Bull clutch.
Oh my god. I I mean, where do I even begin?
Oh,
What a round for both teams, but Talon, unfortunately, are going to be the ones to really bring it across the finishing line. And this time, it's not just Primi, it's Jit Boys. It plays Cruz at the same time. I mean, unfortunately, he falls, but it's a lot of info being gained, and the way that Ben was able to hold that long angle, getting a spam through, just so much information at hand, but it's down to some of these micro movements in place. I want to note how Ivy went in for the huge wide swing and stopped just in time to hold the angle. And at the same time, Jit Boys to go with the crouch peek on the
go!
So good. Next round comes in, and this time it's Nongshim to hold showers once again. There's a bit of a sky smoke on the other end, but Francis feeling the contact. He does thread the needle still.
Just a
มี
nice
พัสดุ
clean
มาส่ง
shot.
ด้วยแพนด้าแกะข
Is
องมัน
something that you've needed because if you're going to spend the smokes over by showers to deny information, you got to make sure you have a little bit more proactive information over by that B side. You can start to retreat because you still have the toxic screen, you still have that sheer wall, but we'll see how else it works out. Now looking at it, it does seem like they're purposely placing that toxic screen to basically act as that smoke that denies the jump peak on the sheer wall.
หันมาม
So
อง
giving them showers
หันมามอง
but the timing was so good on the poison orb, but the shots maybe not so much.
Stamby is still here and does have a get out of jail card, so trying to work around with it, avoids the nightfall, which is a bit of value as well. Orbital strike comes in, for Jit Boys to sneak through the smoke. He does find one onto Dombi, but Ivy for the trade. They get the read that it's a B hit at the end of it all, so Francis is here and ready to receive.
Yeah, he's just waiting. He dodges all the util. There's still 30 seconds, but it should be a tiny peek here from Governor. Doesn't even need it. He's gonna land 2 headshots back to back. Then the barrier mesh, and Talon look to secure another round. It is Persia, so we'd have to wait and see. But yeah, if you have to go through the barrier mesh, he says, you know what, this isn't worth trying. I'm just going to get picked apart. Governor's one away from his showstopper. We don't want to give it away for free.
I'm so sorry, Chober. I gotta apologize. I'm getting like overexcited in these rounds because you just have these moments where Talon has the setup.
พลังแห่งการสควอต
For Governor to come back in on the timing through with the off angle from elbow, but Primi gets the shots.
I mean, when you have Primi,
What?
it's really just an insurance plan that you never really have to cash out
สา
on.
ม
Oh my god.
It's great,
See.
clean shots. But the adjustment that Nongshim made, honestly, in my head, I was thinking you kind of have to do the same thing. You purposely have a Viper and a Brim. You got to use those Brim smokes, at least one, a little bit more aggressively to deny that information, because the other side,
พลังแห่งสกิล
a lot of that early active info, whether it's Prowlers, Han, Dizzy used to make sure that they can inch forward and then launch an all-out attack on these attacking rounds. So this time they correctly push out of showers with that. They even go for the peak from Francis. He's waiting for it, gets the kill. He still got the info, but then dragged across, and Talon still had the backup plan for the rotate. So that will call for the timeout, where it's up to the coaches of Nongshim, Silkanon and Val Analysis, to try to give a solution.
Yeah, I gotta figure it out. I mean, they did go for that early sky smoke outside of bats. Maybe this time you want to look at something outside of A-short a little bit more as well. I mean, this is where you really think, you know, you're using that toxic screen to really block off Garden as well as Hookah, right? But maybe you still do want to kind of need it for that toxic screen that goes through the teleporter outside of showers. Then you can maybe use the Brimstone for something else. But just kind of throwing some possible solutions there. Not quite sure what they're looking at exactly.
Honestly, I think a decent adjustment would be to move the sheer wall over to A short. Now that one can be jumped over, but then you pair it still with the poison cloud, and you still have some way that one's not easy to just jump peek for free because it's going to be diagonal. You have to peek out way wide. You're able to spot it from heaven. Obviously, you might get smoked off, but that's a consideration to have. But for now, it looks like it's still going to be that toxic screen over just on that B side. A little bit of a different angle since the sheer wall I don't think is there. We'll have to wait and check. Yeah, not used just yet by Ivy.
Okay, so just keeping it for now. It is a bit of a half buy.
Yeah, just to push out being lower on that eco. You do have that hero rifle on Persia. That's what they want to set up for. It's the scout and then the double peek, triple peek. It just continues. How many members are on here? Talon, it doesn't matter. They got to start to make a run towards that A site. They have to just give up the weapons.
All right, so just starting things off with a little bit of a read, but it is Ivy isolated on the A site. He's gonna have to try to hold lips for dear life. Spots on Cruz on a swivel.
Nice crew.
Cruz is able to swing right back against him.
โอ้โหสแปมมาเชลนะกลัวมาก
Dombi arriving just in time to make
สิบ
sure
บอยครับ
that at the
สิบอยหา
very
ที่
least
หลบ
pushes them back away from the
กบ
backside. That's
ก
gonna
บเอาไง
attack some people. So you know two
กบไปแล้ว
Showstopper comes out.
มาแล้ว Showstopper มาแล้ว
Just playing
ทวงเวลา
for time, and he'll get exactly what he gambled for.
sends it, and that's a bit of a signal for Dambi to start his
ดัมบี้
assault
มา
in with the overdrive. Gets a
โอ้
little
ได้
space alongside
หา
the
คน
flank spots Governor
จ
out
บ
by the
กับ
outside of
โดน
Lamps.
กบ
Ooh,
งงมาก
Governor able to
ยังไง
tag and spray him
ยังไง
down. Jitboy still holding on
จิต
the
โอ้
outside.
อ้าว
Oh,
จิต
Astro
โอ้
gets
เสีย
caught
ดาย
by the shot. Now
ใช่มี
the
อ้อ
Ribby on with their onslaught. Jumping right click into Governor. Cruz has to hold it up from Cubby, but no! Margaret with the sprays. The
ไม่
spike
ทัน
goes off.
โหเพย์ไทม์สวยครั
Unfortunately, still
บ
around for Talon.
Yeah, Talon delays just long enough, and I love that they use a showstopper to counter that, because Nongshim, the idea is, let's send out the Nightfall, and then we're going to go with the overdrive. Now, the overdrive has to wait, but you still think, okay, we have a chance because we had them trapped up over by Lamps, and we should be able to just use this Neon, as we often do, as that bait, but this time, just not enough movement available for Dambi as he's stuck up against that wall. And it's a nice clean shot from Governor that shuts down the speed of that retake and buys enough time for Cruz to just delay them. That's going to be the 10th clutch for him here in VCT Pacific, but no time to celebrate as we move right on in. Judge at the ready, Cosmic Divide right off the bat. And this means Talon, they're not really going to care about showers at all for the time being.
Yeah, they're happy to kind of just work their way around the A site without the showers control. Nongshim are the ones who have to kind of work the angles around. It's not going to be easy, man. At the other time, it's going to be Ivy up around towards maybe the backside of Spawn or Heaven. Margaret trying to kind of launch a bit of a flank through.
Ban has to get this. Ban has to get the win, and he will. That means the rest of his teammates can still watch for that ban, can still create that crossfire.
โอ้ย
It's
โอ้ย
gonna
โอ้ย
be a
โอ้ย
lot
โอ้ย
of delay.
อัน
There's
ติ
the
ปัน
trash
ติ
as well. I love it. Just the proactivity just to buy
เพ
some
ทัน
time.
เพ
You
ทัน
don't
ได้
need to greed for the kills, because otherwise they still have to deal with all this
เขามาแล้ว
util delay over on
ส
the
วย
spike itself. Ban good for another kill here on the flank. They're trying to go for the spray. Persia sprays down through the smoke with the Phantom. Governor all alone
ยินดี
stops
ต้อน
it
รั
at
บนะ
half.
คะทวงทวงทวงทวง
Timing, he gets
ว้า
Persia will snipe him out on
ขอบคุณนะคะคุณทาลี
starting
ขอบคุณสำหรับ26 เดือนด้วยนะคะ
Oh my god. Truly both sides are fighting neck and neck. I mean, Talon leading in the score right now, but Nongshim able to strike back in this round. You were thinking that maybe Nongshim are taking their time to work around the map on this retake. That's going to take quite a bit, where Talon is able to keep themselves up by the forward positions to hold them off and buy just enough time to take that time away from the spike. But unfortunately, Nongshim was still able to fight them back.
แล้วกดต่อไปเขาไม่ได้ยินเสียงเชียร์นะคะ
Looking to come back Nongshim with a triple swing. Margaret gets in that trade against
เอาเทร
Governor.
ดไปได้นะคะ
It does seem like Talon is getting more and more ready for these multi-swings, but at the end of the day, it's just still too many people. Governor was clean for one, but yeah, here is that adjustment. Cruz not able to make it
Oh,
across, but
nice!
he says, all right, come fight me. I'm stuck here with you, but it doesn't quite matter. There's Dambi. He realizes it's a surround, and it's
Nice!
just too late. Jit Boys and Cruz will draw all the attention. They'll go deep with the stars to mask all the information, and the spike will be delivered to the A site.
Bit of a prowler from Cruz to check as well, but the spike, yes, at the end of it does go down. It's 2 players from Nongshim against 4 from Talon. Not an easy retake, might just be the save.
Yeah, you consider the credit situation. I mean, as much as Persia would
Save.
love to get their
Save,
strike
save.
out of this life, it's
Nice,
going
nice.
to be a little dicey. No, if you trade it with Primizel, it doesn't really mean much value. So it will just be the hold. Margaret just going to keep an eye out at that long angle, see if people start marching forward. But I think Talon will be happy just to take the round. 10th round here, as they're leading currently 6-3. Try to get that 7, which would guarantee a 7-5 half. Not the end of the world, but given how things are looking, Talon wants more.
Very much so. You would think, though, I mean, just a bit of theory here. Going into the next half, Talon has a lot of retake potential. They can stall with a deadlock as well. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, this is a really defensive composition with a double controller as well as Ivy on the Vi. So you would think that they need more rounds on their defensive half as well. But then again, they've got Dambi, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, even on the attack, obviously you can still have, especially if you're playing half contact as well, that Vice, can work both ways. But the real big thing here is they kind of have to win by delay, especially given Talon's composition. Once Talon gets on site, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. And so we're going to have to see Nongshim. I mean, the whole point when you look at Viper, when you look at agents like Vice, is about that delay. Even Brimstone to a certain extent. And so with that switch now, with the screen going through that teleporter, as we talked about during that timeout, as I mentioned, the sheer wall now working off of the Razor Vines and the Flash and the potential Poison Cloud over by Short. That shuts down A side pretty much. For all the delay possible, you just have to hold on. The toxic screen, where is it? You're just out in the open fighting. And now Dombey, Relay Bolt comes up.
ว้าสวยครู
as he always does, but that is exactly
มี
where
คนหนึ่ง
sometimes he will
ฟราน
fall
ซิส
as he gets
ส
too
วย
close to the sun, and Talon once again shutting down any attempt at holding the site from Nongshim.
They're carrying forward with that steel confidence as well. I mean, Talon not really slowing down. Cruz, unfortunately, will be the one to fall, but at least they are able to hold a lot of this space and gather more information because of that ban. Able to keep himself posted up inside of elbow. Spots another play. Ooh, does get dinked though. And has to kind of throw down that mosh pit to buy a little bit more time and save. Orbital Strike comes out from Persia to clear a little bit more space, but at the same time, a bit of a trap in. Oh, Ivy's still able to land a flick though, but Primi comes back onto the trade. It's just Persia. Gets the shot on towards Primi and hides inside of the smoke to try to stick it through, but Jit Boys hops in with the Vandal to take the pop shot right in space.
ว้าว
Yeah, he will go down, but he did have the credits saved up for that last round. So Talon, I mean, the shots are still there. You got to give respect to Nongshim, right? You have members like Persia. He's got to get those dinks, whether it's through the wall or not, and he'll be a threat. But again, it doesn't matter if you land the crazy shots because of just how much that Nongshim has to battle through. And we can talk all about how they need to fix it, but now they only have one last chance to even get to 4. And Talon's already smiling at this first half.
Yeah, Governor back in with the judge as well. You know, they're just happy to keep going in with that quick-paced hit. So maybe looking for the A short execute again, but here's that sheer wall, right? Maybe able to block them off for the time being. Steel Garden immediately procced, but here comes Ban as well. Comes in for the shot. Jit Boys from the back!
The trades were so good. Baits out the ultimate, potentially baiting out the sheer wall. Governor immediately takes a U-turn, and the long-range guns from back aren't quite hit by the Steel Garden, but Francis, nice and clean with it. Dombey extends, resets the fight. There's the Relay Bolt, but Governor's ready for it. He's had that judge. He was waiting to serve Dombey a bit of his own medicine.
How you like them apples? Francis and Margaret now. One from the front, one from the back.
สวัสดีคุณมิมิอีกนะคะ
Nonetheless noted by Talon.
ส่วนมากทารอนเราบอกว่าเอาได้เยอะๆนะคะ สวย
Same time, Cruz so ready to turn around. Meanwhile, Margaret has so many more targets. Goes in for the 90-degree flip, but then comes Primi right from underneath heaven. Gets the shot. Talon ends the first half 9-3.
Yeah, we're just going to chalk that up to playing bait for Primi there from Governor. We're not going to read into that one too much, but I mean, the play here, the call, it is so good. And Governor, whether it was always meant to be the play or whether it's just a quick reaction, it doesn't matter because it's so good. The U-turn away with the blast back and just baits out the Steel Garden, and then there's people there to trade for him as he hides away in Cubby and waits for his weapon to come back. It is an absolute call from Cruz and crew as Talon now leads 9-3 at the half. And I mean, it's looking kind of similar to that T1 match. They just come to bind and Talon says, nah, when we play our map, things are going to be different.
Play their own map, they stick to their own game plan, they're going in this head fast and strong, especially on the attacking half.
เขา3ถ้าเกิดว่ากันได้ก็ไปต่อ
They're keeping true to their game plan of getting the spike down and holding a lot of forward space up against Nongshim as well. So this is where I start to worry a little bit. How does this composition look for Nongshim?
แต่ว่าทำอะไรอยู่นะครับทุกคน
Well, some Dombey fans, as he's been getting a lot of fans around the world, win or lose. People love watching this guy play. But if you can't make it through the best of 3 today, that is the end of the kickoff run for either of these teams. And you can see Dombey feeling that pressure and just tapping himself on the head. We got Nongshim and Shinramyeon fans as well. See if Nongshim can try to keep another Korean team alive here in VCT Pacific, or Talon will rise up as that last remaining Southeast Asian squad, and of course, the potential hometown heroes for Masters Bangkok.
Or if we will even see that third map on split. Let's start things off. Nongshim a little bit fanned out across the map.
Talon is just a complete surround. All they want is one, and they'll get it for free. Primi, still good for it. Okay, the Baramish goes up.
มาครับ
so
4-3
Now, are they wary of Margaret? Not sure if they heard.
สวัสดีตลอดนะ
But it's gonna be a great
โอ้ย
watch,
ตะโกนจะไม่รู้จะตะโกนยังไงแล้ว
leading in numbers 4-2. Nongshim, they're just gonna split up. They're gonna take the 1v1s.
หัวใจจะวายไปหลายรอบแล้ว
Talon, they were waiting to group up as 3.
ต้องเปลี่ยนร่างอะนะ
A lot of time, a lot of space for them to have to re-clear. Ivy going to work on that delay.
4-2 ครับ
Can use that on a timing.
จะได้ไหม
Start to pressure Nongshim or Talon quite a bit on this retake. So Cruz creeping in. He should find Persia. Yeah, they just had their backs against each other. And now he turns around, and that should be the call. Ivy now stuck on the side. On finds him. Governor lands the shot, and it is going to be the defuse. All 4 pistol rounds so far going to Talon.
That should have a bit of confidence for the Talon fans out there. But at the same time, Nongshim just trying to do what they can, being able to flood in the site. Stalling off towards spawn and coming back in for the attempt at a right click against Cruz as well, but at the same time I think a lot of the Talon players have been showing a lot more potential, a lot more levels to their gameplay as well right now. I mean Cruz namely finding a lot more frags, at the same time Governor is just playing for the team.
Another double judge as well against Dombi's Neon here on the anti-eco, and another which he was fighting a lot of with against T1.
Squad.
Set up for again. There's the Prowler. Gets cleared for him. Well, they know he's stuck. Could just go for the spam through the wall. You know the season's there. Governor holds true to his faith. Lands the shot eventually. Francis down. No information on that side of the map anymore. And now Margaret, he'll have to rejoin. But on this force buy here from Nongshim, it's not looking great.
Still okay for now. Primi to hold out Garden.
Oh, the grab net timing so good as well. And now
Ban.
Wait, it is a bit of a trick. To make sure he lands the timing, and he'll just get the shots right onto Margaret. The Sonic
วันนี้ก็
Sensor
เยอะ
doing
ไปนะ
its job.
คิดว่านะ
Nongshim gets on the site, but not quite safe enough to really stick it through. They're gonna try to do it inside of the 2, but okay, Dambi takes out Ban. Might have a big pick up 2. Ivy with the Guardian shots back in towards elbow though. That does even out the odds a little.
Persia resets. You've already closed on the other side with the judge. Ivy, he needs to win these fights. He's waiting for the double swing out, but it's okay. Dombi gets it on the other side. Dombi's going for the
Bang,
and the double pump. Dombi gets the 4K to keep Nongshim in the game.
Remember, when it's hurt.
Talon. You have 4 pistols. 4 pistols. It's just Dombi alongside the rest of the team. They were able to strike back against them. Ban tried to do his best to really hold, but down to the
สวยแต่ว่าต้องยอมรับว่าดัมบี้แบบว่าผิวไหวมากแต่ว่าเสียดายเดียวเองโอ้โหเลือดน้อยนะคะถ้าเลือดเยอะคิดว่าน่าจะรอดอยู่นะไม่เป็นไร
I mean, the crazy thing is Talon. They had to make the choice of okay, do we close the gap or not? But Dombi just says, well, it doesn't matter. I know you guys have chipped a little bit. Meanwhile, double kills across the map. Margaret and Francis getting one each at long range.
สควอตก่อนสควอตเอาเลย
For that previous round, no buys on the side of Talon. Just 3 classics left, all grouped and huddled together in hookah.
I mean, you can't. There's nothing that you can really buy up. Maybe get the utility to stay for the next round, and right now it's just Nongshim feeling that confidence in return on their attacking side. And I was thinking about it, but when you got Dombi online and he's just able to do his thing, you got some range on the other side with Margaret on the Outlaw as well, picked up from the previous round maybe, or bought up, and they're able to really march in a little bit more now. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, so much time. They're just waiting to see if Talon. I mean, are you going to choose to push or not?
ตัดได้สักตัวนึงก็
Either
เลิ
you
ศ
push
แล้ว
or
ทารอน
you get hunted down by Margaret, who is on the lookout for them. Now, nobody's expecting this. If the timing works out perfectly. Okay, well, Francis is going to watch out for his
โอ้เขาเห็นแล้วเสียดายนิดเดียวเองถ้าปืนใหญ่กว่านี้เนี่ยนะ
They will find one more. Now down to 2. And everyone says, all right,
แบบนี้เนี่ยนะ
so we don't want to deal with this.
สวัสดีคุณซีโบด้วยนะคะ
Still just kind of lurking, hovering around Market at the same time. He could possibly come back in. Spike goes down around B. You got Ivy inside of the TP, and he's just holding for it. Goes in for the double peek out. Talon probably looking to die to the spike, or maybe look for the exits.
Yeah, I mean, right now the angles
น่า
are
จะต้อง
holding
รอ
it's just exits and then
รอ
walk to the
ระเบิด
spike
แน่
is most
แล้วนี่
likely Nongshim will, the majority of them hopefully pushed away towards that defender spawn, which is exactly what's happening. But look at Domby. He wants more because he's got that teleporter right next to him, so he'll wait until the very last second. Oh, Remy spotted.
Oh.
He's got to watch out. He's got to make sure he can die one way or another in this round.
โอ้สวยสวย
They'll actually get 2 for their troubles. Well, the plan works out so far, and Domby will eventually close out the round.
Yeah, looking for another one still.
โอ้ยตัดไปได้
At least
2
some alt orbs or alt points for Talon, but Nongshim able to come back in and clean up as well. So once again, not too bad for the upcoming rounds, but it is quite a bit for Nongshim to really claw their way back through to even out the gap.
Yeah, I mean, you miss out on one more round, and suddenly Nongshim is just chomping at your heels. So Talon will have to make sure that they're locked
เดี๋ยวสวย
in.
ละตัดไปได้
Coming
2
up to the spy in the next round. Another
Hey,
view
yeah.
over at the Busan Esports Arena, I assume.
Yeah, they got popcorn there.
They got all sorts of stuff down there, and they'll have even more for the finals, it seems, for kickoff. I think a lot of people looking to get there, as we have a lot of Korean influencers visiting for the festival as well. But Nongshim now group up inside of Showers. Talon, they're just going to wait to see what the first moves are, looking to react to Nongshim's setup.
โอ้ยแต่ว่าต้องเสร็จโอ้ย
Just not assuming
Oh,
that anyone could have
Sedai.
actually just crept through off of that haunt.
อ้า
So Nongshim knowing very well that Talon is going to kind of work as an elastic band. You get a reaction from one side, there's got to be movement
โอ้
on
เสีย
the
ดาย
other.
พี
And
ค
Nongshim
ไม่
just
ได้
waits and holds true. If it's not util, it's going to be contact, and Talon pays for it.
Nongshim are just so steady to be able to find these one-on-ones at the same time as well, right? I mean, it's just Margaret on his own, but
แต่ก็พอได้อยู่นะ 3-5
one-on-one now back into it with the numbers. They can then
ถ้าตัด
retrieve
ตัวได้
information, and that's
พลิก
what
ได้
the Prowler
พลิก
was
ได้
for
แน่นอน
Francis.
โกบมาโกบ
Sussed
มา
out that maybe not too much around the A site. They
แล้ว
come
เขาไป
in
บีอ่ะ
with a quick rendezvous towards B.
แล้วเขาไป
As
บี
soon as Barry
อ่ะ
Mesh drops. Well, that might have been a bit of a tell.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
barrier mesh just going to be destroyed as well.
มาแล้ว
And it
โยน
does look
ของ
like
ใส่
Talon,
ปู
I
ป้า
think
ปูป้า
they should
เข้าอย่าง
just
ร
be
วดเร็ว
saving
นะฮะ
here, just given the setup already, right? If it's A, let's go for the 50-50. If it's A, we fight. But if not, let's just get the barrier mesh out there and know if it's going to be that B side or not, because right now they need to carry over these weapons, because otherwise you're giving away 2 for free, absolutely.
โอ้ก็น่าจะเป็น
You
16
said
แล้วนะ
early
ตา
on as
นี้
well, right? Like this could be just that one round, and maybe Nongshim starts to chomp at their heels. Like this is where I really start to think, at which point does Talon call timeout? Because right now they're starting to, go away
ก็ทำไมมัน
with,
แปลก
not a great start
โด
to
เน
the
ทไม่ขึ้น
second half.
ไม่อัป
I
เด
mean,
ต
in my head, I'm if we look at the pattern from Frost and Jovi so far, the coaching staff for Talon, I'm imagining a timeout coming out next round. I mean, I'm imagining that they're just
มา
gonna
แล้ว
have to,
มาแล้ว
you know,
มาล่า
how do you
แล้ว
wanna play the default, what needs
เข้า
to
มา
change,
แล้
are you getting
ว
your information, right? Make sure
เข้า
that
มา
you
แล้
use
ว
some
เร็ว
of that
เฮ้ยหรือว่าเรา
utility
ต้อง
a bit more early on to just secure that space and then hold it, whatever it may be, because if you're obviously holding passive
Wow.
with the amount of smokes that they have, I know
ลูก
it's
ค้า
going to be
ต้อง
a
เปิด
creep in and a contact play. So
หรือว่า
you
จะต้อง
spend
ถ
a
อด
little
แว่
bit,
น
but just a haunt, you're not getting too much for your troubles
ห
if
รื
you
อ
just
ว่า
blast it. So we'll see if Talon
หรือ
goes
ว่า
for
จะ
a
ต้อง
chase
ถอด
and
แว่น
be a bit more fight,
หรือ
a
ว่าจะ
little
ต้อง
bit
ถอด
more
แว่นเรียกขวัญ
skirmish
กำลัง
early
ใจ
on to clear out an entire portion of the map.
Maybe grouped up together to push
เคิร์ด
to find a little bit more contact and information, possibly, because from the previous rounds, it's just them all spread out across the map. This time, the 3 stack on B, and then the push out on towards B long to look for something, but Nongshim sprays through. Oh.
Yeah, that ult orb, they know that ban is away from just one. Governor.
ก็โดนมา
Perfect timing from Margaret, but Governor gets out with his life, so he'll be safe for the time being. Meanwhile,
เอาชีวิตรอดแรก
and Talon
เท
is a firing
ส
squad
วย
waiting for
วิ่ง
Nongshim. They
วิ่ง
finally get
โด
off
น
the trap net.
วิ่ง
They should
วิ่ง
hear that. The
ว้า
ping
วว้าวว้าว อ้า
Francis stays alive and takes the roll out.
How? He was not meant to do that. He was hit by the grab net, the grab well.
Holy!
He's still
มา
Phantom. Just got
Man!
showstopper. Maybe an opportunity there, but find so much.
Razor Vines activated. Governor just has to skirt all the way around. Even if Margaret watching the back, so Ivy, he's going to be laser focused on this angle. It's a timing between the two, and he finds Governor first on the peak as Nongshim catches
Talon
up to
just
7.
3
3 away from evening out the score. And the next round is one where Talon can't afford too much. Maybe a bit of a half
Just
upgrade pistol, but that's it. Just what an incredible round coming through. Talon had the adjustment, maybe the slight counter to be able to peek out and push with the firing squad. They even had the utility, but Francis was there to spray, get all of them down into the ground.
Yeah, I almost think maybe a bit too much respect, right? They surely should have heard. I mean, maybe it was the chaos they did it, but the pin being pulled out from the grab net. Now, could it have been fixed? Sure. But they hear that, then they want to activate the gravel. And then they say, let's play it safe, let's send out the Prowler. But that gives Francis time to pull out the pin, reposition, take a step back, and create an advantageous angle for himself where they are just following out of a bottleneck. And now Talon already getting caught up to just a 3-point differential.
Just down to all these tiny little moments, tiny little crucial moments where maybe not hearing the pin pulled out, or even just the graph net and the way that they peeked out, all kind of fumbling everything.
Wait,
but we'll see if this out can truly bring Talon back in from. Well, I wanted to say the brink, but they are up 10-7, so if they can actually get a round back through, maybe just a few more rounds and they could reach match point. They have some ultimates in the sheriffs on their side, Talon.
Okay.
Now just gonna hold that spot.
Yay!
Look at their position. It's just two people out front to try to get some information. Nothing over by B, so it's not a full stack, it's not a rush. They hear some of that Vice utility, but they're just going to ignore it, and they say, okay, this is how we go for this 50-50 choice on an eco, right? Instead of just saying blindly, let's go for a stack on A or B, let's get some information on B, let's make it look like we want more information on B, and then as we see no reaction, just Vice util, it's going to be a stack onto the other side.
Bit of a jiggle as well, so that confirms quite a bit of information, so the stars will be procced for the smoke, the nebula coming through. But at the same time, Bats is kind of afforded. Margaret gets to kind of slip through, maybe find something, almost.
Yeah, but that's now two people that Nongshim has seen. They don't need to go into the A site. Wonder if that changes anything, and Talon wonders the same thing. They're starting to think, okay, well, we're gonna put down the barrier mesh as well, just to prevent them from getting into lamps. We're going to tell them that we are set up here, and Nongshim says, that barrier mesh, something's weird about that. We'll just say you guys can stay trapped in lamps because you have the shorter weapons, and we're just going to take the front of sight.
And they're going to spend as much as they can to really get those rounds in, just to even out the score against Talon. Nightfall sent through, they get the spike down now, they're looking to hold towards the back. Let Talon through, it's okay, we have the firepower.
Now Cruz, see if he can find a shot, but there should be a shear wall right in front of him, so he's just waiting as long as possible for a kill.
Oh my
god! As he sees the Dizzy come out, you know the Gecko's right behind it, and he'll get 2 for his troubles. Now Dombi going in for another for himself as well. Nongshim all getting the kills they need to, and Ivy will hold the gate. Margaret coming around, seeing if he can maybe get one more ult point. One way or another, he was hoping to get it, but Van will say, you know what, I'm just going to look to go down to the spike, and eventually Margaret gets that ult point he so wanted.
Still gets it.
สวัสดีนะคุณฟ้าคิดถึงจังเลยไม่ได้เจอกันเลยใช่แล้วแพนด้าหายไปนานแล้วกลับมาดีกว่าไม่ได้แล้วทุกคนแต่กิโลเริ่มเคิร์นแล้วแต่ต้องกลับมา
crucial pieces of big utility for the upcoming rounds, right? They're sitting
แพนด้าว่ามันเริ่มเคิร์นแล้วแพนด้าว่าถึงเวลากลับมาแล้ว
Margaret wanted the kill there himself, it sounds like. Showing some expression, showing some life. Started to really wake up yesterday against RRQ, and now continuing leading the board for his team at 14 kills alongside Ivy. The op finally comes out for Governor. This is another thing that Talon shined at. They were able to set up Governor and then rotate everyone over to the other side. And so far, similar setup, but the one Prowler from Francis draws so much attention away from Talon.
เปลี่ยนเพื่อสิริมงคลใช่แล้วค่ะถ้าเกิดว่าเราโดนเคิร์นแล้วก็ต้องแอนตี้เคิร์สต่อนะคะ
You do have Jit Boys watching the angle. Oh, okay, Dizzy doesn't spot anything either.
I mean, Nongshim, and they creep all the way into showers during all this time. They're finally going to spot somebody, but there's the Steel Garden, so knowing that they should have the weapons advantage, there's the overdrive as well. Dambi, okay, I was getting a little afraid that he might chase all the way through because he does that sometimes, but for now, Nongshim will secure that A site.
Able to hold. Margaret does have Snakebite as well, but okay. Bit of a nightfall right back at them, coming out from Cruz.
Yeah, just one tag, so that's going to be the full chase from Thrash. Lamps pushed all the way through, but the Razorvine prevents a follow-up from Talon.
Oh.
There's a fast lane coming back up as well to deny information. Mask, if anyone's, refilled the site. Now Governor jumping through, Showstopper online. Nongshim will just wait for it. They still haven't heard the spike being tapped. Eventually gets Dambi from close range. You've now taken over the site, but can you survive the util? They can't quite knock away the Molly. Half done by Wingman. Persia gets taken out.
Nice!
Deleted from
Nice!
One more for Cruz, and it all comes down to Margaret, but he just doesn't have the vision.
โอ้ nice we back นี่ทุกคนดู this is
But unfortunately, Talon were able to come back in
แพ
quick
นด้าการเปลี่ยนโมเดลของเรานั้นช่างมีประโยชน์เหลือเกิน
Thanks to that nightfall,
ไม่เกี่ยวหรอก
thankfully from
แต่ว่าแบบ
Cruz
มัน
to be
ใช้
able to
ได้
stick
นะ
out
ทุกคนเห็นไหม
up to 11.
พอแพนด้ากลับมาแล้วอะ
Down to halfway,
แล้วก็
just
ชนะ
add
เลย
that
เห็นไหม
as well, right? I mean, if that
ศักดิ์
wasn't
สิทธิ์ที่
there,
สุดอะ
maybe Snakebite could have done a little bit
อ๋อ
more, or maybe for Margaret to get in with
ใครจะสู้
close range enough
สวัสดี
to
คุณ
find
อุ
two
ริมินา
sprays.
ไอ้
Thankfully, Talon sneaks that round
สวัส
right
ดีคุณอุริ
underneath
มา
them.
นะคะ
And it is 11 to 8.
บ้า
Still sitting on
มี
the
ความ
cusp
ศัก
of
ดิ์สิทธิ์ของแพน
divide.
ด้าบ้า
Now, of course,
Oh.
that operator out from Governor as well, back in towards Belong once again.
Yeah, once again, it's a setup. He finds more than one, I believe, and just going to back out. Rushes for the shot. More than
ไม่ต้องรีบไม่ต้องรีบ เสร็จแปดเสร็จแปด
immediately to Hookah.
อีกสองรอบ
Calls for backup over from Premi.
กำลังตื่นเต้นค่ะ กำลังตื่นเต้น
A site Nongshim quickly rotating over. Jit Boys continues to jiggle for information, but it's a little bit risky.
แพนด้ากำลังตื่น
There
ตู
is
ม
a heavy stack on B from Talon. Still
โอ้
not
พีค
able
ไม่
to
ได้
pick up
เล
the
ยนะ
contact, get the contact.
พีคแล้วโดน
And
ทำ
Nongshim
โทษ
reaches
อ่ะ
accurately as well. They know
ของ
that
เยอะ
speed
มาก
is on their side. The rotation so far have really been going as they have intended, but this time, Jit Boys trying to play hero on the site. He is chipped down to 29. He's got to back out.
While he backs out, Dambi holds on towards Lamps. Viper Spit comes up from Margaret, and this is going to be Nongshim's to hold. They're trying to keep this fort space as much as
โน้ใส่
possible
อัน
while
ติ
Talon
เพื่อ
tries to launch
เพื่อ
an
ให้
assault
ได้
from
เราเลย
the
เนาะ
other side, just around the pit. They're going to try to break their way through it.
All right, the Molly just really making sure nobody can actually come through on the pit. Right now, Nongshim just making it so hard for Talon to find any entry, whether it's from above or in front. But Premi starts to break through the line.
Nice!
Jit Boys joins him. So does Ban. The pit goes down, and it's just a clear field. And Dambi gets taken out.
Nice!
Talon now at map point, looking to extend this to split.
Masterfully dissecting the pit. They keep
Just one
themselves
round!
surrounded
Just
on
one
the site.
round!
And in with that graph net.
อุ๊ยแต่เมื่อ
possibly
กี้
the
สวยมาก
front line
ต้องบอก
Cruz
ว่า
as
แบบ
well. They were able to clear out
ใช้
quite a
ของกัน
bit.
ดีมาก
And
นะ
because
คะ
of that,
แล้ว
the
ก็
multiple
เข้าไป
peaks
แบบ
in through it, they were able to still, deal with
โอ้
Nongshim's
โห
utility or the ultimate at the same time. I mean, Nongshim, they had some positions as
ส
well.
วย
They were still able to hold despite the graph net and everything.
สวย
But
สวยสวย
Talon's
สวยสวย
forces were just a little bit too overwhelming, and that
ไปค่ะ
set
อีกนิด
that
จะแบบ
point
3
then
แล้ว
coming out.
And that's going to be the timeout. Nongshim, I mean, they had
เพราะพี่เต้
a
เปลี่ยน
heck
โห
of
ม
a
ดได้
long
ใช่แล้วล่ะ
They would love to try to finish things a bit earlier
คิดเอง
tonight,
เอา
but
เอง
Talon says that's not going to be possible. So Nongshim, it's going to be up to the coach.
เพิ่มความสิริมงคล นี่ เพิ่มความสิริมงคลให้ทารอนยังไงล่ะ
Yeah, on towards a round like this, I do wonder if Talon will use Nongshim's timeout as well to really try to go on a bit of a push out on the defensive side to try to deny Nongshim from setting up their executes.
อีกแค่ตาเดียวเท่านั้นนะคะ แต่ก็อย่าเพิ่งประมาทนะคะ ทุกอย่างเกิดขึ้นได้
Last couple rounds, the push and pull from Nongshim fairly effective, but Talon just making sure that they don't take any unnecessary risk, really staying disciplined if you're the ones on the weaker side, making sure that you're ready for the retake. And operator still online as well here for Governor, and that's something that Nongshim just hasn't quite solved.
I was wondering about that, but this time Governor is not on B long. He's actually marking the angle towards A short.
Switching that up every single round, as any good operator should do. And Nongshim seems to be a little wary of a potential push out. Now the smoke looking to basically act as that fake. draw them in. Try to let them know, hey, you could try to get some more information over this box, Governor. He's just watching that one angle. Cruz has his back. He saw the ears of Vice, waiting for an opportunity, and Cruz is the fake out was completed. Governor trapped now in the back of sight. Shorty v Shorty. He decides. His decision. It will not be as Margaret guns him down.
He fired off one shot, but as soon as he started feeling a little bit more, as soon as he missed that one shot, he knew he had to try to get away.
timingน่าเสียดายทุกคนเนาะ
spray him in the back, so just as
ไท
soon
มิ่ง
as
น่า
the
เสียดาย
round
มาก
started, just as soon as
เมื่อ
we
กี้
saw
โอ้
that
โห
toxic screen curtain fall, the whole round was over.
I mean, Cruz
Timing
wanting to get a
น่าเสียดาย
bit more
จริง
information, see if anyone's peeked over, because they saw the Vice still hiding behind the box the last time Governor checked. And Talon, they wanted just a little bit more, and they paid for that curiosity. Domby just looking for quite a bit more value, 3,100 creds. This time I'm fine with it. You know, it's not like he's overextending before the round is over. Well, maybe Francis pays for a little bit himself, but they will look to try to take away whatever weapons, but it will just be Nongshim losing out on their own. And Jit Boy's looking sharp.
I mean, sure, but you know, this is Talon at map point, close to their ultimate. I guess, yeah, you can just go for whatever you can get if you are close to it anyway.
โอ้จังหวะน่าเสียดายมาก
Really
นะคะ
where things shine. Margaret chasing through, knowing that the site was empty as well. Good news for Talon is, yeah, Jit Boy's still looking confident, right? He didn't overextend that hero play
เสี
2
ยดาย
rounds
เสีย
ago
ดาย
as
แต่ไม่เป็นไร
well. So they still have 3 more chances. Cosmic Divide still online, by the way. 3 rounds in a row for Jit Boys.
Hasn't quite found the opportunity to use it, but right now, okay, Nongshim earlier on the A execute this time, thinking about pushing in towards Hoop, but Ban up on the 2.
น่าจะ
Spot
การ
them out.
ดันเนาะตอนนี้เพราะถ้าลองเองก็น่าจะลองให้เข้าไซด์ก่อนนะคะไม่น่าจะดัน
Jit Boys' position, but nobody getting tagged there
พิมี่
early on
ใกล้
by the
มาก
Arcros. Eventually it gets deleted,
ทู
so they know at least somebody is still watching over by that B side.
Still, though, quite a bit of question marks with the fog of war on the other side, so maybe going back to the initial plan of slipping through from this toxic screen, going a little bit faster this time. Nightfall at the same time as well to push any potential onlookers away, but Primi inside the lamps not quite hit by anything until Dambi slides in though. It's just Governor on the back. And Tommy comes in just as aggressively.
โอ้เสียดายอ่ะ
He wasn't tagged by the
Oh
Nightfall.
my
He tried to
god
reposition.
โอ้เป็นได้ไม่ไปแล้วทุกคน
But
มัน
Domby
ตื่
is
นเต้น
simply just too fast
มัน
for
เจ็บ
these
ปว
players.
ด
I mean, Primi
มัน
he
ลุ้น
wanted
เกิน
to fight, tried to line himself up against that
ลุ้น
slide,
เกิน
but Domby gets
ปวด
right
ใจ
under it, and he's able to take out the entire
ไป
site.
พิมพ์
Yo, he's
ไปพิมพ์ยังไงเธอ
too furious. It's not Tokyo Drift, it's Soul Drift. I can't believe how he's able to just turn the whole round away just by taking down 2 players. Now Talon for 10-12 effectively.
Well, Persia will meet his fate. That puts Cruz 1 away from the Nightfall, so Nongshim does have to be careful, but Domby wants his overdrive as well. He says, I'm fine giving you an ult if I get it myself. Eventually,
12-10
they
นะคะ
will reside
Just
with
one
the weapons
round.
in hand. And the big
Just one
question
round
becomes,
ไม่ได้แล้ว
does Nongshim
ไม่
go
ได้
for a title win in this next round? Because the past 3 rounds in a row,
เปลี่ยน
they put
เอ้ย
pressure
รู้
on
แล้ว
the
รู้แล้ว
enemy.
เดี๋ยว
They make a weak
เดี๋ยว
move, they still
เดี๋ยว
miss out on that timing. They're able to get through. Even this time, Talon, the Prowler out from B main is just
Bien,
a bit too late. They
bien.
started to rotate, but by then,
Bien,
Domby
good.
is already all the way through lamps.
แล้วมีไรล่ะ
Talon adjusts here, and Nongshim gets that read perfectly.
เปลี่ยน
Then
คน
that
แล้ว
would be one heck of a
เป
read
ลี่ยน
for Francis.
ไม่เอาเรื่องเอาใช้แล้ว
There's a chance, but I don't know, man. I feel
Why not?
the
Why
tension
not?
right now.
Why
It's
not?
2 rounds for overtime.
Over the strike, right at the ready.
ไม่เปลี่ยนมา3 รอบแล้ว you can do
It's going
it
to be another set play. They used to do this a lot with the grab net towards Showers, keeping them trapped in. Make sure they don't have a choice. It's going to be over to strike on lamps this time. Just allows Domby to try to pinch onto Showers if necessary. Domby gets slowed down by the Dizzy. There's a TP that comes through, but the Nongshim
You can do
team,
it.
they are
Just
already
go.
on
Go
top
on.
of Francis. He's going to go down at least one, but he catches sight of 2 more members.
You can do
Spike
it.
already
1
planted.
2 3
Ivy
cool
waiting,
nice
gets taken down. Talon, they
Two.
might have an opening
Just two.
to finally try to
crew
close this map.
we can do it crew nice
Cruz finds Persia, not looking.
Ultimate.
Nightfall used. Talon just need the one Cosmic Divide. They're not close by the short side, and it's just going to be a swing. We'll make sure that Talon has one more lap in him.
I told you I told you I told you
versus down in this final round, just pushing out, holding out from showers, right? Taking down these players bit by bit, always keeping the advantageous ratio on their side. So unfortunately, Nongshim not quite having the numbers. But it just couldn't quite carry them right over that hedge. So all the way through down into it, we're still keeping true to Talon's confidence on this map of bind.
Yeah, honestly, it really just comes down to Talon being one step ahead, because it did look like with the orbital strike on Lamps, Nongshim had that right to keep setting up one person on Lamps. That's where they're hiding. So even if they stack, we're going to be able to get through this a little faster. We can really just blast this site open. But Talon says, you know what? We're not able to hold on to Lamps. That's just not worth holding on to. Let's just make sure we're able to push out of showers and just immediately rotate through TP instead of taking the long rotation around. And perhaps it's Nongshim just assuming Talon won't adjust too much, but Talon stays just one step ahead to make sure they secure that last round and brings us to a third round, keeping the hopes of SCA Valorant alive.
Yeah, especially for a team consisting of Thai players as well, looking for that ticket to Masters Bangkok. I mean, speaking of the Thai players at the same time, earlier on it might have been quite a bit of moments from Primi, but this time Cruz stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, you love to see it when the example. As Cruz not only making the calls, but landing the frags as well, getting that space as that initiator, getting that info for the rest of his team, so they can focus on their fragging power. And now they'll have to muster up everything that they have planned and show us what they truly want to do on this map. Before we go there, we'll send it over to our lovely analyst to break down the action.
Is the host lovely too, Chobra? Or just the analyst? Oh,
too close, too cold, nah, too close.
Well, Talon is
too close for comfort นะแต่ว่าชนะได้นะคะ
I think there were a couple rounds there where they weren't playing how they were playing the other day.
Yeah, I think their attacking side was the more impressive of the two, to be honest. Their defense, there was a couple of little questionable rounds, but they managed to get things righted right at the ship, right at the end of the game.
ไปต่อเลยค่ะวันนี้อยู่มันยาวเลยนะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวดูแมป3แล้วก็ดู DFM แข่งกับเจนต่อนะคะเอาเป็นด้านหนึ่งใช่ไหมอ๋อ
After they punished a few mistakes from Talon and got their money together and started to get the ults rolling, it looked like they were almost going to stage a bit of a comeback on that attacking side. Slowly, I think.
Yeah, we were kind of expecting overtime there. We thought, you know, Nongshim were really making that comeback. Talon managed themselves well to close out this game. We saw them saving up the ults, dumping them just to kind of
Crew MVP อ่ะโอ้แต่โกเนอร์ตานี้หาพื้นที่ได้อยู่นะคะแต่ว่าอาจจะยิงจังหวะหนึ่งไม่ได้นะแต่ว่าต้องบอกเลยว่าทุกคนทำหน้าที่ได้ดีมากนะคะแล้วก็ของทางนงชิมเองก็เรียกว่าใช้ท่าดีจริงนะต้องบอกว่ามันมีบางช็อตที่แบบว่าช็อตแบบไทมิ่งหลายอย่างมากนะแพนด้าว่าบางทีก็สูสีอยู่นะคะพี่เต้ก็พีนะเปลี่ยนร่างบ่อยมากใช่เรานำมาเพื่อชัยชนะยังไงล่ะทุกคนเจ๋งมากเจ๋งมาก
I don't think it worked out like that at all. I feel like Talon showed a much better attack half than they did the other day. They got to show a lot more of it, obviously. ในเมื่อเราไม่ได้ด้วยเล่เราต้องได้ด้วยอะไรคะมูพี่รู้
Yeah, I think, or lack of pace, really. Like, Nongshim started quite slowly. They were actually punishing a lot of Talon's mistakes in that initial half, but yeah, swapping on the sides that I would be expecting as well for Talon.
ไม่ได้เร่ก็ต้องเล่นด้วยกล
They got a lot of value out of it. Cruz was having an excellent game for himself. It was kind of the tie call that dragged them through that game. Governor, I feel bad for the guy because on attack he's just kind of playing his role, and when he was getting the entries, he had a great game. But this is one of the games where like they had a good attacking side. He's just sending it in. He's literally doing what he's been told to do. He's trying to create space for the rest of the boys, and they had a good attacking half. So job done from him. It's really more so on the defense where there was a few more mistakes, and where in the other game Governor was a bit more of an op presence, right? And in this game, even when he got the op, he unfortunately wasn't able to come up with the goods. But sometimes that can happen when you send a duelist player in so much on attack. That can really knock the confidence.
Yeah, he's a role player. I don't want to see any Governor hate. I feel like he did his job well in that first half. He's going in, he's making space. We saw it in the game against T1 as well. He's fast and in, and then he's making space.
ไม่ได้ไล่ก็ต้องเล่นตัวบูใช่
Replays now, and look, Nongshim This is why you play Vice and Viper
ต้องบอกว่า
on
โชค
this
ดี
map.
มาก
B
เลยนะคะ
is
ที่
just
ว่าร
such
อ
a
บ
stronghold
บุกของ
now.
ทารอนเนี่ย
Yeah,
ทำ
we
ไป
can see
ไม่
how
ได้
they're
เยอะ
disguising
นะ
that sheer wall
ไม่งั้นก็น่าจะ
behind the
ลำบาก
Viper
อยู่
wall
นะ
here,
คะ
so
เพราะ
they
ว่าทาง
don't
น
really
ก
know
ชิม
it's
เอง
there
ก็
to
บุก
trip
ได้
it.
เก่ง
It's a
มาก
really
ด้วยเหมื
nice
อนกัน
little
นะ
wrinkle why we see them bring the Viper back there.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about, these fast set plays that Talon want to do, execute heavy right from the pistol round. We question how will Nongshim defend this, but these bathroom
เรียกว่า
crunches
ตึงกันมากเลย
with
ที
the
เดียว
Brin smoke on default was really nice adjustment. You can see Persia drops the Brin
โอ้ย
smoke,
เพนด้าคัน
he
มากเลย
cuts
ทุก
the
คน
site in half, they crunch from B long through the TP into showers, and they just tackle things one at a time while forcing Talon into a weird position.
Yeah, we could have crossed the second half now, so Nongshim attacking and Talon on the defense. Now this is where things definitely slowed down a little bit more for Talon, but we see how they're just fighting across the map here, really managing to open up these picks as Talon were kind of walking into them.
Yeah, Nongshim just kind of slow defaulting a lot of the time, and they're picking Talon players for free, and then you see a little bit of a trap work well for Talon. They actually land a lot of utility, they get some kills, but then they kind of
โอ้
overcook,
แต่ช็อต
overextend,
นี้
they're
แบบ
trying to
ต้อง
triple
บอก
pick
ว่า
Francis and take him out, and he sprays them
ช็อต
down with
นี้
the
แบบ
Phantom.
โอ้โห
And this is
ตกใจ
where
เลยอะ
some of those
เพนด้า
moments,
ตก
like
ใจ
I said,
เลย
in
อะ
that initial gun round,
เอา
two
อ่ะ
picks for them, and then Francis comes up with a multi-frag, and then Nongshim really looked
ครู
like they
นะคะ
started
พี่
to
ที
feel
มของ
themselves
เรา
like
นะคะ
the money rolling, they started to get the ults
ได้
rolling, and I thought we were gonna
MVP
end up
ของ
in
ตานี้
OT,
ไปนะ
but it was really, I feel,
เยี่ยม
partly due
สวัสดี
to
คุณไป
maybe
รอ
Talon
นะคะ
a few
สวัสดีค่ะ
overpeaks,
สวัส
maybe
ดี
a
ยาม
few
เย็น
little
นะ
mistakes that got
อบ
Nongshim
ช่วย
their
เกาไม่ได้
confidence
น่า
and
กลัว
really
มาก
slowed down their ability to close out
หมายถึง
that
ว่า
game.
แผลแพนด้าเลยน่ากลัวมากนะคะ
Talon got their stuff together, got their
ต้อง
money
ข้าม
going,
ใส่กระ
they
โปรง
were
ไป
able to
หลายวัน
actually
เลยทุก
finally
คน
get it
เสียใจ
done.
มาก
And you got to give this guy some props because this guy gets a lot of criticism as well. Out there, a lot of people say that Cruz, can be a weaker fragger at times, but he's got a lot on his plate, guys. Like, he's got to, manage a lot of the game plans. He's working with the coaching staff. He's probably translating some stuff, and he's trying to IGL. Like, that is a lot for any one player to do.
It's an insane amount for one player to do. So the fact we're seeing him at the top of the scoreboard should be heavily commended. So well done, Cruz.
Yeah.
I think. Plus, it's so nice when you have your IGL at the top of the scoreboard in a way where it's him saying, like, look, guys, if I can do this, you can do this too. I'm gonna lead from the front here. I'm gonna step up and be the guy. If you need me to do that today, that's what I'll do.
Yeah.
And so it's good.
อดทนไว้พี่เต
Drag them
ใช่
through
เพ
that
นด้า
map,
พ
like
ยา
you
ยาม
said,
อยู่
gets
นี่ก็
them to the map
ถ้ากลับมา
point.
บ้านนี่
At
คิด
the
ว่า
end
อา
of
การ
the
น่า
day,
จะดีขึ้นเย
if
อะ
they
เลย
win
นะ
the
คะพอออก
series,
ไป
no
ข้าง
one
นอก
will
ทีนี่
remember
แบบ
that map being a
ที่
little bit
ไป
messy.
อะคือแบบอา
Yeah,
กาศ
that's right.
แห้ง
And you know
มา
what? The
ก
IGL was also the MVP
แพนด้านี่คือแบบ
as well.
Yeah.
To
เจ็บ
win
ตั้งแต่
the
วันแรก
map
เลย
for
ค่ะ
IGL as MVP, I think that's something really special there. So again, I agree with you guys what you've been saying about Governor and Cruz and their performance today, and that they're playing their roles and sometimes beyond. Now we're chuckling a bit about splits. Split is going to be a little bit of a dicey one. I think it's going to be a little scrappy. It's going to be a little messy unless they've learned to
ต่อ
clean
ไป
things
เป็น
up.
ด่าน
Now we're talking about Talon's
สปริต
comp.
นะคะ
It's very interesting,
อืม
but yeah, I think they're both very interesting. And Talon, one thing I wanted to
พิส
see
โต้
maybe
ทารอน
in the
อย่าง
second
โห
half
ด
of the body there is confidence. It's very much needed for the play style and obviously the kind of playbook they have. I think this is the same exact thing for Split. With this kind of
ไม่เป็นไรนะเพนด้าโอเคอยู่นะขาแต่ขาลายมากจริงๆอะถ้าทุกคนเห็นทุกคนต้องตกใจแน่นอนอะคือแบบมันน่ากลัวอยู่อะ
Stealth drone, you just have the Yoru to make space and a lot of very juicy set plays that you can run. You don't have any hard sentinel either, so there's no hard hold on the site other than Astra anchoring with the stars, as well as, like I said, execution-based util. So I think this is a comp that can be very hit or miss. It was very miss against Global, but I don't think that they necessarily were playing it well on that day.
Yeah, that lack of sentinel, as well as it kind of being slightly detrimental for your side holds, it also means no passive info, which is really big. So you're running that double duelist with that double initiator, so on defense you have to not be afraid to get aggressive. And if you're, as we say, if you're going to get aggressive, you got to start winning those fights. That's something that didn't really work out too brilliantly for them on Bind, even if they did manage to close out the map. So I need to see cleaner execution, high confidence, like no fear.
Yeah.
Let's go get them. That's what they need to do.
Exactly. There's no Poppy now anchoring one site, so I feel like they should be able to go in. But you were talking about how kooky the other teams, Nongshim comp is as
อื
well, and they're
ม
sticking to the neon for this.
I don't know
ต้อง
if
บอก
they're
ว่า
gonna
เขา
play
กำลัง
the
คุย
same
กันเรื่อง
comp for
ที่
either
ว่า
of
ทาง
these
นง
teams,
ชิม
to
เอ
be
งอ่ะ
honest. I
ก็
didn't really
ก็ยังอ
feel
ยู่
like
ที่นี
they
ออน
were
นะตัว
playing
ดัมบี
maybe
เอ
their
ง
real
นะ
comp
คะ
against the side of
โอเค
Zeta.
โอ้ยดัมบี
But
ดัมบี
Nongshim,
นีออนตลอด
they
ไป
gotta back themselves with a couple of little changes. It is once again
ดี
Neon's
เฟน
side
นะคะ
bar, but
ก็
without the fade,
เดี๋ยวเอา
they're gonna
แพ
mix
น
in
ด้า
with
น่าจะบัง
Teo,
จอ
which
อยู่นิดนึง
Francis
เนาะ
was
ก็
very
จะ
good
มี
on
นะคะ
previously.
จิตบอยนะ ก็จะเป็นแอสตราอย่างที่เห็นเนาะพิมมี่ก็เดดล็อกนะสกายเป็นครูไซเฟอร์เป็นแบนแล้วก็เรสเป็นโกเวเนอร์นะคะก็จะเป็นคอมทารอนนี่รู้สึกว่าจะเป็น2เซนติเนลแล้วก็จะเป็น1อินดิช เชียเตอร์นะคะแล้วก็เป็น1เรลิสแล้วก็เป็น1คอนโทรลเลอร์นะส่วนทางน้องชิมเองอ่ะมีบรีชด้วยแล้วก็มีเทโฮนะคะแล้วก็มีอะไร
I'm
วะ
very excited for Split. We
มี
got
ไซเฟ
new
อร์เนาะ
comps,
ดังนั้น
and
ก็
we
จะ
got
ต่าง
two
กัน
teams
นะคะ
who've
ที่
been a little shaky
สอ
on
ง
this
ตัว
map.
นะ
Let's see
ก็
how
คื
this
อ
goes. We're gonna send it back to our
เทโฮ
casters,
นะคะ
Chopra
แล้วก็
and
ส
Black.
กายนะส่วนฝั่งอีกอันหนึงก็จะเป็นบรีชนะคะ
Always bangers on
แล้วก็
Split.
เป็น
Only bangers on Split.
Deadlock
And of course, as
นะ
a
คะ
map 3, we hope for nothing less. Nongshim and
สลับกัน
Talon. Yeah, we were talking with the analysts before the match as well, talking about would there be comp changes. And I
ถ้าเรา
think
ได้
most
กัน
of us
ก่อน
agree
นะ
that
ต้องมาลุ้น
Nongshim
กันว่าจะกัน
probably
ได้
gonna
มาก
make
เท่าไหร่
changes
นะ
one way or
คะ
another. For me particularly, just because it seems like they've been really warming up to that Tejo, and it's great to see Francis continuing on it, but Talon saying, okay, we're not cooking anymore, we're going back to something a bit more standard.
ที่เราออกมานี่คือตื่นเต้นนะคะไม่มีอะไร
A little bit more assistance, but right now Nongshim, especially with that Teo, does allow them to move across the map a little bit more fluidly. Altor picked up. Margaret still trying to hold outside of A ramp.
Yeah, he knows that there's at least 2 people here, so he calls for support. It's going to be a little bit late, so he has to run all the way over to mid.
มาครับมาครับยังไม่เจอคอนแทคนะ
Over to A main. We're just going to try to
ตอนนี้น่าจะพยายามเข้าทางมิดทูบีนะคะ โอ้โดนของเต็มไปหมดดัมบี้ดัมบี้วิ่งนะคะ แต่ว่าทางฝั่งของทารอนน่าจะใช้พลังแห่งประชาชนนะคะดัน4เข้ามาทางเฮเว่นเอายังไงเห็นมาร์กาเร็ตไหมดัมบี้ค้างแข็งอยู่ข้างล่าง
Was stuck there with the grab net, so eventually he will be able to escape just a bit late. Salvo going to allow for Dambi to go for the wraparound, puts that pressure on. So Talon, they now can't go for the immediate flood. Ban has to watch for the flank, and that keeps him tied up. Dambi escaped, and that's just going to be the bait for Ban. But Primi already now pushing through from the side. The defuse is going through. Can they make sure they block it with the util for the time being? There's the fault line support. Primi will escape just in time. Dambi lands one at long range, and he's trying to fight the swing around. 24 HP, but Primi
and
eventually Persia, can he get here on time?
ได้มา
Not quite. The defuse goes through.
They body block.
Nice.
Oh, for good old Governor to stick the defuse, man. What
Tua.
a team to be able to win
Gật
all
trống
5
cõi.
pixels for today like this. So good. But at the same time, I mean, the game plan for Nongshim to really bait and push all the way towards the back of spawn. I think it was good, but at the same time, it kind of worked against them just because Primi was able to find a lot of these impact frags. The fact that he was able to hold them off for so long gave Talon the defuse.
โอ้เลือดแบบเลือดหยดติ่งๆแล้วไม่ยาก
all the way to that back of alley. So now
เมื่อกี้
Nongshim on an eco.
เราหยดติ่งๆแล้วมีชีวิตรอดได้ยังไงถามนอน
Pistol upgrades here, Sheriff Ghost and Frenzy all across the board. Now on the other side, once again, double judges. I mean, Talon, if there's one thing that they prepared today, it's to make sure that they have the weaponry to shut down Dambi's Neon.
And it has worked out so far, especially on Bind. Shall see that kind of carries forward right now, of course, though. Frenzy in Dambi's hands, I don't know.
Well, the dog does get drawn out. The Des talked about it. That's the one piece.
Nice, baby.
With the transfer, Bulldog once again, the sentinel of B site. Governor now arriving, absolutely pushing them away, and so that lets them know, see if they've ever really quite rotated.
มาแล้ว แต่ว่าทาง A นะคะมีแบนเป็นไซเฟอร์รออยู่ จิตบอย
He's waiting for it. There's the bait out. He doesn't care if he's stunned. He's got the distance closed in. And at this point, I think Nongshim probably starting to wonder, man, are they ever going to stop buying judges? Because it is there every single round that they have the
ร้องดังไปหน่อย
opportunity.
นะไม่เป็นไร
You wonder if Nongshim's ever gonna switch up their pace a little bit, but right now, Just Francis on the classic. Unable to get a dig here and there, but unfortunately no kills. It's gonna be Talon to clean things up.
Always a pretty big investment from Talon, but they're able to at least carry over whatever weaponry they have. Now, obviously, especially on the defense, you get the judge. I mean, it'll have some value. You are technically at weaker weaponry, but now it's going to come down to that positioning.
ดังๆเลยครับแข่งกับเสียงอบทั้งบ้าน พิกเตอร์ทารอนนี่คือโหดมากเลยนะต้องบอกเลยนะ
So many spots, mail room, screens, the judge, or even just top of A ramps and some of these behind some of these boxes where the judge can find quite a bit. Nongshim though, previously a lot of B garage alt orbs being picked up. This time straight in towards A with a full buy.
Yeah, I'm liking the salvos going deep into ramps. You're ready to fight close, clears out, you know, behind the box, behind the wall, right at vents. And then you had the extra stars as well to make sure once you take that space, you're able to hold on to it, that it would be disadvantageous for Talon to try to immediately re-clear. So, all right, this is something we should continue to see, whether it's mid or ramps, almost every single round from Nongshim. But then, yeah, how do you draw out some of these guiding lights? There it is, the trade with the stealth drone.
There's one. Oh, the suppress is good, but the sonic sensor is pretty interesting as well.
ต้องดูนะว่าตานี้จะเป็นยังไงนะเพราะว่าเขาออกปืนใหญ่กันหมดแล้วนะคะโดนยิงกล้องไปใช่ไหมเมื่อกี้
I mean, again, it's the bonus round for Talon, so Nongshim is just kind of playing, all right, well, where are you guys hiding? Like, where are the judges? Where are the other weaponry? Where are you trying to just kind of bait
มาแล้ว
us in?
เข้ามาไซด์แล้วนะทารอนน่าจะปล่อยให้เข้าไซด์เพื่อรีเทคด้วยกันนะคะสแปมมาแต่ต้องถอยก่อนทุกคนเจาะฮาเว่นนะใช้เป็นเดอะแก๊ง
Still just holding, spike down, and of course Talon trying to flood back in. Can't wait to see what they're gonna do.
โดนด้วยคนหนึ่ง
Yeah, it just lands right there in the corner, all the way across the
อุ้ย
map.
โกเวเนอร์แตกสวยสวยมีใครอยู่ครูทำตัวเนียนอยู่
You have the fault line. Trying to get them off of it. Keeps them at bay. He lands the shot from long range. That gives Margaret time to swing around over to heaven. They're still fighting for their life. They have to get through. They have to get the spam. But Chip Boys, oh!
เสียดายแต่ว่าสวยมากเลยค่ะ
In time for Nongshim.
โอ้ต้องบอกเลยว่าช็อตเมื่อกี้สวยมากสามารถที่จะตัดไปได้เยอะมากนะคะโอ้เราบอกสวยแล้วนะเพราะว่าเราเป็นเขาเรียกว่าประหยัดมาหรือเปล่าจิบบอยจริงสวยมากครับทางฝั่งนู้นก็ไม่มีปืนนะคะทางฝั่งนงชิมนะ
When you're back down on Sheriff Santa Bucky, sure, one away from the Armageddon, one away from the Cosmic Divide. So if you can get an early kill, there is some opportunity to try to bring things back in this round through those ultimates.
Nongshim will go back into something a little bit safer right now, just looking for something with the Sheriffs and a little bit of pressure outside of B. I mean, similar to that rubber band from before, if there's a bit of pressure somewhere, Talon's going to start pushing somewhere else, and that's what Margaret's looking for, but inside the cage, a little bit too clear for Ban. He gets the spam through.
มาครับ
Yeah, just has a Spidey
ตัดไปแล้วหนึ่ง
watching across the screens. We saw that against GE as well. No, a lot of utility used.
อุ้ยเขาผิวอ่ะแล้วเขาผิวอ่ะ
Only good for one kill though. Traded out by Francis. He's good for 2 kills. Jit Boys with the transfer.
สวย
The main forces and Talon will lead 3-1.
Oh, you gotta love it. Whether or not it's just the transfer, I mean, I think he dodged a bit of a flash as well, maybe. It's just so darn quick and clean with how he's able to land that. And because of that, Cosmic Divide up and ready and online for him as well.
Yeah, this is just a timing shot from Ban. Understanding as someone who oftentimes is lurking on this map himself, is what the time is going to be from Margaret. There's the ante, like you said. Then a nice double kill from Jit Boys, just holding strong.
Wow.
And an immediate timeout.
Oh.
I mean, you consider even the round they won, you know, it was
ไปได้
just
ทารอน
by the skin of their teeth.
ไปได้
They had to lose out on all the weapons, so that should tell you that it wasn't the position you wanted. You didn't have the correct read against that retake, even though you even had the better weaponry.
And we'll see what Silkanon is going to try to provide to them, but at the same time, I do think they are building up close to some of their ultimates now, so possibly able to convert some rounds with those pieces of utility. But at the same time, you know, if we're
เดี๋ยวนี้
thinking
ต้อง
about
นิวแพน
how
ด้าต้อง
Nongshem
อยู่
has
เชียร์
to
อีกคู่หนึ่ง
draw or wait for, you know, bits of the sky
ไม่ได้ว่ามันไม่สนุกนะทุกคนแต่มันตื่นเต้นล่ะคือเขาเรียกว่าโดยส่วนตัวเราเนี่ยไม่ใช่คนที่เหมือนแบบไม่ใช่คนที่สามารถที่จะทนแรงกดดันได้อันนี้แรงกดดันนะในการเชียร์มันลุ้นแล้วมันเจ็บปวด
Just everything on that ladder trying to get to that
แต่ต้องบอกว่าเกมตึงมากเลยค่ะ
Yeah, we'll see if Nongshem has
อุ้ย5 โมงแล้วว่าเดี๋ยวกินข้าวกันหรือยังอ่ะทุกคนกินอะไรกันด้วยอาจจะไม่มีช่วงนึงที่แพนด้าหายไปหาอะไรกินด้วยนะแต่ว่าเราก็อยู่กันประมาณ20 คนเนาะ16-15 คนไม่ได้อะไรมากอยู่แล้วซิวๆนะซิวๆ
Now Talon, they've left that A site open. If it's going to be ults on the site, they're happy to just give it up as long as they hold on to heaven. It's a very clear game plan from Cruz, the IGL.
กำลังกินแล้วเหรอเอ้ยเพิ่งดีสวยสวย
Now the crossfire begins. Margaret and Domby down. That's going to be the tip of the spear, but also the flanks just completely erased from Nongshem.
สวย
And bringing out for another angle hold as well up against Francis down. The spike stranded, and it's just Ivy to try to slip on through inside screens. Unfortunately, Persia falls.
Yeah, and the guiding light checks as well. So Talon this time just reading the entire
แต่ต้องบอกว่า
setup
ต้อง
of
ดูเกม
Nongshem. I mean, that guiding
เกม
light
ลับ
checking
ของ
of Ivy.
ฝั่ง
Did you
น้อง
sneak through?
ชิม
Because
ด้วย
we
นะ
aren't
เพราะ
seeing
ว่า
you
ของเรา
anymore.
มี
We
2 เซน
saw
ติเนล
that
เนาะ
utility early on with the fault line. So now Ivy will just hold. If he can save it, he'll be happy to carry over the Phantom. But if not, he will fight for his life, try to get that Rolling Thunder online.
30 seconds left.
To kind of carry that all the way over. I mean, close to their ultimates if they can work up to it, but why not? Otherwise, just for the rest of the first half as well, Talon has already built up quite a bit of momentum, and this is a Talon that truly looks and feels
เซฟเล
ready.
ย
10 seconds left.
Talon.
มาแล้ว
That confidence
เดิน
coming back
โก
up
ฟ
one
เดิน
by one. Governor only one away from the showstopper. He'll actually just have to
เก็บ
take the
ออ
orb.
ฟ
That way you don't even get
nice
over
nice
the ult point over to the other side. So Ivy still
สวย
2 away,
ค่ะ
but showstopper now online. Talon is
1-4
feeling great
เอา
in this
ท่า
first
เอากัน
half.
ให้ได้เยอะ
When you said great, I heard like frosted flakes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's the best way to start your morning.
ๆแล้วทำไมแพนด้าต้องมานั่งดูจอดีด้วยเนี่ย
But yeah, I mean, that truly is, you know, how Talon is feeling right now.
มาถึง
As
พี่
if
เต
they
อุ้ย
just,
ขอบคุณนะคะ
gulped down a delicious
จริงๆก็
bowl
รู้
of
ตัวอยู่
cereal.
บ้าง
They're just that good with how they're able to read it round to round. Even picking up the ult orb, Bam was right there and ready to trade off if needed. But at the same time, I mean, looking at the next round now, you have some ultimates to work with, maybe to fend off Nongshem, who have a bit of a half buy. Back in with the salvos, and Dami once again trying to create a bit of that fake pressure this time, while the rest of the team straight up mid.
Yeah, so starting to play a bit more macro here, but again, I look at the immediate re-clear from Cruz. He just steps away from the salvo. There's no further smokes to mask that information, so he gets up close. Now he should recognize that there was a pass-through, so he's just gonna hold, see if Domby tries to get curious. Oh, Domby finds him right at the edge of the smoke, guns him down with the stinger. Grabs it, does catch him. Does the Berry Mesh trap him? I don't quite know, but the relay bolt will keep Ribby trapped away. And Domby in your face! And that's a triple kill for the Stinger, now traded for the Vandal, even picked up the spike. He is all over this A site.
Deep smoke from Jit Boys. I mean, from Persia to hold off back at Ward screens as well. Showstopper from Governor tries to try to retake space though. Paint shells to clear out elbow, but Nami pushes out against him. Governor trades and down to Margaret alongside Persia. Just Governor with low HP.
โอ้น่าจะ2-4แล้วค่ะ
Trapped up, so they know that he should still be stuck somewhere over on screens. The cam will keep an eye on him. And there it is. Smile for the camera, Governor. This retake's not looking good. Down to 30 HP. Margaret picks up the kill. And it's a classic Domby round for Nongshem to bring them up to 2.
Absolutely nuts and ridiculous with how he's able to pull that off. Quick with the stinger and the movement straight out ramps. I thought it was like some kind of a fake, but then immediately
ตอนนี้เนี่ยเสียดายแมตช์นี้
the
มาก
fault line from assistance from his teammates as well. But because of that, he was then able to take down the next player, pick up the rifle to hit Ribby down.
เดี๋ยวไม่ไรนะคะ
So much value.
ได้อยู่
He said he wanted the one to get the aces while Tex can keep his 4Ks, but for now he'll get the 4K. We'll see if it leads to a win just like it does for Gen G. So they still have a little ways to go to catch up. Talon still up at 4 rounds. Sonic Sensor set up on the A side, and now the trip in mid. So they can watch for it with a trap play early on, but if they need to push and pull, they'll be happy to leave that area of the map open as they'll have that passive information.
Well, at least right now, Talon going back to try to hold out around ramps, especially with Governor right around the sides. The Grafnet to swing out.
Governor.
Not quite able to find the peak against Nongshim.
ท่าเยอะเข้ามาแล้ว
Now the site is opened up. Armageddon to hold off further space as well, just to secure the spike plant.
I don't mind this Armageddon. They're playing it very safe. Obviously, it doesn't provide much more value, but you had 0 insight into who else was on Heaven. You just saw one pushing out, and you got to imagine there was going to be backup because you saw the Gravnet as well. So just in case there were more, they use that. They're going to be able to get the plant, and now with them having extra ultimates as well, they imagine, okay, as long as we spread out and covered, this post plant should be safe, and that's exactly what's happening. Talon saving their weapons onto the next round.
It's a solid plan, especially that Armageddon. But at the same time, for Talon's side, now looking at their economy, yeah, this save makes sense. You might also want to start thinking about maybe the timeout? Because Nongshim has been repeatedly taking so much pressure, so much space up on setups. And Talon, you know, maybe a round before they were able to hold, you know, safely off towards the outside, conservatively enough, especially when Governor was up around the ropes. But with the upcoming rounds now, where they start to let that slip, you know, you got to find some kind of solution to hold that off or work around it.
Yeah, small adjustment in this previous round, but obviously not the one they needed. And so the coaching staff will call for a timeout, trying to regroup with the rest of the players in the server. The biggest question being is, okay, we deny Heaven control, but that means they'll just plant and push us away anyway. I mean, of course, that time they had the Armageddon, but other times it's been Dombi just constantly pushing immediately into elbow or pushing against screens. And then they never quite figured out, you know, Persia's lurks a couple of these rounds. He's just super safe, far way back, and eventually regroups with the team. And so Frost, sharing his mind. Yeah, and it sounds like, okay, yeah, he's liking what he's hearing. I saw yes there. Sounds like okay, I get what you're putting down. I'll pick it up. We'll go back into the next round.
Hopefully being able to inspire more confidence
กำลังนั่งรอ
for Southeast
ไม่จำเป็น
Asia's
ไม่มีออกกำลังกาย
last
ไม่มี
on
ไม่
this
อะไรนะ
final map. You gotta imagine as well that you know, you're working against a team like Nongshim that has been tested through and through. And now you really need to test yourselves, your mental, all the way against them. Feeling a bit of that pressure as well, considering the fact that this is elimination after all.
And look at this, off of the timeout. Okay, we pressured A side enough.
Straight to B.
Yeah, it's going to be a full A setup. Now, I like what Talon's doing, though. Put up all the delay possible on A side now. We can't deal with it. Let's just delay him. But that means we're going to heavy stack on B in case this is another read. There's a rolling thunder. They blow up the side. It's an immediate flood all the way back in. They're all already outside, ready to pop out of Raptors. Ban already on the site. He's not going to be able to get it, but Crew's good for the trade. Governor guns down Dombi. That's the overdrive gone. Still a trade. Even Governor in with the drop down. Governor swivels on a dime. Ivy all alone, 1v2. Still no information about Jitballs. Arrive in time to secure the round for
ด้วยพลังแห่งเตกิโล
conversion. I mean, just the perfect
บอกแล้วเดี๋ยวถ้าแพ้แพนด้าจะเปลี่ยนตัวอีกถ้าแพ้แล้วเดี๋ยวแพนด้าจะไปเปลี่ยนเอาน้องเต้เต้มาไอ้ทุกอย่างจะกลับเข้าสู่ความสมดุลอะไรวะเนี่ย
They were able to turn everything upside down. Nongshim, they still were able to flood into the site. The Paramesh came out just in time, though, thankfully for Unprint Me, but at the same time, because Governor was able to spin around, find these kills, take down Margaret, the whole round went towards Talon.
Oh,
back to the next round. 4 stack up on mid.
Yeah, just waiting for the trap with the tripwire. Gets shot. There's the spray. There's the paint shows. There's the grab net. Just outside of range from the paint shows. Dombi is going to count his lucky stars for that one.
เรารู้ว่าใกล้
There's the drone.
Don't
mind the attempt, but he couldn't land the shot. Didn't want to wait for the drone to get spotted first.
ส่งไม่ดีแล้ว
While they were waiting for the dog there on the ground.
He didn't have information that they were holding that far up close, so it's a little bit unfortunate. As soon as he peeks, his barrels immediately spotted. And because of that one kill now, Nongshim gets to flood and rush in towards the A side. Jitboy will be able to try to hold inside. Alongside the Annihilation, he swings the second kill out. Ban with, Primi with immediate assistance. Governor inside of sewers tries to get ahead, but unfortunately shot down by Ivy. So a 2-on-3 scenario for Nongshim.
เปลี่ยนบัฟแล้ว
Talon, meanwhile, they want to keep the lead. Seeker's going to be used. Both of them coming from this A side. Both of them coming from A main. Now all the information needed. Talon doesn't have to watch their backs. And he's just going to hold an off angle and screens, and everyone else making sure they have a crossfire. Yeah, down on the site. And Nongshim will go for the save.
ไอ้ยายด้วย
One time out. Talon looking
อะไรเนี่ยอะไรเนี่ย
around it. You have to force stack up towards mid. With how they were able to get the read for the rest of the map as well. Quick on the rotations. Just to fend off A.
Well, the Cosmic Divide's not finding any use from either team just yet. Yeah, unfortunately, just not able to land the shot fast enough there. Meanwhile, 2 people, so they can take away the drone and the member swinging out.
มันทำได้ยากมากเลยพี่ยอดโอ้พี่ยอด
See if Nongshim does find
ยันนี้กินอะไรดีคะ
just back into this.
วันนี้น่าจะมีปลาทอ
still
ด
keeping things varied up across the entire map. Stars up towards mid, a bit more pressure from Nongshim, but once again just picking up the alt orb from Garage. Well, ooh,
มีคนตายไหม
Margaret
ไม่มียังไม่มี
outside of ramps. 3 players looking to try and spam.
ไหนสแปม
1 second the cage goes off and
ทุก
they
ไงขอบคุณนะกาวอันนี้จวน
ฉันน่าจะฮึบๆไว้ because now you can keep your eyes set onto that B site. We've got some tripwires just for delay, just to see information on the setups in the post plant. But they will slowly get cleared out one by one. You still have control of Valley, you still have control of Heaven, so it's not a bad shot for Talon as they look at a 5v4 retake. Shot from France is going to even things up.
Cosmic Divine right there to block off Garage, but still trying to keep them pinched down around the pillars. Nongshim will continue to fight. Unfortunately, though, Ivy falls, and it's just Persia, who has been noted, tries to swing out around it, but 2 targets. A little bit staggered in their positions in their A-pull.
ว่าจะใส่ไข่ลูกกับกางน่ากินมาก
Talon with yet another round. A successful
จอมบีเล่นน่ากลัวมากใช่แล้วล่ะ
Really
ซีโม
good
เพน
double
ด้าว่า
swing
แล้ว
out wider as well. Just understanding that there's a good chance that Persia goes for another swing out right before the
หนู
second.
เมื่อกี้เทรดกันแบบเพนด้าพูดงงนะเพนด้าพูดแล้วเพนด้างงเอตติ้งงงมาก
And this way they make sure it's still a 2v1. So Talon holding strong amidst the chaos. But I also want to give props for the switch up on the setup. Right, this time again, you set up for, hey, if Dombi goes in deep with the, against the tripwires, we're going to find him, but they're not going to get taken out easily by the early salvos. And this way we can reposition a little bit. Now another stack of utility onto A, and this time we go over to B. Now what are their positions? Because Nongshim just read, okay, it's tripwires, middle of the site, it's in the back of site. He's going to leave and then try to rejoin on Heaven. So curious to see if Nongshim tries to strike through mid.
Well, they were thinking about the alt orb at first, but right now, maybe truly back in towards mid. There is a star there from Jit Boys, though. 2 players to hold outside of mail room.
เป็นน่าว่า
Nongshim with the creep
น่า
up.
ว่าเป็นน่าจะกินปลาทอด
So
นะ
Nongshim, they will just have to kind of battle through right now. 0 information. They only have a little bit of vision in through B garage, but no information, quite frankly, on the A site. They're just watching to see if anyone's pushing aggressively with that camera from Margaret. So playing a bit scared. It's a high-low. He spots one. Might have spotted both, in fact. So he's going to back away. Notices that it's the sky. Getting that information. Stealth drone. Dombi holding close, but immediately Governor says, get the heck out of here! And he will shut down the Neon. No entry for you.
So good
สวยมาก
so
ก็
far. Talon
นี่
has
น่า
been
จะ
able
เข้า
to
ยากขึ้น
meet
แล้ว
Nongshim every step of the way. Now, possibly with the paint shells as well, to continue to fend them off and hold. He holds such a tight angle up around the edge of rafters, while the rest of the team here to ready and play around it as well. Cosmic Divide comes up, and that's the signal for Governor going for a quick peek. Takes out at least one. Margaret down to low HP. Jit Boys onto the other side. Flicks the angle up towards Heaven and continues to hold out. Down. All that's left. Francis out from hell, trying to find a bit more spacing, but tied and stunned up. Pretty gets the final frag. Talon up to 8.
Really good plays from all members on that B side. Governor with the first shutdown. And then immediately we're going to see Jit Boys when he realizes, okay, Margaret's been tagged up. He just wants to make sure that he can keep his eye on main, so he quickly swivels back up to heaven. And then look at this reposition, making sure that Persia doesn't have that pre-fire. It's just a lockdown. And yeah, Governor's got to feel good about that one. Full decision, full hold on his own back there on heaven. Just a little bit of supporting utility.
ทุกคนนะโอปนะเราคิดกันไปเองนะแล้วมันช่วยได้แต่ตอนนี้เราแพ้แล้วเป็นได้จะเปลี่ยนเป็นล่างอื่นแล้วนะ
trying to hold. It's back to that A default from Nongshim, but this time it's the full team right around this side, just looking to possibly full send it. So far, Salvo's relay bolt even spent, but nothing really found just yet.
Oh, the salvos being used nice and early just to clear out space, but this time they'll make sure they secure it. Up through heaven, it's a crossfire. Governor, he's caught out. He just wanted to wait to see if Zombie would repeat, but that is going to be a surround here. Privy needs to win that. He's going to hold on to heaven. That'll keep Nongshim locked up just a bit. Allows for his teammates to re-enter. Everyone is tagged up. They still don't expect Zombie to remain there. And now it's Ivy. It's just a ping pong back and forth. Zombie swings out and Primy's ready for it.
Alongside the dog, Ivy holds really far back just to keep them a little bit interested or create enough pressure that they're going to keep thinking about that towards the back of their minds. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from Nongshim to hold around the side screens as well as the back of Elbow.
Ivy wasn't spotted by that guiding light, so there's a timing here for him to strike back. It's a nice crossfire for now on the site between Francis and Persia. Francis not able to win it, but there's the fault line. The annihilation to keep him at bay. It does land, so Ban, in a 1v1, you just need to win.
Such an incredible effort out from Ban. The annihilation.
Still nice.
Smart and forward thinking. He was able to land that, but down to the final shot. Unlucky with how Persia was able to read that and play ahead of him. Crouched down at a bit of an angle against him as well. Still though, it's not too bad of a first half for Talon. This ends in a 4-8.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the minimum you would have wanted.
Why
just
you,
given
why
how
you?
you were looking coming into it.
เหลือด่านบุกนะ ถ้าเกิดว่าได้ถ้าได้พิสโตล2เราก็
now traditional composition.
ยังดีกว่า93ใช่ใช่ใช่
Unfortunately, despite the quick turnaround on that annihilation, originally thought about using it to clear the site. They're not able to secure that last round. And the more worrying thing is Nongshim there.
ยังเปลี่ยนเป็นเสียงเต้ๆอยู่
just like they were yesterday, playing 42 rounds on map 2. I'm just saying we're just playing some Valorant here on the biggest stage in Pacific.
เรานำอยู่เรานำอยู่
The worst case, we just get better for stage 1.
สวัสดี
What a mindset to have.
สวัสดีคุณรูบิอุสนะคะ
Not only did they go to champions,
อันนี้แพนด้าจะเปลี่ยนล่าไปเรื่อยๆนะเพราะว่ามัน
but they would love to return to an international stage.
เป็นการเพิ่มบัฟที่คิดเองนะคะ
Back-to-back international appearances to finally start to silence the doubters.
Yeah, you can truly see the
เป็นการเพิ่มบัฟที่คิดเองว่ามันจะต้องดี ถ้าเราเปลี่ยนตัว
on both ends of the spectrum right now on both teams. Smiles from Nongshim, a little bit more tense and serious on the side of Talon. They are feeling that pressure. Of course, a little bit more comfortable with the 8-4 scoreline in their favor, of course, but we'll see how this all shakes up in this final half of the entire series. Talon starting things off on the attack.
อุ้ยเริ่มหิวแล้วว่ะทุกคน เดี๋ยวถ้าตานี้จบไปแล้วจะต้องไปหาอะไรกินแล้วป่ะนะ
See if it's going to be successful. Smoke comes out, but he is not going to stop. He jumps all the way through and lands a headshot onto Persia. That opens things up for Talon immediately. It's a quick turnaround from heaven. There's a good tag, and Dombey jumps down, but Frank's ready for it. Trade from Francis, but Spike's still down, and Ban still hidden in the middle of the map.
I think he hopped over, so he was kind of hurt out by Francis.
Oh,
and there it is.
bad.
Shot from the flank, picks up the ghost, and maybe a slight opportunity for Nongshim to find a retake. Now, all the way through the back of garage, actually.
Yeah, just banking on the fact that there is nobody in garage. He'll have to quickly clear it. The flash just to keep their attention tied up. Jit Boys found. There's the stun, pushes him away. Don't think he was hit, and Jit Boys is ready for it. That's a swivel 180. Ivy now pushing forward, has to find the 1v1s, but this is one of the worst angles for it. And Jit Boys with a triple will give Talon every single
You can do it! Another round,
Everyone! 6 out of 6. Just unbelievable with the performance thus far. I mean, they've always been good to start things out this way. but especially with some of these players in their hands right now. I mean, effectively in that final 2-on-1, a crossfire setup, but also Jit Boys to hear and spot everything out. I mean, he has kind of been the rock for Talon right now on this map.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see that because that was what he looked like when he debuted in Pacific 2 years ago. But he started to feel that he needs to make some hero plays here and there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But here today in this match, returning to his original self, holding faith on one part of the map. This time Talon all grouped up. It's a fast push out from mid from Nongshim. Not sure if they quite suspect it because they have nobody watching it. Turn around, waiting for it. They're ready for it. Governor with 2. Connects up with 3. Already halfway there for the showstopper.
Just so cognizant. Now off the other side of the map
ไปแล้วไปนู่นแล้วแบนไปนู่นแล้ว
to hold her up around B. You're alone.
ไทมิ่งมีอยู่
No way this happens for Nongshim. Talon, they're happy to launch this death march straight into the A site. There are some trips around, so maybe an opportunity for Francis to get away with a kill or 2, but not too much. Actually, not going to be finding anything.
Yeah, Salvo's used as well just to try to get a cheeky kill. But now, not going to find him much. He gets quite a bit of chip damage here and there, both on the Governor and Jit Boys. Those straight right clicks. But Governor, he's on for the ace. He already picked up the orb as well. He'll get his showstopper if he wants it. He finds Margaret. Margaret, you got to run. You got to run for you. Oh, the ace is inside and Cruz says, the round.
เกือบได้แล้วครูด โอ้ยขำคนภาคบอกมาเกรดวิ่งหนีไป Run, Margaret! You gotta run!
Once Governor found his 4K, he starts to smirk a little bit as he starts that hunt and pushes, the final player all the way around the cruise.
พี่ทีไม่แบ่งน้องเลยโอ้
That's what I wanted to know because come on, that one
น่าสุดตัวเองหัวโตไปบางคะแนน
Only 1 point away from that showstopper. If you can get an orb, it's going to be an explosive entry trying to get Talon up to 11 off of their bonus.
บางแต้มคนจริง
Things off, all right, 4 stacks straight into garage.
Yeah, Persia. I want to try to deny that.
เฮ้ยเอาว่ะสแปมว่ะ
A lot of damage, but that is
อันนี้
the orb given over. Showstopper.
โอ้ด้วยพลังแห่ง อะไรวะด้วยพลังด้วยพลังแห่งอะไรวะเขาเรียกปืนอะไรนะ Judge ใช่เหมือนก้อนพงมาจากกลางจ้าเอาหุ่นนะคะ
From garage, from mid. Dog doesn't find anything much outside of mail.
Persia, he's waiting for them to try to creep in, maybe with just contact. There's the gravity well, but Governor's already passed it.
สวยก้ม
Two with the Guardian. A 180 opens things up for Primi.
Oh my God. And that's the site now. Possibly Spike planted as well. Baramash instantly to block things off. Spike picked up. Or at least able to just get that plant in while Cruz holds back sight. Look at Francis from heaven.
Sonic sensor heard close. So Margaret quite well aware of it. Primi finds sight of Francis. They each know the position of 1.
โอเคทุกคนรู้ว่าอยู่ตรงไหนกันแล้ว
All the way back, trying to get a little bit of a heal onto Primi. Margaret finds this opening, but there's the Sonic sensor. He's caught in the trap. Francis with a headshot. He still knows that Primi behind that pillar. Low health, salvos to push him out. Wants him to come into the fight. And oh no! The salvos did their job. As well.
Oh, nice! Oh my God! พิมพ์แบบออกมายิงเลยนะฮะ
He's able to deny it outright.
โหด
Salvos and everything.
โอ้ชนะด้วย Oh my God นายซื้อต้องบอกว่าต้องชมว่าโกลเนอร์ช็อตนี้โคตรเท่
He brings it home. This is now a Talon towards 11. And at the same time, Nongshim that's running out of chances. Facing elimination.
Nice!
Such a long match for Nongshim yesterday. They came in looking strong on that Lotus. Just told the world that it doesn't matter if the data's out there. It doesn't matter if we've had to grind the night before. We're here to continue. But perhaps the time is finally running low.
มีคนเรียกพิมพ์มีว่าไทยแลนด์ป้า
to find a solution.
Is this what it takes for Nongshim to run out of gas? It's 2 overtimes in 2 different years and so many games. Who knows? But right now, Yeah, it really has been quite the journey for them. With the timeout being called now, looking for any possible solution so far on their defensive side.
อุ้ยอีกนิดเดียวเท่านั้นอีก2 ตาเท่านั้นฮะลองตะลองตะลองถ้าเกิดว่าทาลอนชนะอันนี้แล้วอาจจะต้องไปเจออะไรหรือใครเจอใคร
Light shields
งง
slight upgraded rifle
เดี๋ยวต้องไปดูแบรกเก็ตก่อน
Wait
should be a tech pause so we'll wait to see looks like perhaps just
take pause
gear check off of that timeout
whichever side that might be. Francis was sitting on an Armageddon. But otherwise, so far, just thinking about their defensive side for now, you know, maybe looking at some retake opportunities.
ทุกคนอีกแค่2 ราวเท่านั้นอีกแค่2 ราวเท่านั้น
Oh, well, that was quick.
โอเค
we solved right back into it
เอาละครั้งนี้มาเจาะหน้า A นะครับจะเป็นยังไงบ้างโอ้สแปม
timing and a ping but Tomby you gotta watch out he's been flashed he's been pushed back the relay bolt does its job though
แต่เข้าไม่ได้นะยังมีแบบว่า
good for 2 just taps him right out
ไม่ได้แล้วไม่ได้แล้วไม่ได้ไม่ได้แล้วทุกคน
Timeouts finding
ไม่ได้แล้วต้องปิดตัว
with their supposed execute but right now Jit Boys finding the shot through mid as well 2 on 4 with the spike picked up a quick race towards the B site
ไม่ได้แล้ว
though truly it's going to take quite a bit of time
ไม่ได้แล้ว
to reach its destination
ดูท่าจะไม่ดีแล้ว
Jit Boys just has to go out he has to get kills he has to get more space and he needs to win this fight but it's just not going to be enough Ivy's way ahead of it Jit Boys does not expect him
เปลี่ยน
at that angle the salvos will keep them at bay now they know for sure because they have vision of ramp as well and Nongshim will get that shutdown off of that timeout
so 5 to 11 not too bad but you still got quite a bit of a journey to
จริง
go
ก็
for
ยังเป็นไปได้นะ5 ต่อ 11นะคะยังสามารถที่จะกลับมาชนะได้อยู่แต่ต้องห้ามเขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะอย่าประมาทพลังแห่งร่างกายใช่เราเปลี่ยนสกินแล้วค่ะตาหน้าทาเราจะต้องดูดีขึ้นเมื่อกี้เจอ power port ไปนะ
still have now more ultimates still nothing used the Stingers bought up one of the few teams of the Pacific to continue to utilize these Stingers when they're just short on economy.
It's a really significant advantage that Talon will have with all these rounds in their bags, but okay. Spam through around mid at least notes that there is the Teo really close.
Teo.
The most important thing is going to be that they recognize that there were Stingers, so I'm a little surprised that Francis was holding close, just trying to go for that off angle. But it's multiple people here, Domby, good for 1, but it's an immediate trade. There's the annihilation that eliminates the members.
เจอพลังแห่งสติ๊กเกอร์อุ้ยมีคนหลบอยู่ในพงหญ้า
They're setting up the barrier mesh. Persia, he just needs to hide away. He's been spotted. He's been spotted right there between the smokes. He's holding on with the judge. They want to find him. There's the hops through.
Nice.
And Talon.
พลังแห่งร่างเก่า
To finish this match just 1 step closer. Margaret still alive. Calls for the cosmic.
อันตีเลยอ่ะโหดมาก
They don't want to risk anything.
น่าจะเซฟแล้วล่ะมั้ง
With that Singer buy, I will say that this is a worthy investment. If it secures that match point, keeps you
จริงโอ้จะแมทพอได้นี่นายยังไงก็คุ้ม
There's the sonic sensor. They know about
Oh, nice.
Jit Boys securing his own destiny there as Talon now reach match point 1 round away from retaining the top 4 spot in BCT Pacific.
ต้องบอกว่าเก่งโหดมาก
Thanks to Jit Boys. I mean, a bit of that, you know, possible read from Nongshim, but unfortunately not the one that they were looking for. And Talon were just able to strike back in full force. At the same time, because it's just the Stinger buy. This is a
โดนหนักมากเมื่อกี้
even if they lost a round, Talon can still buy up, but thanks to that, it's free upgrades. Now Governor has Showstopper. Cruz is close to Seekers. This is going to be hell for Nongshim.
แมตช์พอแล้ว ยืนเป็นบอยแบนด์แล้ว
The hits that have been coming onto that
โอ้ย
firepower, but now was not the time. He's passed the salvos, a rocket of his own in hand, and B site opened up. Domby is close, but you gotta respect the showstopper. Just gets blasted close range. Make sure no one's right around the corner. There's the barrier mesh. It spots Domby as well, so you know the backup has arrived. And look at Band's position, holding all the way far back. Talon feeling so safe in this post plant. All angles covered. Sonic sensors.
สวยสวยสวย
Stealth drone. It does
ไม่แน่ไม่แน่ไม่แน่
We'll get one ping, but there's the grab that Domby slowed down. He's stuck on it.
สวย
To get away, but
สวยเย้
will help bring Talon
เย้
to
นาย
position.
จีจีค่ะ
Steps away from Masters Bangkok.
Just feeling that confidence, right? Feeling that energy. Talon surges forward with that.
สวยมากโอ้ทารอนสปิดรอบนี้ดีมาก
Split. Nongshim tried. They had some answers, but not so far enough that it brings them close to the end. It ends with a 13-5.
Southeast Asian Valorant isn't dead yet. They're continuing onward, still
วู้ฮู้ไปกันต่อ
trying to bring international
กลับล่างเดิม
spotlights
ก่อน
onto the scene as Talon rise up and continue to soar up from this lower bracket.
Still, though, I mean, what a run it has been for Nongshim, right? I mean, a round of applause to them because they have been serving us with some of the most entertaining Valorant so far, especially players like Domby and, you know, just the full runs on maps like yesterday. But down to the end of it all, Talon.
Repping that Talon
สวย
capsule.
ครับ2-1 เย้
Just looking happy, relieved, proud, all sorts of mixed emotions, but at the end of the day, a positive result to continue on until next week.
Let's
They'll have a
go.
couple days rest as they look for one extra couple matches.
เดี๋ยวต่อไปนะคะ
to
เป็น
Masters
เจน
Bangkok.
กับ
For now, we'll
DFM
cheer for the
นะ
winners
คะ
themselves
ทุก
as
ค
they
น
just wrapped up
ก็
this match.
ระหว่างนี้นะคะ ระหว่างกำลังรอแมตช์ต่อไปนะ
Esports securing top 4 and also getting one step closer to Masters Bangkok. Now we're enjoying our winning moments. I need
พี่เตเชียร์ใครตาต่อไปใช่ไหมคะเพนด้าเชียร์ DFM ค่ะ
Too many throws.
แต่ว่ารอบนี้ยังไงเพนด้าก็เชียร์ทารอนนะ ต่อไปก็เชียร์ DFM คือแต่ถามว่าเอาจริงๆก็ไม่ได้เหมือนกับแบบว่า แบบฉันจะต้องแบบคนนี้คนนั้นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยหลักๆก็เป็นทารอนอยู่แล้วนะ
이렇게 해서 탈론 e스포츠 선수들 집보이 선수와
สวัสดีค่ะ
나눠보도록
โชว์แบบพี่เตเล่นวาโลอะ
경기 끝나고 마이크
ระหว่างกำลังรอแมตช์ต่อไปใช่ไหม
너무 많이 던지더라
ไม่หรอก
라고 얘기를 했는데
เดี๋ยวแพนด้าอาจจะต้องไปหาอะไรกินด้วยนะคะ
한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations you guys made it to top 4.
ทารอนสุดใจใช่
So close, right? But Frost just said too many throws. So anything you want to say about that, Cruz?
Yeah, we did misplay a lot, and we could have done better. Our first map is still horrible, but I think we are getting into our rhythm, so I feel good.
น่ะเขาก็บอกว่าฟอสบอกว่าโทรมากอะไรเขาก็บอกว่าเขาก็พยายามนะคะแต่ว่าต้องยอมรับว่าตาแรกเนี่ยแบบมิสเพลย์บ่อยมากคือพลาดบ่อยมากเลยนะแล้วก็รู้สึกก็แย่มากเลยเหมือนกันนะอะไรแต่ก็โอเคค่ะ
활약을 보여주기도 했는데 지금 승리한 기분이 어떤지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. And what about you, Jit Boys? You showed huge impact.
แล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างจิตบอยตอนนี้แบบช่วยได้ทำเกมได้เยอะมากรู้สึกไงบ้าง
ก็ไม่รู้ก็รู้สึกปกติเหมือนปกติ
You just feel like it's just another day of work. That's it. It doesn't really feel much like he's just here to play.
아 그냥 뭐
짓 boyแบบว่าพูดแบบว่าแบบชิลมาก
답답하다라는 마음으로 오늘 경기 임했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 좀 특별했던 게 사실 바인드에서 농심이 조합을 바꿔가지고 왔는데 여기에 대해서 탈론이 컨택 플레이로 잘 응답하는 모습이었거든요. 좀 누구의 콜이었는지도 궁금하네요. Now this one's for you, Cruz.
สำหรับครูนะคะ
농심 Red Force they switched their comp up on bind, right?
น้อง
You guys
ชิมแบบว่า
answer
เปลี่ยน
right
คอ
back
ม
immediately
จอม
with
บาย
contact play. So whose call was it? Was it yours or was it Frost?
In game, I think it was my call mostly. Like, yeah.
อ๋อเขาถามว่าบอกว่าคนที่คอในเกมเป็นฟรอสหรือว่าครูใช่ไหมตัวเปลี่ยนคอมอะไรเงี้ย แต่เขาครูก็เลยบอกว่าถ้าในเกมส่วนใหญ่ก็จะเป็นครูอยู่แล้วนะคะเพราะว่าเขาเป็นไอจีใช่ไหม
이렇게 리액션을 취하고 이렇게 반응하면 좋겠다라면서 경기에 임했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 집보이 선수 사실
집보이
이
선수.
마스터즈 방콕이 또 태국에서 열리잖아요. 좀 마음가짐이 다를 것 같은데 어떤 마음가짐으로 킥오프에 임하고 있는지도 들어보고 싶습니다. And for you, Boys, and you too, Cruz. Masters Bangkok is literally in Thailand, right? So what is the mindset for kickoff? I mean, I'm pretty sure
Master Bangkok ก็จะจัดที่ไทยใช่ไหมคะแล้วเขาก็ถามว่าแบบว่ามี mindset ยังไงกับการแข่งเพราะว่าจะต้องกลับไปที่แบงคอกเนาะเหมือนไปเล่นที่บ้านอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ก็รู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็คิดว่าต้องไปให้ได้ครับเพื่อไปเจอคนที่บ้านเรา
So he feels good that we have the Masters in our own hometown, and he really wants to be in front of our own crowd, and he wants to play in front of everybody there. So yeah.
홈타운에서 열리는 만큼 팬들 앞에서 꼭 좋은 경기를 보여주고 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이어서
ใช่จะพูดต่อไปน่าจะตึงมากเลยค่ะ
아니면 DFM을 만나게 될 텐데 혹시 누구를 만나고 싶은지 집보이 선수에게 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Boys, next up will be either DFM or Gen G. Who do you want to face?
Gen G.
Like, okay. Was that texture telling you to pick Gen G?
no
Okay, you want to meet Gen G.
เขาถามว่าอยากจะเจอใครมากกว่ากันนะคะแบบ DFM กับ Gen G แล้วภาพก็เลยตัดไปที่ texture กับมาชี้ที่ตัวเองใช่ไหมเขาก็เลยบอกว่า Gen G แล้วผู้หญิงเขาก็ถามว่านี่แบบเรื่องเพราะว่า texture ชี้ที่ตัวเองใช่ไหมอะไรอย่างงี้ก็บอกไม่ใช่
감독님은 또 누가 올라왔으면 좋겠다고 어떤 사전에 얘기가 있었는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Who do you want to play next, and who does Frost want to play next?
อยากแข่งกับใครแล้วฟอสจะแข่ง
I
กับ
think
ใคร
we want
คะ
to play Gen G
Okay.
because
คือบอกว่าน่าจะเป็น Gen G
last time.
เพราะว่าแบบโดนถล่มครั้งที่แล้ว
I wanna get back my revenge.
ก็เลยอยากที่จะแก้แค้นนะคะในแมตช์ล้างตา
얘기를 하면서 아무래도 저번에 만났을 때 두드려 맞았기 때문에 복수를 한번 제대로 해주고 싶다고
ถ้า Gen G คุมตัวได้ก็สบายเนาะแต่ถ้า Gen
돌발 행동하면서 텍스처 선수
Texture 선수
네, 뭐 답할 거 없어요? 복수해주겠다는데?
열심히 하도록.
Texture told them to try their best. Okay. Now, thank you guys for the great interview, and hope you guys have a good game against Gen G or DFM. All right.
โอ้ต้องไปสู้กับผู้ชนะตาต่อไปอย่างนั้นเหรอโหดทั้งคู่เลย DFM ก็ดุมากนะคะตอนนี้
농심 레드포스가 1층에서 팬미팅을 진행한다고 하니까요. 현장을 찾아주신 팬분들께서는 농심 레드포스 선수들에게도 굉장히 많은 응원 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Now, thank you guys for the interview, and
ขอบ
also
คุณ
we have
สำหรับการ
농심
อินเทอร์วิว
Red
นะคะ
Force fan meet and greet downstairs in the lobby.
แล้ว
Please
ก็ยัง
join
มี
them
ลงชิมมี่แอน
and
กรีด
say
ข้างล่างด้วย
Thank you for a great game.
แล้วก็ขอบคุณสำหรับเกมที่ดีนะคะ
It's from all of us on stage, and let's enjoy your winning moments with highlights. Production, highlights.
แล้วก็ขอให้สนุกนะคะกับไฮไลท์ของตัวเองนะคะ
All right, let's get the highlights going. Thank you, Jen, Premi, and Cruz. And you can see there, Cruz, in fact, was translating, and we were talking about how difficult his role is.
ครูต้องคอยแปล
Translate for this team. Not everyone speaks Thai.
Yeah, he's a real leader. I mean, it takes a real special player to do that. We said before, Cruz has had some criticism in the past, but he really does carry a big, heavy burden for this team. He's leading from the front. We saw him have a great individual performance today. It's hard not to root for him. I like the guy. He's doing a lot.
Yeah, Talon
โอ้
is
บอกว่าคนเขาก็พูดถึงว่าชมครูว่าเห็นไหมว่าครูต้องแปลให้คนอื่นมากขนาดไหนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแล้วเขาก็ชอบนะคะเพราะว่าเราจะต้องเป็นอินเกมเลยต้องแปลให้ด้วย
Yeah, it's worth noting you can't play as flexibly as Talon do, and you can't change as much as Talon do day to day without having incredibly smart players. So this style shows that Frost has a lot of trust in his guys to always be ready to adapt and to conform to
แล้วเขา
whatever
ก็บอก
they're
ว่าการ
trying.
ที่เล่นในขนาดนี้บอกว่าทำให้ Frost เห็นถึงความ flexible ของคนเล่นนะคะที่จะสามารถที่จะปรับปรุงหรือว่าปรับแผนหรือว่าปรับตัวเล่นอะไรได้นะคะ
Here in Pacific as well, and I'm really glad they cleaned up a lot of the issues that they've been having, not just last week
ก็รู้สึกดีที่ว่าทารอนสามารถที่จะเคลียร์ข้อผิดพลาดหลายอย่างได้
I mean they're still just so inconsistent like they even mentioned it themselves the Lotus game
ซึ่งเขาก็บอกว่าซึ่งเขาก็พูดเองเนาะว่าแบบบางทีก็เล่นพลาดกันบ้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยคือยังไม่เสถียรพอซึ่งเขาก็พูดเองในตอนแรกที่บอกว่าโลตัสเล่นได้ไม่ค่อยดีใช่ไหม
They definitely won this game in the veto I mean this is just not really a map that Nongshim has had a lot of reps on
ซึ่งพอมันเป็นแมปสุดท้ายกลายเป็นว่าน้องชิมอาจจะไม่ค่อยรู้จักแมปของทารอนเท่าไหร่
But Talon was the team that was definitely one step ahead. Primi's been very comfortable on the deadlock. They went straight back into something that's a little bit more of a standardized pick at the moment, and they played it excellently.
ซึ่งทารอนเองก็เริ่มที่จะเหมือนมีตัวสแตนดาร์ดมาตรฐานตัวคิกมาตรฐานบ้างแล้วนะแล้วก็สามารถที่จะเล่นออกมาได้ดีแล้วก็มีหลายคนที่อาจจะสงสัยว่าทำไมพีนี่ถึงเลือกเล่นล็อกอะไรเงี้ยซึ่งพีนี่ก็โชว์ให้เห็นว่าเขาสามารถที่จะเล่นได้ดีนะคะในหลายทีหรือว่าใส่มาใช้ที่ใช้จริงๆต้องบอกว่าใช้อันตีได้เก่งมากนะโดนทุกครั้งเลยนะแพนด้าใช้ไม่เคยได้นะเดนล็อก
I think for that ult to work, also the comms with your team needs to work really well. So that means there are a lot of things that are the chemistry on this team.
ซึ่งต้องบอกว่า chemistry หรือว่าอะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็ต้องดีด้วยเพราะไม่งั้นนะออก็จะใช้ยาก
Their mid plays last time they were on this map.
แล้วก็คุยกันเรื่องรีเพลย์นะคะแล้วก็เล่นตรงกลางเนี่ย
continuously throughout the half is they would force away Nongshim away from mid. Here we see them come back. They force them away from B. This is basically penning Nongshim into going towards A, and we see in this round, Jip Boys.
ซึ่งมาถึงว่าพอจะเข้ามิดก็พยายามกันไว้ดันไว้ไม่ให้เข้านะคะหรือ B ก็ไม่ให้ค่อยเข้าดังนั้นเนี่ยก็เหมือนบอกว่ามีทางเดียวก็ต้องไปทาง A นะพยายามดันให้ไปทาง A นะคะ
This is perfect game planning.
Yeah, both Jip Boys and Primi had excellent games
in
map 2 and map number 3 here. And I think
ทั้งจิตบอยทั้งพิมมี่เองก็เล่นได้ดีมากทั้งแบบที่2แบบที่3
เนาะ Grab net nade is such a strong combo at the moment. Looking at some of these rounds here with the salvos, I mean those are some nice salvos backside, but what I really wanted to focus on is just the fact that we have salvos being invested every round by Francis at the start of the round on Nongshim's attack. He's playing against Deadlock Cypher, which they haven't seen Talon play too much of before. So they don't have the read on where the Sentinel util is going to be, and time again they're investing.
เขาบอกว่าจะเห็นได้ว่าฟรานซิสเนี่ยใช้เทโฮท่าเนี่ยเพื่อเคลียร์คลายออกมาตลอดนะคะแต่ว่าต้องบอกว่าของเขาบอกว่าของทารอนเนี่ยอาจจะไม่ค่อยได้เห็นการเล่นในด่านเดดล็อกของพรีมี่ในด่านสปริตทำให้ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าจะวางของหรืออะไรไว้ได้ยังไงหรือไว้ที่ไหนบ้างเพราะเป็นเซนติเนลเนาะก็ไม่รู้ว่าจะทำลายของได้ยากนะคะ
We saw in the off-season, right, when G wanted to play the Neon, they brought in the Sova, because you have to be able to break that trap. So then we see Nongshim try it with the Teo, which in theory is a great answer, but it's not if you're not connecting. I feel like the Deadlock and the Cypher had free reign that game, especially that defense arm.
We talked about Talon playing the execution-based comp. I mean, it was the same thing that Nongshim was basically running in that game, and they just weren't executing it right, unfortunately.
Now, Primi was our map MVP, clearly, on the Deadlock there, but who is your match MVP?
Jip Boys was fantastic this game. I picked Jip Boys. I mean, Primi had fantastic stats, but we know Primi's going to get his numbers, so I really wanted to give Jip Boys
อันนี้เขาก็เลือกจิตบอย
props,
นะคะ
especially maps 2 and 3.
เพื่อเป็น MVP จากการดูนะ
His anchoring work was phenomenal. He's great in that controller role. You can even throw him
เขา
in
บ
the
อกว่าใน
safety
คน
role.
ตัวคอนโทรลเนี่ยก็สามารถที่จะช่วยหรือว่าแองเกอร์การเล่นแบบว่าได้ดีมากนะคะ
In my my team segment, whatever you want to call it, I picked Karen in my Senti role. I think Jip Boys has that similar kind of skill set where you saw it on that split A site. Positionally, he's just so perfect playing around those.
เขาบอกว่าจิตบอยสามารถที่จะเล่นแบบว่าโพซิชันได้ดีมากนะแบบ
catching his opponents off guard.
ทำให้แบบว่าหาที่อยู่ได้ดีมากทำให้ฝ่ายตรงข้ามอาจจะไม่รู้ตัวหรือว่าไม่ทันได้มอง
He had a great year last year, and on the topic of consistency, top 4 again for Talon. So there is definitely something there. Something is working.
Oh, absolutely. All I have to say is to Talon and Jip Boys, soy mak. And now let's look at where we're standing here on the score.
ว่ามีเรื่องที่จะบอกทารันกับจิตบอยนะคะสวยมากนะคะได้ค่ะขอบคุณค่ะแพนด้าก็รู้สึกสวยมากเหมือนกัน
To be fair, I guess
แต่เขา
we
พู
do
ดกับ
have
ตาร้อน
three
นะ
of the players
สวัสดีคุณเจียงนะคะ
on your squad.
That's
So
true.
are you feeling confident, Pilsky, going into match 2?
He's already got the one MVP, so that's going to be a really rough run of things. I think I'm going to lose again today after setting records yesterday. I'm about as consistent as a lot of the teams that have rocked up to kickoff.
Well, to be fair, we did do the vote. We did the coach vote, and majority of viewers actually picked your team today. So they'll go down with you. Whatever the penalty is.
ต่อไปนะคะจะเป็นเจนจี้กับ DFM นะคะ
Exactly.
ต้องรอดู
Well, I don't know what the penalty is for today. We'll be discussing that later. We do have a second very exciting match coming up, but we're going to go on a very short break, so don't go away.
โอเคเดี๋ยวเราบอกเบรกก่อนนะคะอุ้ยทุกคนแบบว่ามันมากเลยนะคือต้องบอกเลยว่าไม่แน่ใจไม่รู้จริงๆเลยนะเนี่ยว่าแบบจะออกมาเป็นแบบไหนนะคะแต่ก็ค่อนข้างที่จะเขาเรียกว่ายังไงเนี่ยทารอนเองอะไรอย่างเงี้ยต้องทำเล่นสปีดได้ดีนะเมื่อกี้นะคะแล้วก็อย่างที่บอกว่าอย่างของด่านโลตัสเนี่ยต้องบอกว่าอย่างที่บอกคือพอนงชิมเลือกมาคิดว่าเป็นเพราะว่าพอเห็นการสไตล์การเล่นของทารอนบ้างแล้วเนาะแต่ว่าในด่านสุดท้ายด่านสปีดเนี่ยก็อาจจะยังไม่เคยเห็นนะคะอ้าวไอซ่าลงไลฟ์มาแล้วเหรอสวัสดีนะคะเราแอสไม่ใช่จะเราเรียกว่าเราแอสตลอดต้องบอกว่าแอสเตอร์คือมังกรนะคะสวัสดีนะคะสวัสดีก็มังกรทุกคนด้วยนะคะสวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีเหล่าก้อนนะคะก็ตอนนี้นะคะก็เขากำลังเบรกกันอยู่นะคะในการชมโฆษณาก็เดี๋ยวแพนด้าเองก็เดี๋ยวอาจจะลงไปหาอะไรกินเป็นช่วงๆนะคะเพราะว่านี่ใกล้6 โมงแล้วนะสวัสดีนะคะก็สวัสดีทุกคนด้วยนะคะสวัสดีค่ะคุณร้องเพลงก็เดี๋ยวเราจะดูกันต่อนะคะกับเจนจีและ DFM นะคะมาลองดูว่าจะเป็นยังไงบ้างน่าจะตึงน่าดูเลยนะคะแล้วก็คนที่ชนะนะคะในแมปต่อไปก็จะมาสู้กับทาลงนะคะในครั้งหน้าทานข้าวให้อร่อยหรือเปล่าแพนด้าไม่รู้แต่แพนด้าตึงแน่นอนเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวแพนด้าเช็คเมลตัวเองก่อนแพนด้านั่งทำงานตอกแตกก่อนแป๊บนึงเมื่อกี้อะที่แบบหายไปช่วงๆเพราะว่าตอบงานอยู่ทุกคน แล้วแบบกลัวมากแพนด้ากลัวตัวเองมีปัญหากับเครื่องคอมพิวเตอร์มากเดี๋ยวก่อนเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตหลบฉากกันนะเดี๋ยวขอไปด่านไปทอล์กกิ้งก่อนแล้วกันนะคะเพราะว่ากลัวว่าแพนด้าตอนที่แพนด้าเปลี่ยนฉากแล้วมันจะมีปัญหานะโอเคเดี๋ยวแพนด้าขอหลบก่อนแพนด้าขอเปลี่ยนนะจะได้แบบว่าเช็คอย่างอื่นได้บ้างจะมี12ไว้นะไม่เอาแล้วนะไม่เอาถึงแบบ22อะไรอย่างงี้นะไม่งั้นแพนด้าจะหัวใจวายตายได้นะคะเดี๋ยวนะเดี๋ยวแพนด้าขอเช็คก่อนนะคะพอดีว่าเปลี่ยนสลับจอไปอีกจอหนึ่งนะคะโอเคเดี๋ยวนะโอเคได้มาสวัสดีนะคะทลอดเดี๋ยวลองดูนะคะว่าอ้าว แล้วทำไมสกรีนจอสกรีนฮะอ๋อ
DFM on the other hand could be one of the top 4 for the first
สวัสดีก้อนๆทุกคนด้วยนะคะ แมตช์นี้ตึงแน่แมตช์นี้ตึงจริงเตรียมตัวได้เลยต้องดูว่าเหมยยี่เหมยเป็นยังไงบ้างสวัสดีคุณลุยไปได้นะคะสวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีคุณใครนะคะ
yesterday against Paper X to show just how big of a ceiling he has, but he really is not hitting it all that consistently just yet.
I mean, it's just so refreshing.
ดูต้องดูอีกอะว่าจะแก้เกมกันยังไงบ้างนะ
The last 2 years of DFM, they've kind of, you know, they've not had the greatest of success, to put it mildly. But it's so nice to see them turn it around, you know. They pulled out such a huge upset yesterday. They're going to have so much momentum coming into the day that, you know, we saw them backstage a little bit. They're all happy. They're having a great time. So it's can you pull off another big upset again today?
You know, they're pre-match.
คิดว่าใครจะชนะคะทุกคนเชียร์ใครคะเปิดโพล
having a lot of success with it. Yeah. Okay. The fast food buff. Now, this leads me to this graphic, and the guy who made this graphic is slowly removing it from the hard drive. It was a clean sweep prediction for Paper X on the Korean side, on the English broadcasting side, and even from the audience. So,
เรามาดูกันสิคนอื่นเขาก็มีเหมือนกันมีโพลเหมือนกันตอนนี้นะคะในโพลอะไรอ๋อ Talent Projection นะคะก็คนในพวกกรรมการพวก Talent เนี่ยที่อยู่ในรายการเนี่ย DFM กับ Gen G เท่ากันเลยนะมี8คนนะอย่างละครึ่งเลยนะอย่างของ Viewer เองนะคะก็เชียร์กันแทบจะครึ่งเลยนะเชียร์คนชนะเหรอคิดว่าคนที่ชนะนะคะของในช่องนี้ก็บอกว่าจะเป็น Gen G เนาะเดี๋ยวต้องลองดูนะคะต้องบอกว่าครึ่งจริงๆตอนนี้ครึ่งจริงๆโดยส่วนตัวแพนด้าเองอะแพนด้าแอบคิดว่าไม่ใช่แอบคิดหรอกแพนด้าเชียร์ DFM นะคะแต่ก็ไม่อยากอยากให้คนที่เล่นกับทารอนแบบงงๆนะขอให้เล่นแบบมีทางแก้แล้วกันใครชนะไม่รู้แต่พี่เตชนะทุกสิ่งแน่นอนใครจะเล่นอะไรกันแพนด้าไม่รู้นะคะแต่แพนด้าชนะทุกอย่างอะยากอะเชียร์ไม่ถูกเลยจริงหรอถ้าหลอดคิดว่าเอางี้ดีกว่าเชียร์กับคิดว่าจะชนะต่างกันนะถ้าเราคิดว่าใครชนะอันนี้คือเหมือนแบบ prediction เฉยๆซื้อภาพทารอนเจอคนจริงโหดมากนะคะทั้ง2ทีมเทคโลชนะทุกอย่างนี่จริงอันนี้จริงที่สุดนะคะ
I want to take it to you. I believe it right now. I think he's just going to sprint it. I don't know what map it's going to be on, but I know he will go down mid and shorty him. Respect.
ต้องลองดูจริงๆนะไม่รู้จริงๆนะแพนด้าคิดว่าครึ่งนะคะโดยส่วนตัวแล้วคิดว่าขึ้นอยู่กับว่าใครจะพลาดเยอะกว่าถ้าพูดตามตรงนะแล้วก็ขึ้นอยู่กับว่าทาง Gen G สามารถที่จะหยุดความเฉิดฉายของ DFM ได้หรือเปล่าในการเล่นนะซึ่งยากมากนะ Gen G แผนเขาดีอาจจะลำบากในการตีตื้นแต่ DFM แบกคืออย่างที่บอกแหละเพนด้าว่าขึ้นอยู่กับว่าใครจะพลาดกว่านะ Gen G ตัวแผนกับตัวคนเล่นอย่างที่บอกก็ตึงอยู่เห็นด้วยเหมือนกันนะคะแล้วก็ขึ้นอยู่กับว่าเอาจริงๆอย่างที่บอกขึ้นอยู่กับว่าใครพลาดมากกว่ากันอ่ะ
Genji
อย่าเห็น DFM ชนะอ๋อ แพนด้าก็อยากให้ DFM ชนะเหมือนกัน
DFM have been doing pretty good in a lot of the games that they've been playing against other teams, playing that mirror. Lotus, I mean, this is Genji's stock standard up there with Bind. They love these kind of Viper maps where they're able to play that strong comp that they're used to playing. They have a very deep playbook. And then Haven, I think, is going to be a great third map decider. I really want this to go to map 3 because DFM in the off season and against Zeto, who's been the solid Haven team, loves to play this map. And we've seen already some bangers from Genji on that map. So I really hope this one goes third.
Yeah. Exactly. I think this is going to be fantastic. I completely agree with you. Haven being that third map is going to be absolutely fantastic. Now, both of these teams for Abyss like to play the more traditional or the new traditional comp for Abyss.
Yeah, the only real difference here is we see DFM opting for that Astra as opposed to the Cypher. It lets you default a little bit easier, especially towards mid on your attack. That's something we see DFM like to do quite a lot. But on the flip side, kind of
ดูแข่งจบไลฟ์ว่าโลไม่อยากเล่นอ๋อได้มาเดี๋ยวดูแข่งจบแล้วไปเล่นกันจะยาวมากเลยนะอย่างงั้นก็เดี๋ยวอย่างที่บอกนะคะก็ถ้าได้แข่งรอบนี้แพนด้าจะหายตัวไปกินข้าวบ้างนะคะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเสร็จแล้วนะคะก็เดี๋ยวมาเล่นวาโลกันเห็นแล้วแบบมีใจละสิเห็นแล้วแบบตื่นเต้นอยากเล่นบ้างละสิคันไม้คันมือละสิแต่แพนด้าไม่ได้เล่นวาโลเลยนะแล้วก็แต่ว่ายังเล่นกันบ้างอยู่นะคะข้างหลังแพนด้าไม่ได้เล่นเลยจริงๆนะไปชวนมาครับเดี๋ยวอาจจะสักประมาณ2 ทุ่มครึ่ง3 ทุ่มได้นะคะเป็นไปได้แพนด้าว่าน่าจะถึงแมป3อยู่เหมือนกันนะโอ้ถ้าเกิดว่าจริงๆนะแพนด้าจะเป็นการไลฟ์ที่ยาวนานที่สุดในช่วงนี้เลยนะเนี่ยโอ้ยแปซิฟิกว่ะเท่ว่ะแต่ต้องขอชมเลยนะจริงๆนะแพนด้าบอกเลยนะไลน์ออฟแปซิฟิกอะ VCT แปซิฟิกช่องแปซิฟิกเขาทำไอ้นี่ดีมากเลยอะพวกคอนเทนต์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะในช่วงที่เหมือนแบบโฆษณาเทเลอร์คนแข่งอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแบบอย่างของแปซิฟิกทำแบบทำดีอะโปรดักชันน่ารักอ่ะต้องขอชมเลยนะคะบอกว่าโปรดักชันเทเลอร์การแข่งอะไรอย่างเงี้ยทำดีตลอดนะคะและมาราธอนมากหรือว่าเราอาจจะเป็นเพราะว่าเราอะลำเอียงก็ได้นะคะว่าเราก็เป็นหนึ่งในแปซิฟิกแต่พูดยากนะคะแต่อีกเรื่องนึงที่อยากจะบอกนะคะคือว่าแพนด้ารู้สึกว่าหลังๆมานี่แปซิฟิกการเล่นผู้เล่นแปซิฟิกในทีมดีๆเด่นๆขึ้นมาเยอะเลยนะคะแบบว่าแบบ2-1อะเวลาแข่งจะไม่ค่อยมี2-0เลยนะคือค่อนข้างสูสีกันมากนะคะแล้วก็ฝีมือก็ดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยนะคิดว่านะคะดังนั้นเนี่ยลำเอียงค่ะลำเอียงไม่มีอะไรนะเราชอบแปซิฟิกนะเรารักนะคะแปซิฟิกนะคะเรามาจากแปซิฟิกนะก็เอ็นโพนะคะตอนนี้ดูจากลักษณะแล้วเจนจีนะคะก็ได้คะแนนมากสุดไปนะคะแพนด้าแทงสวนกระแสนิดนึงนะเพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วพูดแล้วกระเทือนเมื่อวานไม่กระเทือน
Dinosaurs yesterday, and now they're pulling out the Tigers of Genji.
I like it. I love it as well. I mean, you can clearly see that they love playing with the vibes. They've got a vibes guy. Everyone says how important that is in Valorant, right? And I think for DFM, look, they beat a Paper X that was a very
Detonation Focus มีเอาจริงว่าแพนด้าจำชื่อเต็ม DFM ไม่เคยได้เลย
today against Genji, but Genji have also got to step up as well. They've looked very shaky at this tournament so far.
Yeah, but it's very easy to write off success with shakiness. Like, you know, I get it, Genji have been shaky, and I get it. It wasn't necessarily PRX top form, but DFM deserved that win yesterday. Yes. If they come in with the confidence that they were able to bring yesterday, especially
ถ้าเกิดว่าฟิล DFM แบบว่าเขาเรียกว่าสามารถที่จะแบบว่าเล่นได้อย่างไม่ตกนะ ก็คิดว่าน่าจะชนะได้อย่างแน่นอนนะฟอร์มดีแต่อย่างที่บอกแหละทุกคนแพนด้าบอกว่าทุกครั้งมันจะมีเรื่องแบบ bad day good day อะไรอย่างเงี้ยต้องขึ้นอยู่กับว่าจะเล่นพลาดกันมากน้อยแค่ไหนนะคะด่านอาบิสเนี่ยเราก็จะต้องมาดูกันว่าจะมีคนตกจะมีคนตกมากน้อยแค่ไหนนะคะแพนด้าเหมือนว่าจะดูในของ NA นะคะมีหรือเปล่านะมีใครนะแอดปาร์ตปะ MIBR นะคะตกด้วยนะตกแมปหรือเปล่านะเหมือนจะเห็นอยู่นะคะอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้นะคะในด่านอาบิสนะปัจจัยภายนอกใช่คือบางที bad day good day มีผลมากอยู่เหมือนกันนะแพนด้าว่าแล้วก็ขึ้นอยู่กับว่าแบบเขาจะแก้แผนเรามากแค่ไหนนะคะจังหวะเดียว timing ทุกอย่างมีผลมากๆจริง
But if he can come out of his shell today, that's just an extra feather in the bow, we should say.
Yeah, Foxy 9 had a very tough time anchoring on the sides of Abyss last time around. I think he went 2 and 10 on the defensive half at one point, so he needs to not be a liability because DFM loves to slam sites on this map. And as we expected, both teams are not going to change up too much. This is going to be about the fundamentals and the adaptation outside of the comps.
Yeah, when you have these very simple comps like this, the near mirror matchups where the styles are the same, both teams know what the other team is trying to do. There's no surprise, there's no cheese. It's pure fundamentals.
Small adjustments.
Yeah, small adjustments. It's that real.
ตื่นเต้น
So we're in for a good game.
ตอนนี้มันเพิ่งเริ่มอ่ะเดี๋ยวอย่างที่บอกนะคะแพนด้าอาจจะยังไม่อยู่บางช่วงนะคะเดี๋ยวจะไปกินข้าวก่อนไปเอาข้าวมากินนั่นแหละนะคะ แต่ใกล้แล้วอ่ะยังไม่ค่อยหิวเท่าไหร่เดี๋ยวรอดูกันแป๊บนึงแล้วกันนะ
The whole thing truly at this point, right? No do-overs, no change-ups in the composition either, but just a final game to really push them through in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if DFM can truly make another miracle happen here for the Japanese fans. I mean, already a huge success for the new DFM squad entering into this top 6, potentially now on the doorsteps of top 4. Already, even if they lose, it's a huge accomplishment, but the Japanese fans are hungry, and I think the players are too. I mean, we've seen now individually, this squad is very talented. They've hit their peak at different times.
If they can do it a second time, Chobra, oh my god, then they truly earn that title of like Kingslayer. That's gonna be quite a statement moving forward into like stage 1 or maybe even Masters Bangkok, who knows? But yeah, it all starts right here on this very first map, Abyss. They've been playing this so many times all throughout kickoffs.
Yeah, see if DFM can continue to evolve on this map. I mean, earlier we saw Nongshim continue to play that Lotus, and that map still looks good for them. So DFM should have that confidence. I think a big thing really
เดี๋ยวสัก1 ทุ่มละกันนะเดี๋ยวสักประมาณทุ่ม 1แพนด้าลงไปหาอะไรกินนะคะตอนนี้เดี๋ยวยังไม่ค่อยหิวเท่าไหร่
They could not, especially once they went over the defensive side. So we'll see how many rounds they can secure in the first half to make them a bit more comfortable when that half switch comes.
Right, that one ended 13-9. It was a 9-3 first half against DRX's attack. And a lot of it was really just kind of like DRX bypassing or ignoring Foxy 9. So we'll see what DFM does. But right now it's Genji on the attack, and they are happy to hold.
A fast push out though from DFM, and this is one of the big differences, right? Going out forward to have a bit more information on A main and have the ability to maybe get a cheeky kill before you call for rotates or anything like that. Get a little bit
เวลาเห็นนักแข่งใช้เหมือนคาถาหรือว่าแบบสกินน่ารักอะไรอย่างเงี้ยดูน่ารักแล้วอุ้ยเช็คไหมเช็คหรือเปล่าเหมือนจะเห็นเหมือนจะรู้เหมือนจะระแวงเอาแวร์ไหมเห็นไหมอุ้ยไม่เช็คจะเทไปได้นะคะตอนนี้4-4นะดูจากทรงแล้วน่าจะเข้าซ้ายได้ไม่มีปัญหา
relatively safe to go ahead with their own recon as well, and that's going to be a bit more valuable in the post plant than the Jet. May takes a big hit as well, so Genji's post plant looking pretty solid. They already cleared somewhat of the flank on mid as well. You still have the tripwire live for Foxy 9.
Sheriff picked up as well. Paranoia in towards back to spawn, and of course the rest of the team to watch back.
แต่เราฝั่งเจ็ดหาย
Quite a bit of value already for Genji. Karen with another peek out, another player down. And this time it's going to be Jen alongside Foxy 9, who's continuing to hold the angle. Final shot through. Karen gets it. It's Genji with the pistol.
Setting up the 2 youngsters on their squad to help finish the job here on the pistol. The setup already was great. You know, you sacrifice texture, that's unfortunate, but it's a pistol. You know that there's not much util on either side. You have your Sova alive, and you know that it should be relatively safe. Just one recon in the back, a smoke on the site, and you're ready to head in. And then Karon starting things off hot. I really feel that Karon has to start to step in to fill bigger shoes for this squad if they want to continue to carry on some of the same theory and philosophy they have from last year. And that's a pistol that you need to do that.
Surely, gonna give him a bit of a boost for the rest of the map right now, especially for Abyss, where Gen.G doesn't have the greatest track record, but earlier on, you know, it was that dicey position for Art. Gen.G
ด่าน
read it,
นี้
knew how to play against it.
อยากรู้เหมือน
This
กัน
time with
ว่า
the
จะเล่น
guns, play a
มัน
little
กิน
bit
จะเล่น
more
เคโอยังไง
conservative.
นะ
May with the eager peek out though, does find a little bit of info.
Yeah, but Gen.G has decent information now. They already stepped into B site, and they just noticed different pieces of utility plus the jet. So there's multiple members on A. Even if it's not a full 5 stack, it is a heavier stack onto that side. The spike slowly being transported
เทรด
over.
แล้ว
Texture
ไป
just
แล้ว
holding
ไปแล้ว
to
ไป
make sure
แล้ว
that
ไป
there's not
ดี
a
แล้ว
counter push out from the B side.
And Texture is the one with a
แต่ดู
rifle.
DFM
So I've
ไป
noticed
กระ
this a
จุกกัน
little
อยู่
bit
ตรง
now.
มิดเยอะ
Gen.G have
เนาะ
been coming in with these
น่าจะ
buys
กัง
where
วล
it's just one hero rifle, the rest of them on
เพราะว่า
upgrade
มิดนี่
pistols,
จริง
Foxy
แตก
9
ง่ายอยู่เหมือนกัน
Marshall, and they're looking to bring this effect into the third round.
อุ้ย
Hopefully, right now playing it
อุ้ย
slow and steady. Foxy 9
อุ้ย
the lurk mission spots
อุ้ย
up
อุ้ยอุ้ย
Art,
อุ้ยอุ้ย
so
อุ้ย
he
อุ้ย
can't
อุ้ย
quite find the shot.
Yeah, just gonna wait for it. There's the shock dart. Regen armor does come back up though, so back up to
กี้
almost.
ไม่มีคนตายได้ไงคะเมื่อกี้เลย
But that should give them the signal. That mid
ฉากเมื่อกี้นี่ไม่มีคนตายได้ยังไง
Now they look to potentially push even further
แต่เอาจริง
out of
ป่ะ
the B site
พอมา
if
เชียร์
needed.
แบบนี้
Everybody's on
รู้สึก
site,
ว่ารุนน้อยลง
looking to
นะ
get prepared to push out towards the stairs, towards those heaven,
เจ็บปวดน้อยลง
Early 0 point
แต่
assessment
เดี๋ยวต้อง
height,
แบบ
no
ต่อไปเนี่ยน่าจะต้องรอเจ็บปวดเหมือนเดิม
nearby. Foxy 9 still holding the angle, but not quite landing the shot with the Marshall.
อุ้ยโอ้โห
A little bit of a, okay, not even really a tag. May on the other side as well. The rest of the team continuing to push up front now, but Karon will take the offensive in towards stairs.
Yeah,
Oh.
Texture had to watch out, but that's a nice clean second shot, third on the round as well. So that should secure the round. And as we noted, only that one rifle buy. So as long as you can keep that Phantom, nothing lost. He's purposely even going to go the other way, just leaving it
Ui,
up to the
pew,
two other
pew.
members of Sheriffs to finish off the job. And the round
okay.
secured, rifle carried over. And one of the things that this allows Gen.G to do is then buy up to match on that bonus round. So a bit of a variation from the old FPX buys with the 3 rifles, and now just saying, hey, well, we'll just match buy for buy. It's really not a bonus anymore.
Just a standard round.
Yeah,
But-
straight buy for buy.
Hopefully, you know, being able to get those rounds under their belt as well. There's a very good chance for it for sure, and that's what this round is all about. I mean, they played it safe and slow. They had Texture leading
อะไร
the
อ่ะ
charge,
พอเหรอ
at least holding the position up towards B to then make the call in.
หอ
But
อ๋อ
just a tech pause
เทค
here
พอส
between the two teams.
เพราะว่า
Been a
ไม่
little
น่า
crazy
ไม่น่า
call
จะ
that
ไม่น่าจะ
early
พอสเร็ว
timeout
ข
just
นาดนี้
after the eco round. It does look like I'm gonna double check a couple things on Akame's seat right now. Referee standing behind, relaying information over, but he's pulling his chair up, so I'm gonna take that as a sign that he's ready to go.
Hopefully. I see that the timer on my screen is still frozen, so actually not yet.
Well, they gotta relay it over and then confirm and make sure everything's working and double check on the other side. I'm sure it takes a couple extra steps, but we'll see. Could be another player that they need to double check things on, but not too much to discuss. Obviously, the pistol round working out, Gen.G being wary of that push out from Art, but that is something that both teams will have to do. It's either that or really having just impeccable timing rotations on that util, right? Whether it's the KO, then rotating over to the Sova, then rotating back over to the KO. It doesn't have to be the same position, but it has to really fulfill the entire about minute, maybe minute 20 seconds to make sure you have all the information before the final strike happens when you're on the defense. So the defending teams will sometimes continuously push out, and oftentimes that's going to be that A site. You have a little bit more room to work with. We'll see if Gen.G continues to be wary of that advance.
There's that full buy right now.
มายัง
Still, ooh, actually still keeping some light shields in their sides and regen shields as well for Gen.G.
Yeah, so not double dipping into the armor, but they'll make sure that they buy and then they can buy again the next round as well. So Gen.G really setting themselves up for an economic snowball here, more so than the game originally perhaps designed.
I know, right? Like maximizing truly all their chances right now, breaking the door just to create a little bit more pressure on the other side, but there is that little march up in towards A.
Art holding another off angle again, all on his own. Now, he does this a lot when he has the Odin, but with just a rifle in hand is going to be enough. That's a great paranoia support, though, from Gian. He's starting to come alive once again here on Abyss. That allows Art to just hold on. Classic comes out, not just in time. Gian gets taken down by Yoman. But Des talked about how he needed to step up, and this might be the round where he starts to wake up for the team. 3 on the board.
Karen off to the other fences
อุ้ย
as
มันได้ไง
well.
อ่ะ
Tommy trying to hold his best. Gets
Ow.
the spike down. Yeoman gunned down as well. It's just Foxy9. He found the trade, but now the one-on-one against Jinbung.
จินบุงอุ้ยไม่กินได้ไงอ่ะ
The spike is down, though, but Jinbung's still distracted on the spike side. And Gen G will get their bonus round, leading 3-0.
โอ้โหเมื่อ
The
กี้
Line Shields finding so much economical value right now. They're carrying everything forward into the next rounds. And the next rounds where they'll keep on buying up. DFM, they had a good little hold. Art bought a little bit of time for Jin to come back in, but Yoman just shuts everything down.
Yeah, that jiggle peek against Gian was so good because Gian was just waiting for them to step out of the smoke, but he gets caught off guard. And Foxy9 left down to the 1v1, gaining that confidence right off the bat as well. DFM once again on a weaker buy, just Sheriffs and a Marshal in hand. And they are just gonna get skewered by Texture. That's 2 members already lost. And that should be the round gone as well, by all things in theory.
In theory, well, at least for DFM's side, they will be noted that the Outlaw somewhere towards B may be looking for the challenge. He does have the Marshal. Waits for the smoke to bloom, but Texture takes advantage of that. Karen now sensing for the extra player out towards the B side, calls for the push in towards A.
โอ้
That's
เจน
the
จี
second
มาดุ
player
มาก
down. Shot it steps into heaven. Oh, Jen's right around the corner.
Yeah, Jin will get 1, but no weapon recovery quite available, so he'll just wait, see if he can maybe creep around, get maybe 1 or 2 more kills. But they are going to find out. Oh, does he turn around? Texture, he's ready for it, but he's just waiting. He wants to
อยากจะ
try to push out.
อีกคนนึงอีกสักคนนึงเอ้ย
He
ไม่ได้
eventually
นะ
says,
เท
"Well,
ค
if
เจ
he's
อ
not in heaven, where is he
โอ้
gone?" Turns around, and that's a 4K
พี่
for
ปรับคุณภาพ
Texture
คลิปที่
right
ดู
at
หน่อย
home.
แพนด้าว่าน่าจะ
And of
เป็น
course,
คุณภาพ
as the, well, is it a meme
น่า
or
จะ
is
เป็น
it
คุณ
first
ภาพ
person
เน็ต
one?
แพนด้าแล้วล่ะตอนเนี้ย
As long as he gets the 4K, right? Maybe that's where Genji starts to look a lot better. It's 4-0 right now as well, and this 4-0 right now as well, and this is a really strong
ได้
start
ยัง
for Genji
ดี
on
ขึ้นไหม
the attack. Rifles picked up, Blade Storm at the ready as well, and DFM
ดี
not
ขึ้นไหม
quite
คะ
finding the answer just yet.
แต่ปกติอะตั้งไว้สูงอยู่เหมือนกันนะ
Texture's
แต่ว่าน่าจะ
happy.
เป็นที่
I
เน็ต
mean, this time it wasn't like
ใช้
he was
กันด้วยนะ
nearly getting the ace, just finishing the job on that round. Was wondering if there would be an early timeout, but
โอ้
DFM happy to
40
wait
ไม่เป็นไร
until this
ได้อยู่
operator round. If they can make this
ด่าน
work,
บุก
they can carry it over. We'll have a little bit more breathing room. Holding that
เอ
ball against the window.
อแต่ตัวพี่เตชาใช่เพราะว่ามันน่าจะมันไอ้นี่ไงมันไปลง
Des
เขา
talked
เรียกว่าอะไร
about
มันไปลด
Jinbung's ability
ความ
to
เร็ว
weave
ของ
in and
YouTube แทน
out,
นะคะ
dance around that site for DFM. But this time, the
เอา
whole
ไปเลย
far out, it's really more about just
1,400
just keeping that operator protected.
ชัดขึ้นไหม
All right, a little bit of a talent. The drone going up and down, making it a little bit difficult as well. But now Mei is ready. Flash on over though. Texture looking for the opportunity to collapse onto Jinbung. Does get the flank, but not quite the range. Pulls out the blades and much more finds the kill alongside Foxy9. Mei still holding the angle. Far
เอา
back.
1,080 พ
A
อ
little bit of a hop up from Texture, but not quite finding anything just yet. The spike planted
โอ้
now
โห โหด
on
มาก
towards the site.
DFM might have to consider a save right away. I mean, you still have that operator in hand. You don't have much other util to really set up. You don't have a good line of scrimmage. Yeah, you have to back out because you've already been spotted up in heaven. And that is
โอ้เจน
devastating.
จีโหดมาก
Because despite Jinbung being spotted and dropping down, making it look like, trying to draw all the util towards him onto the site itself, they still sent a deep paranoia all the way up towards heaven. That keeps Mei at bay, not able to peek out of the smoke on a timing. And Jinbung just gets pinged. He's done for. I mean, he gets tanned by the drone, nowhere to go. Texture even activates the Blaze Storm just to keep him at bay. It's a double swing out. And then the site given
โอ้
over.
That's the whole
50
round. I mean,
โหด
just as we mentioned the desk, right, with Jinbung's ability to play inside of smokes and outside
อย่าง
of
นี้
the
ทารอนจะต้อง
sites.
ไปเจอเจนจีไหมเนี่ย
Another thing that they did mention, Bigski mentioned, was the fact
มี
that
มีสิทธิ์ได้
Gen G
ถ้า
is
เกิดว่า
just
เจ
a
นจี
really
ฟอร์ม
strong
ไม่พลาดนะ
fundamental team. They're not going to change their composition around too much, and they just know how to play the
DFM
game
น่าจะพอ
incredibly
แล้วอัน
well.
นี้
It was just a full-on execute together as a whole team in that round, and that's ultimately what broke things apart. So next round coming up now, it's going to be the timeout for DFM to really look for an answer to the question that now Genji has asked.
Absolutely. And I'm with Pilski on this one. I did kind of deliberate for quite some time to decide who I wanted to predict for this on the broadcast. And while DFM has been looking good, and they've been really coming online.
ตอบมารดากันเดี๋ยวบอกมารดาก่อนว่า
But at the end of the day, while yes, Genji perhaps not as strong as their peak last year, and yes, you know, DFM took down a Paper X, but you can't really ignore the fact that Genji plays very differently from Paper X. It's always going to be these 2v2s, 3v3s that they set each other up for. It might not be as clean as last year, but the fundamentals don't change. The idea doesn't change. And DFM, this is going to be the true challenge. If they can overcome that, then you're really evolving as a team with that teamwork, coming across another finish line to level up once more. But just battling, you know, other people who have great aim, but perhaps not always there as a team, that may not be enough to topple the likes of Genji.
I think that's absolutely fair, at least true to what we're seeing for now, but we'll see if this timeout can bring them to at least a round on the board. They still do have that op after all.
แต่แม่งเดี๋ยวรอดูค่ะว่าจบแบบนี้แล้วจะเป็นยังไงต่อ
Yeah, just absolute mid covers, and they're gonna try to potentially trap out the operator as well. They hear it, they know it's trapped. Man, you don't have anywhere to go. You've been trapped out. Akame needs to protect him. They need to find a way out, but there is no exit. It's just Akame fighting for his life on the side. He will do. Not only keeping himself alive, trying to protect Mei, but now all alone, waiting for that backup. Already a 4v2. DFM is here on the site.
คำนี้คือคำตอบว่ะ
No trades found.
Munchkin.
Their way around the smoke. Munchkin with the shorty at ready.
แล้วไม่เจอ
Pushing in, but once again re-smoked.
อีกนิดเดียว
Munchkin just waiting to see if anyone's gonna clear that. A nice timing from Akame. They know where one is. There's a good paranoia. See if there's a reaction. Yeoman actually gets a nice pick. So DFM, they gotta reconsider. Art's going back because he's just not sure of the information. But now they hear both guns. Art, you have to come back. Art, you need to be here for your team. Shinbuk is just cornered on the site. And Genji suddenly flips this on its head, making it 6-0. Where has the confidence gone from DFM?
โอ้โห
They had the numbers, but Genji just playing it safe. Found the isolated tools against them. The advantage completely thrown out to the sides because DFM weren't quite sure if Genji were still aggressing back into the side. They started to move, they started to bubble, and that was the go signal for Munchkin to start picking them off.
I almost fear for the rest of this half from DFM, because when you start having some lack of confidence and then you lose a round like that, it can really topple your mental game absolutely down to the ground. But so far, trying to stick together, trying to regroup.
เหมยเก็บไม่ได้ด้วยค่ะเมื่อกี้แบบว่าต้องบอกว่าออฟอะใช้ไม่ใช้มาไม่เรียกว่าไม่ยังไม่เข้ามั้งยังไม่เกิดยังไม่ตื่นใช้คำนี้ดีกว่า
Too much about your own decisions, but that's when you really got to just hunker down, calm yourselves down, you know, take in those little wins that you get and back in slowly bit by bit. They'll be able to do just that with Mei right
ฝุ่นจากไหนเยอะแยะ
now. Karen though, quick to smoke it off. Maybe looking to push on through with the null command down there. The first opening frag, now continuing to launch the onslaught alongside Jin and the rest of the team. Akame gunned down, but able to pick him back up. Art in with the Hunter Sphere as well, just to toss in a little bit of distraction, but unfortunately Texture holding on true with that Outlaw. Jinbung swings out around the sides now with the Sheriff, and we'll be able to find a little bit of attention. Munchkin swings back though. Yeoman in with his own Hunter Sphere.
โอ้ยแล้วเขาไม่ยอมสวย
all the way through DFM.
โอ้โหอาจุ่มค้าง เสียงอะไรปืนสกินไว้โอ้โหสกินนี้ไม่ค่อยดีนะคะสกินนี้บอกเลยสกินอะไร
Akame once again, he's honestly really started to turn into his point man for this team. Really being the one who leads by example. Even if he doesn't always get all the frags, he's the one who's out there getting information, getting the position to set up the likes of Mei and Jian.
สกินตะกิโลสวัสดีนะครับเอเตอร์มาแล้วเหมยกับมีดของเขา
Dodging the 0 point, Mei will keep himself up.
Yeah, and it just pings only the KO. So making it look like there's been no hop over, but Mei just can't land it. Akame doesn't have the trade angle either.
เหมยรอบนี้น่าจะแบดเดย์อยู่นะคะอาจจะไม่ตื่นนะยังไม่เข้ามือเท่าไหร่นะ
trying to see if
เหมย
there's a
เอายัง
rotation
ไม่
of
ได้เลย
art. The jump peak is spotted, so you know there's at least one watching mid, but that means one probably still on B. Either if not, it's all the way through spawn, so it's going to take some time. So Gen.G is going to peek the weaker side of A.
At least though, DFM will have their stars up around the sides and maybe a chance for Akame to really fend things off. But ooh, look at the quick updraft in from Texture, bypasses everything. And that's possibly the sight gone already. Gen not quite able to hold. There it is, the sight for Gen.G.
And then just pushing all the way towards backside as well.
โอ้โห
And
เซ
this
ฟละ
is, I
ต้อง
mean,
เซฟละ
this is what you see when you look at a
ล่า
team
ไหม
like Gen.G.
เจน
They
จี
may
น่า
not
จะ
be
ล่า
at
นะ
the
เงินเยอะหรือเป
very,
ล่า
very top like they
ไป
were
ละ
in the
มัน
middle of
กิ
the
น
year
มันกิน
last
เดิ
year.
น
But you consider the caliber of the players, you consider the caliber of the coaching staff, and they are going to have plays down to the T. They're going to make sure that everything is covered. All right, we take a couple hits in the first couple rounds. It's all right. We still got
เหมย
backup
บอกว่า
plans.
เมื่อวานนอน
And
ดึก
now
ไปหน่อย
DFM,
อาจจะเห
they're
นื่อย
going to have to dig even deeper into all the prep they have done to try to figure out this map.
It's the map that they've played so much already. But it is Gen.G after all. So much of it, so many of their movements, everything already drilled. They even know where the final players possibly could be hiding.
โหโหจริง
Time those peaks to perfection. 7-1, no guns carried forward into the next round. DFM will have
ๆ
to
แต่ก็ไม่แน่นะคะ บางทีแมป
not
แมปบางแมปที่แบบ
truly in
ว่า
full.
รู้สึกเหมือนมันเล่นได้อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Yeah,
บาง
and
ที
it
มัน
looks
ก็
like it
ไม่
might
ได้
be another
นะ
timeout. I was wondering because right now, if you don't call the timeout, I think the half just ends, right? I don't think you're getting another round, just given how the players are playing. There seems to be a lot more kind of panic and running scared, not ready for it.
นั่
You're
น
trying
น่า
to
ว่า
hold
อาจ
positions,
จะ
but
ต้อง
you don't have the
อาจจะยัง
confidence
ไม่
to
ตื่
really
น
take
หรือ
the
เปล่า
fight. Okay,
ไม่
it's a
รู้สิ
10
คือ
pause.
รู้สึกเหมือนว่ายิง
We'll
พลาด
see
เย
if
อะ
there
ค่ะ
is
เห
a
มือนแบบ
timeout afterwards or not.
เหมือนยัง
For
ง
now,
ง
it does look
วง
like
การเล่น
some
ยังแป
player
ลก
gear
อาจจะยังไม่
again that
ตื่น
they'll need
นะ
to double check here, this time on Art's side.
Could be whatever it is. I mean, it always is like the tiniest inconsistencies in your setup or anything, and that could throw you off. So for a pro player, that is always very crucial to have everything set up.
Hopefully it gets sorted out quickly enough. The players, they'll want nothing more than to get back into the game, get back into the zone. Looks like a little nod and a confirmation, and we should have all players getting ready to continue the match. Still waits to be seen. The second timeout is going to be used. It's always a risky move to use it in the first half, but if you don't do it, I mean, unless your players are able to turn around this round,
yeah,
this half is already looking like you are going to be way far back on the back foot.
I hear you, because you don't want to go into that second half with like a 10-2, like, ooh,
ๆ โอ้7-1
I mean, I
My
don't know if it's even
seat.
going to get to a 10-2. That's my concern. No, honestly,
เดี๋ยว
look
ก็
at
ต้อ
the
ง
way
ได้
that DFM is
แมป
playing.
2ก็ต้องต่างไป
They
แล้
have
ว
these setups in the very beginning of the round, but then they
Map 2
start to get scared, and then one person's trying to anchor down.
แต่
But
แต่
they're
ที่
not
บอก
ready
อะ
for
เกม
multiple
เก
fights
ม
like
พวก
sometimes they
นี้
would
นี่
be.
แบบ
And
จะ
then
เกิด
they
อะไร
just
ขึ้นเราไม่
lock
มีทาง
up,
รู้
and
ได้
then
เลย
you're
นะ
already down in numbers. The round's already gone out of your hands.
it is a very true consideration that we're thinking about right now, but at the very least, no timeouts. It's going to be Mei holding the angle out towards A main, taking a lot of damage already.
And Gen.G, what they're doing is simply, okay, the only thing we need to worry about are these cheeky angles, right? Holding right off around the box. Maybe it's something like a judge or a shorty. Maybe you're holding an off angle. We just need to check for that, and then we're also letting you know, hey, you like to push out to get that A space? Well, we're going to deny it.
สู้ๆ DFM เอาจริงแพนด้าก็จะเป็นคนที่เหมือนเชียร์
has gotten inklings of it.
ชอบเชียร์อันเดอร์ด็อก
And
มา
so
กกว่า
right now, with 4 members already here for the execute, Foxy9, not much reason to move away. Still got that trip as well. Akame now trapped on the site. Catches sight of Jinba, can't land on his feet. And that is just a slice and dice through the site.
I want to see the timeout. Oh, God. 5-on-3. Gen right around the corner, but he's just on the classic, so looking for whatever he can get. Gen.G, you know, they have everything surrounded, everything locked down. Art for a bit of a jump peak, but nothing's found either.
Yeah, just trying to set up for a recon here
โอ้
for
นี่น่า
Mei,
จะ
but
8-1
that should be pretty telling. Foxy9 a little bit late to swivel onto that, but either way, they will both survive.
ไม่น่าทันเว
Nice
ลา
peek out from
ยังไง
Karon,
ก็ไม่น่าทัน
trying to
เวลา
reclaim his place, letting Gian know that he is the OG rookie controller, and Mei will just have to run for his life. See if he can even make it out. Honestly, you might want to consider dropping and floating through one of these gaps just to see if they find you or not, because they're here.
เจอไหมเจอไหม
Should be a drop down.
โอ้เก็บไม่ได้ด้วยโอ้
The one hero rifle also dropped.
The fact that they dropped down together as well, I guess.
Oh
a duo,
my
just
days.
No chance for
Oh
me
my.
whatsoever. Maybe at least to find one kill, but you know, the rifle absolutely lost the drone into the wind. I mean, they tried this setup, putting their hottest player, Akame, closer towards B main, and hoping that he would be able to get at least one kill, but even when that all goes down south, it's just so tough to fight against Gen G like that. You really need to find, you know, a bit of a pause button or something for DFM, some kind of an answer, or at least just to, you know, not worry too much about the mental side of things. Just try and find any tiny little win.
Yeah, so we just saw them 0 point onto B and try to potentially go for a full rotate over to A. They have chosen against it, which I'm happy about, because that's what we saw Gen G do against DRX, and it didn't work out quite very well. But now, just holding a default, going all the way, long way around, all the way over to A. May should arrive just in time. Art, the importance here is to stay alive rather than trying to get a kill. Because if you can do that, you can start to take more space, perhaps in mid, perhaps in B, just get a little bit more information.
Yeah, to stall, but look at how aware Gen G are as well. I mean, they're not fully committing into it, waiting for a little bit more utility just to check it clear. Down to 50 seconds, they saw, I think, the recon as well from the Shadows TP play as well, and that's a little bit of an attempt to get an info, but okay, Art starts it off with a kill.
Yeah, Paranoia to keep them delayed as well. There's still 3 members here. You only tag one close. There's the fragment, but he's still hiding in the smoke. You don't find him. Art's still alive. He gets 2, 3 on the board for the round.
ยืนหยัดมาก
But it's with May this time. He is not alone. And Yeoman stranded on the site. He's gotten quite a few kills, but it won't be enough for this round. DFM finally get their second round.
สู้ DFM 93ก็ยังได้9-3 curse ไปเพื่อน
They put up that roadblock on the A site. They had Art to hold. They had stars. They had smokes. They had the Paranoia set up behind as well. And Gen G tried their darndest to really bait a lot of that out, but because Art was able to find at least one of those kills, allow for the rest of his team to get into sight, get into range, they were then able to strike back to take that round away from Gen G.
DFM, if they can get to 4, yeah, there's something that's doable. Obviously, relatively mirror comps, and we've seen exactly how DRX was able to dissect Gen G's defense. Maybe DFM, they can take a page out of that book, but they have to get there first with enough rounds on the board. It's a close drone. That's way too many spotted, but made there for the bait. And now that's going to slow down Gen G. This time, the jet being gone means a lot as they just aren't able to power through with the firepower and the util left on the other side.
So good job for May to really hold that down. Quick on the reaction to protect Art as he tries to escape off of that drone. Off of that, though, now DFM has to make the read, so they're trying to place players up towards mid. Jinbung as well on towards the B side, trying to block off as much as possible. But Gen G, they're getting within range and they're ready to explode onto side again. Off with the flash, straight in.
Jinbung, he's going to try to hide out. Akame's trying to protect him for as long as possible, but they can't both die here. Jinbung will only trade for 1, but sight given over again. Even stairs, you have to re-clear. Karon going to peek out on a timing. He goes for the wide swing. Welcome to Pacific, Art. And he shuts the retake down. Paranoia goes out for even further delay. The drone tags May. You know both members are here. Yeoman needs to collaborate on a timing, and there is another bait and switch, this time with Munchkin. It all comes down to May. He wants another round. They need every round they can get. 1v2. May, the swing out, and Yeoman is on point today.
ไฟพาวเวอร์โยแมนมันโหดอะไฟพาวเวอร์เจนจีโหดทุกคนเลย
With the positioning, with the tells, the TP from Karen really forced May to think, did he go backside? Is he somewhere up on top of Raptors? I gotta check. And in all that time, Yeoman is just ready to stagger his movement around Karen and holds the angle, perfectly reacting to May's peak. So darn well played, and it's just Gen G up to 9-2 right now. All pulled out by Texture.
Yeah, I mean, they have that Blade Storm, so just making sure that he can wait for a push out. It is that last round and a half. You know DFM is going to get antsy. So he's waiting all the way far out of A main. Meanwhile, during that, the pressure onto mid. Gen G looking so much more fluid than they did against DRX. putting a lot of pressure, this time back onto A main as well, making it be heard.
texture ใช้ออฟเลยเหรอโหด
DFM, they've got those question marks in their head, not quite sure where to really hold, and look at their position so far back.
Yeah, Jinbeng, nice jumping. I was afraid he would just try to run back in to try to take a position. You've already given up the site. You have to make sure that you're ready to play for the retake. You have the Cosmic Divide. You can't go over the risks here. Akame stays alive for now. Jinbeng
เอ้ยสวย
You get the kills. You're staying alive. Jinbeng dances.
โอ้
Barely
ไม่
gets
ได้
right on the ankle by the Hunter's Fury.
40 seconds with the Cosmic Divide up as well. That's when Gen G really goes for the full rotation over. It's just May on the A side, sure, but he's holding Heaven on an off angle. Art hears Yeoman up by the top of mid as well, but okay, gun down. Jin makes it a safe trade. 2-on-1 against May. What's going to happen?
May, he needs to land the first shot. He finds it, not quite able to get the kill. Texture gets by with the Bladestorm, tries to position on top of the site. Spike not planted just yet, but now it all comes down to Munchkin, and he still needs to plant. He would love to get at least one more kill, but he's about to get spotted, and it's too many members.
กลับมาพร้อมมาม่าต้มยำกากหมูเอ้ยไม่ได้แล้วไม่ได้แล้ว
Quick to react off the updraft as well.
แพนด้าต้องไปบ้างแล้ว
Just a little bit overwhelming, but yeah, there it is.
แพนด้าต้องไปหาอะไรกิน
Not
แล้ว
too bad towards the end of it all. They played it safe, and it does pay off. I love
เอ
that
อ
Akame just had this nice little key piece of utility. He knows
ไหน
that
สิ
Gen G has been setting themselves up really close to site. Especially around the smokes, and that's when
เดี๋
he
ยว
throws
มา
that
นะ
little
คะ
fragment down.
ไปหา
Makes
ข้าว
use of
กิ
it
น
to
ค่ะ
actually peek into it and finds, I think it was maybe Karen inside of the smoke. So
เต็มที่เลยปะ
all of that
ใหญ่
just
ไป
to
หน่อย
give
ปะ
them some tiny advantages
จะ
and
รำคาญไหม
forcing Gen G off the site. Good little plays, and hopefully this gives them a little bit more
เดี๋ยว
confidence,
ปิดไมค์ไว้นะคะ
when they're playing on their attacking half, where you know,
ทุกคนน่ะทุกคนอย่าเพิ่งเสนอเมนูตัวเองมาสิแพนด้ายังไม่เอาอะไรกินเลย เออเดี๋ยวแพนด้ามาเดี๋ยวแพนด้าไปเอามากินด้วยรอก่อนนะพวกเสนอเมนูเนี่ยทุกคนแบบว่ามามาค่ะสวัสดีค่ะเดี๋ยวมานะคะเดี๋ยวไปหาอะไรกินก่อนนะเดี๋ยวมาค่ะ
Another new peak. Rather than just scraping together a win here and there, but really setting new heights for themselves. It would mean a lot, not just for the players, but for the entire community watching over from Japan. And boy, would it mean a ton to take down the two Pacific holders from last year in Paper Rex and Gen G.
be such a big statement for all of Japanese Valorant. If Talon was, Southeast Asia's last hope, or is Southeast Asia's last hope, DFM is that last hope for Japan. Starting things off on the second half on the attacking side.
DFM looking to pressure mid. It's going to be an equal push out from Gen G. And just hiding away with that smoke, purposely keeping it low so it's not spotted easily. There's just not enough members from DFM here. They need to win their fights, but May landing the first shot just draws away all the attention. The duo of May and GN start to strike back here in the second half.
Just holding themselves up by Catwalk. So much spotted out. The shots connecting as well. Just Munchkin left. 1-on-5. Munchkin.
Well, he'll just bank on the fact that it might be A, and if it's not, we'll see what his choice is.
Get away with a kill or two, find the alt orbs, maybe try not to give too much away to DFM.
Just taking this time to discuss things a little bit as well, it seems, but he is just going to creep forward. If he can get a kill, like you said, he'll get a point or two towards that null command, but if not, happy to go down to the spike.
DFM, though, they note their numbers advantage, and they're playing it tight. Pushing all the way into defender side spawn, they spot nothing, so they kind of know. Maybe he's mid, maybe he's coming all the way back through attacker spawn. He saw GN.
Yeah, GN looks like he's gonna get caught out right there near the end, and DFM says that's fine. We'll be able to save our lives going over. May just wondering if it's gonna re-peek back out to mid, but Munchkin goes down to the spike. DFM now up to their 4th round with a couple strong pistols as well. So curious to see if they all buy up or not.
Looks like they most probably would. Trying to keep as much of an advantage as possible for the rest of this second half. This is the side that also Gen.G did struggle with against DRX, though. I mean, they ended their defensive half only with 3-round wins against DRX.
Well, see if DFM, they're going to set up for mid once again. Just a scouting over by A. Oh, a deep smoke out with the recon as well, but it tags all three, so that's a lot of information from Akame. Tries to spam against Yoltor, but they'll happily give that up.
Yeah, Marshall shot fired off as well, so they're kind of aware, not wanting to challenge it too much. None of them have shields after all, so Gen.G playing it safe back towards the A site. A couple holding inside of B link as well, while DFM continues to explore.
So after the 3 tagged on A, they send 1 back over to B, try to make that a heavy site, and they're actually going to start to push out, see if they can find a timing. Jinbun gets a sniff of it. Something tells him something is off. Now he will just hold at bay, puts up a smoke, but obviously that's a fake. Gen.G knows that now, so the 2 members on A side, do they play close or do they try to play for their lives? Looks like they're just going to spread the fight out, try to delay as long as possible, wait for that flank to come through.
Still though, Jinbun still very much within range of footsteps, so it's going to have to be quite careful. The rest is Gen.G just trying to hold as much as possible. Yeoman looking for maybe some kind of attack through the recon, but nothing quite found. Art will be able to evade it and get close enough to get the spike down. Akame in with the first Marshall shot towards the back. A second one as well. There's the third.
Just clean shots from Akame. I was wondering maybe they need to start pushing back all the way out towards defender spawn, but Akame lands the first shot, and it's okay if Jinbun goes down, only had that sheriff in hand. If it ends like this, a very, very clean anti-eco with all of their upgrades being carried over. 3 rifles and a Marshall in hand.
That could be really effective for the upcoming rounds as well. Just Karen continuing to jiggle, spotted out by Mate. Clean and simple. Akame eliminating the entire flank, which is quite lovely. 5-9. We'll see if these carried over rifles will do something against Gen.G's full buy.
Yeah, buying up another one as well. So the Marshall, the only one really falling quite far behind in terms of firepower, but it can still be deadly in the right hands. May only 2 away from the Blade Storm. So overall, the economic setup quite good for DFM, but still a little ways to go as Gen.G is ahead by 4 rounds. Once again, with the double controllers, DFM wanting to make sure they absolutely control mid first before they start to work the map.
True that. Still back into it. A little bit of a spam in towards A, though, just in case with the smoke that far up front. So just to check. But not Gen.G not quite giving out too many reactions just yet.
Yeah, but an early drone as well to make it really look like DFM has pushed, started to creep up mid. So Gen.G, they need this information. You constantly see Caron jump peeking in mid to see, okay, when's the timing? Is it a pinch on to B? Do we have to push out from somewhere? Keeping Gen.G under wraps. The one-way comes out on A. That will give them a little bit more time to work with. But DFM, they might even use this to play it as a fake. Just continue to put that pressure over by the A side.
Yeah, still trying to keep Gen.G interested. Texture, though, quickly holding the angle outside of B. Main spots nothing out, so down to 40 seconds now. Gen.G are starting to think, like, are they towards mid? Are they towards A? Because we're not seeing anything around B.
Oh, I love this from DFM. So you take the orb, and then you just make no sound. Make it look like you're just going to rotate out by putting fake pressure onto A, and it works perfectly. Even though they tagged May, he just backs out quietly as if he's the only one here. And now with the recon coming in, you have to empty the site.
Oh, and look at that smoke out towards A heaven as well. It just blocks so much of it off. The only thing that Gen.G can play now is from spawn, from security. And that's not good enough. It's going to be the spike down for DFM.
May holding close. He loves that spot. Already has quite a few highlights on it just from this tournament. You still have Jinbun over by Vents as well. The first mission is going to be May, and Munchkin gets it with a slow creep out. Art's ready on the other side. They still have good angles, but a full flash against GN shuts him down, and Munchkin just leading the charge for Gen.G on the bonus. The spam comes through to set up for the teammates, and Gen.G will go up to 10.
Must have seen him just as the smoke started to bloom. You would have thought that DFM had the right setup, right? Jinbun inside of Vents. They had so much of it covered off, but just because Gen.G's that sharp, they peeked out of spawn. They found players, and also taking that fight out to bridge, like it just broke so much of DFM's post-plant positions off. Munchkin, I mean, how on earth was he able to go on such a tear?
Oh, Oh yeah, spots him right at the end as well. And I think the really clever choice that Munchkin makes here is to go through contact. You're not throwing any of that util because once you lose sight of backside, the crossfires and the anti-flash becomes a lot easier. You have 3 angles you would need to cover. So just going in with contact, checking left and checking right, and that's how they catch May off guard.
Yeah, playing it safe and tight with the rest of the team. Typical Gen G style. Very strong on the retake, and now DFM has to kind of work their way across the map once again. Nothing outside of A, it's been smoked off. Full bunched up all up towards B.
So A just being emptied out. They have the tripwires just to check how deep the enemies come through.
Oh.
Now drone goes deep. Texture, they know that he's trapped, but who else is on the site? Well, Munchkin down. No bodyguard for Texture. Here comes the flying drone in May with the blades out. He wants to kill, but Texture shuts him down. The attack already slowed down. Texture trying to spade through. He gets Akame as well, and the spike still yet to be delivered onto the site. 2 members guarding each other in Gen G. Texture on for 3. Can he get the 4th? No, well, Karen's already gonna go for it. Jinbung shuts down Texture, but it's only Jinbung left who makes it a 1v2.
He was stuck all the way towards the back lines, and with that, he was able to find Texture, who was hunting for kills. Spots out the next player as well. 2-on-1, though, and Yeoman's right up from behind, undetected. So there is a chance at thwarting Jinbung on towards that spike plant. Karen keeping himself tucked away as well.
This is tough because you do have to just go for the plant. It's just too much distance for you to cover to try to get a kill first. He needs to try to isolate the 1v1s. He has no idea that Yeoman's already through. The timing from Yeoman is perfect as he brings yet another round for Gen G.
Yeah, thought about it, but had no idea. And I wonder if Karen actually made a slight bit of movement just to bring the attention back to him, because he knew that at least Karen was right up around the front. So that's what Jinbung was more worried about. That said, though, all said and done, it is a score that is now 11-5. One successful round, a couple of successful rounds from Gen G, and that's all it took to bring them to this huge lead. And it starts off with Texture.
I mean, Texture almost on for the 4K again. Eventually gets shut down, but it delays so much. I mean, the spike eventually not planted until Jinbung picks it up.
Truly. So it just bears noting that DFM does need a lot more information to work off of, but right now, Texture straight inside the smoke. The updraft heard, but unfortunately, Spam's not quite found. Texture finds a shot through to May instead.
Well, a little bit of their own medicine against DFM. They were doing this a lot to Paper X yesterday. GN, the criminal in mid, as Akame gets a nice answer back. Art as well. Gen G, perhaps underestimating their opponents just a bit, expecting them to shy away from the fight.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to pay the price for it now. It's mid HP, but it's not the worst.
DFM เริ่มมาแต่มาช้าไปหน่อย
Continue to scout and check
มาแล้วค่ะแพนด้าไปเอาปลาทูมา1 ตัว กับข้าวนะคะข้าวแล้วปลาอุ้ยโอ้ ได้ไง
The timing, he hears the footsteps, and that's all he needs for the confidence to drop down and bring Gen G to map point.
You talked about Karen needing to step up for the team, to take matters into his own hands, and this is just that. Look at how he holds the angle. It was
อะไรเนี่ยสแปมในควันอะไรเนี่ย
Given how everything out towards mid was just completely broken apart.
มาถึงก็เจอฉากเด็ดเลย
Goes for the big sidestep towards the right and continues to reposition. Those 3 kills gave all the value to Gen G in this round.
I love that he purposely hides deeper into the corner as well, just making sure he can find more than one target, because that's what he needed. And that is going to bring this to 12-5. 7 chances for Gen G, everything in the world, but DFM, everything now on the line. There comes the ultimate, trying to find a target. It eventually does onto Foxy9. That's all the Cypher Util also taken down. Cosmic Divide, Karon, he jumps above.
ไม่รู้จบแบบ1พอดีเลยเอา
Yeah, May got an inkling of it, maybe heard it right at the end.
Yeah, checked it right around the smoke. I mean, that is where May would like to be as well, to hold off the angle in towards spawn. But now that the smokes have gone off, he's going to get off of it and in towards a safer position right underneath Heaven to check for the angles.
And they tried to go for contact again. Gravity well comes out, and this time DFM's ready for a wider angle.
ยังรักษาชีวิตไปได้หนึ่ง
DFM
แล้ว
keeping track of what has worked for Gen G, but can they do it 6 more times in a row is the big question.
Yeah, this round was, quite a bit of a paced play. They had the Cosmic Divide, they had the smokes, they had the Hunter's Fury to allow them to get into sight. And of course, May as well, who was so
เอาจริง DFM อ่ะแพนด้าว่ามาได้นะแต่ว่าน่าจะมาช้าไปหน่อย
So that was truly the key for DFM in the round, but it's a play that can't be repeated too much.
มันน่าจะไม่ทันแล้ว
Their ultimate stuff
เสียดาย
now. I think Akame
น่าจะต้อง
at least is
ดูที่
sitting
แมป
on
ต่อ
the
ไปแล้ว
ultimate, though, so
แต่
maybe
คิด
that
ว่า
is
ยังไงก็อยากให้มีแมป
slightly
3 นะ
DFM,
น่าจะแมป
for
3
Gen G, you just caught a glimpse of that. They got 5 ultimates.
ประตูตัวใหญ่มาก
No guns, but 5 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you get a first kill, maybe you use them all. But if not, happy to spend it on the next round. See what you can do in this one with the just 1 rifle on Yo Man.
Yo Man
Lane Storm will be used right away, so that gives a little bit more
ชื่อเขาก็ไม่
firepower
ได้ต
for
ลก
Gen G to work with.
Okay, mid smoked off as well.
So Gen G, they just want to make sure that they keep some control of mid. That way they can rotate a bit faster and they don't have to rely on a complete gamble stack early on without too much information. Obviously coming in with just pistols, they want to try to hold on to their util until they need to fight. So they will just keep Yo Man for a little bit more information. He needs to keep a good timer on that smoke. Art comes out from very close. Yeah, Art should know that that's coming straight out of vent.
Immediately drones, so that is a little bit of a tell for Yo Man as well.
Yeah, but there's no one looking to
แล้วเรียน
trade
ทุกคน
for
แพ
Yo
นด้า
Man.
แกะประตูอยู่
DFM, they will continue
สวัสดี
to
คุณ
creep
ตุก
back
ตุก
up.
นะคะ
Good timing. If he can
เขาคุก
find
ประตู
that kill,
ใช่
can't quite get it. He has to shy away, but that means
อร่อย
big
อร่อย
sight now in danger. There's the no command. Everything offline. Boxy 9.
แต่ต้องระวัง
just
กลาง
waiting
ให้
on
ดี
timing. He's been shut
แพ
down.
นด้า
He's
ต้อง
been
ตั้ง
pushed
ใจ
back
ก่อน
with
แป๊
that
บนึง
fragment, and that leaves Charon all alone. Sheriff in hand. Perfect. Oh, what in the world is that? May still trying to recover things for his team, but the revive just won't come through in time. Boxy 9 strikes from the side.
Oh
and this might
no
be how it ends.
เหมย
Akame's
พยายาม
still
เอา
down.
ชีวิต
Spike
รอด
now recovered. They want to try to get something going. May set up for the kill, but May, can he stay alive?
โอ้
No,
แมป
it's
ต่อไป
Texture who finishes it, but it starts with Charon, a headshot in the smoke, and Gen G will take map 1.
คาร์ลอนนี่
13-6. Gen G,
เช
they
อรี่
break
ดุ
apart
มาก
DFM's
ครั้ง
winning
ที่แล้วก็
streak
เคยเอ
on
ก
the
เช
map
อรี่
of
ไปรอบนึง
Abyss.
แพนด้าจำได้
Down to it all in the final round where Gen G didn't have that much to work with. They had the ultimate, sure, but not quite the guns. But with the quick plays, with the right setups, DFM, they go in for that quick push down
Pan
B
Gen
link,
G
and
มันดี
Karen
มาก
was
จริง
ready for it. He hit himself inside of the smoke. You talked about how he needed to step up, and he did exactly that a second time today. What a player, what a guy.
The pop flash was perfect from Akame. The timing was so good, but Karen knows the mission. I either get a kill or I die. There's no 2 ways about it. And as soon as he sees that flash pop, it's just a shot fired right on the heads of Akame. And that slows down the entry point. Gives time for Foxy 9 to sweep around and keep things at bay. Spike not planted. Unfortunate for DFM, they just couldn't wrap their heads around Gen G in the first half, letting them get away all the way up to 8-1 on the scoreboard before they finally started answering back.
Yeah, that might have been a really big factor.
ตื่นช้าไปนิดนึงโหเสียดายไม่เป็นไรนะแบบหน้า
Almost unwinnable
DFM
scenarios. First it was like Munchkin in a 2-on-4. It did it maybe a second time, and then now it's Karen again. There's something to be said about a guy who's just not afraid of dying.
Here's another one of those rounds. Obviously not a clutch, but a great call and leading right at the front of the pack. But this one right here, Charon really puts the nail in the coffin and continues to be now a veteran on the Gen G squad as they lead 1-0 in this best of 3. We'll send it over to the analyst desk and our lovely host to break down the action.
Oh, why thank you, Chobra and Quack. Gen G, who was doubting them? Like why were
Not me.
Yeah, not me. What? Pilsky, were you doubting them?
Oh yeah, guys, I totally predicted for DFM today, for sure. I mean, I saw them play against Paper X, and I'm pretty convinced they're going to make an international event this year. Anyway, I am actually kind of shocked that DFM won more opening duels than Gen G that game. It did not feel like that at all. I felt like Gen G was just doing whatever they wanted, but at the same time, I can kind of see that in a way because I felt like DFM's ultimate problem in this game was just a lack of coordination and inability to win the
แต่
duels
ต้อง
that
บอก
they
เลย
win
ว่า
against some of the other games in this series
ไฟ
where they've had a
พาวเวอ
little
ร์
bit
บาง
more
ส่วนอะ
success.
ต้องบอกว่าเจน
And
จีดี
also just
มากจ
in
ริงๆ
the
แล้วก็บางตำแหน่ง
FPXs, like they're not trading each
Position
other,
ดี
their
จ
spacing
ริง
is
ๆ
not good, and Genji is clearly taking advantage of that.
I mean, this is a textbook confidence team. We spoke about this yesterday, and that's how they were able to upset Paper Rex. I think they played with so much confidence, they took so many fights, and they started winning so many duels.
สวัสดีคุณโอฟ้านะคะ
Today it's an entirely different story. This looks like a much
ขอ
more
พรได้สาม
broken
สาม
down
บท
DFM.
พรุ่งนี้ผ่านไปได้ด้วยดี
The deal
ได้
started
ค่ะ
with the Munchkin clutch right near the
ทำทุกอย่างได้อยู่แล้วนะคะ
As soon as I saw that, I
ขอ
thought,
ให้
oh no,
Do you-
DFM might be in
That's
trouble.
actually a really fascinating point. You know, coming into a
อืม
match with the sort of mentality of where the
เขาเรียกว่ายังไง
underdog,
ดี
how
นะ
we're not even expecting to win, what do we have
ขอ
to
ให้
lose
พรุ่ง
at this
นี้
point
นะคะคุณ
versus
เทเลตี้
now they've come this far,
ทำทุกอย่างได้ตามที่หวังนะคะ ตั้งใจทำอะไรก็สำเร็จนะ
from Pacific. You're right. They looked a lot different today. This sort of confidence that we saw yesterday is completely dissolved.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head with that there, where when nobody thought they could win yesterday, there is no pressure to win. If you go out, even from an organizational side, for the DFM org to lose to PRX is fine, you know, you don't feel this sense of external pressure. But now they won against PRX, people are saying, oh my goodness, they might make it all the way, and all of a sudden, this hype starts weighing you down, and you start to feel like, oh no, we
เป็น
have
ไป
to
ได้นะอาจจะ
deliver
รู้สึก
now.
กด
People
ดัน
are
ก็
really
ได้
rooting for us now. You know, the fans back home in Japan, we've finally given them something to cheer for, and now it's like you don't want to take that away just after you've given it to them. So there is more pressure on their shoulders, and it didn't look like they coped great.
Yeah, when you can
แต่
sort of
ทรง
smell
นี้
success, you can smell that
น่า
victory,
จะ
the pressure starts to come
ได้ไป
down.
สู้กับ
Now,
DFM
our
จริง
earlier
ๆนะ
head
คะ
to head was Karon and Jian.
เพราะว่า
Kelsey. I mean, how
เจ
is
น
this
จี
looking
มา
now
มา
compared to what we were
มาก
talking
อยู่เหมือนกัน
pre-match?
I mean,
ต้อง
Karen
ดู
made
ว่า
some
เหมย
fantastic
หรือว่า
plays that
DFM จะ
game.
สา
I
มารถ
think
ที่จะ
the
แบบ
main
ว่า
thing that I want to praise Genji for is
กลับมาได้ไหม
Munchkin was
แบบ
super
ตื่น
on
หรือ
point,
ยังอะไรอ
and
ย่าง
the
เงี้
game
ย
plan was on point from the coaches as well. They did not start slow. You had Munchkin winning opening duels, like taking 8 duels against May and winning them. Caron had a couple of multi-frags like we wanted to be seeing from him. It didn't matter whether they went A, whether they went B. They were constantly getting ahead of the play, ahead of the rotations here, and you can see Jinbung's in a lot of trouble here, guys. Like we were saying, this guy's insane at anchoring on the Astra. He had a very tough game, and that is all due to Genji taking full advantage of the way that he's been playing and running DFM around the
แต่
map.
เทคเตอร์ต้องบอก
Yeah, I
ว่า
mean,
ฝีมือเขา
to
คง
me, it
เส้น
looked
ค
like
ง
they
วา
were
ง
just
มาก
running a Jinbung wherever they found him, and you know,
เหมือน
once
Meteor
again, we
อีกคน
speak
หนึ่ง
about confidence. Genji started so strong. They're
เป็น
slamming the
จะเรียกว่า
sides
เป็น
and
ดูเว
making
ลิ
it
ต
so
ที่
hard to
ที่
get.
ฝีมือคนค่อนข้าง
Guys. You see him throwing the util, like he's throwing the util in the
May-
early
may-
round,
may
and
we
what's he
am.
doing?
Đúng
He's
rồi.
running it down, he's taking aim duels dry wherever he wants to go.
That's
He's,
my captain.
you know, getting active, and yeah, 100%. He clearly, him and the rest of Genji, texture improved. Although we're giving him the MVP, I really feel like Munchkin was probably the MVP for me. Like he was reading the game super well. He was taking a lot of aim duels, playing confidently. He was changing sights on the KO and KO knifing DFM when they were trying to go for executes, setting up
ต้
the
องบอก
plays
ว่า
with
ทำได้
really
ดี
good
มากเลยค่ะ
supportive flash work on attack. Like he was fantastic this
มา
game.
อยู่นะ แต่
It's
ว่า
a
อาจ
day
จะ
for
ไม่ทัน
Dragon IGLs.
Heck
ตื่นไม่ทัน
It is definitely happening. Francis Cruz and now Munchkin, and we have seen it in past interviews with Genji, with them commending Munchkin and why they put him on particular roles and not just as a caller for the teams, because he himself as a player, his personality is very aggressive in terms of play style, and this really very much suits how the rest of this team has been playing. In fact, you know, not too long ago last year when Genji started to rise through kickoff, it was like a year ago where a lot of people doubted Genji
ตอนต่อ
was
ไปแล้วมัน
because
มาก
they
แน่
had sort of transformed how Korean Valorant was being played, and it was a lot more aggressive, a lot more confident, a lot faster. And Genji is reminding us now, again today in the lower bracket, who they are and that they're here to stay.
I mean,
So you got Munchkin on your side.
there was doubters. They doubted me. They said I couldn't do it. They said I didn't know what I was talking about.
Well, I mean,
Mostly him, but
you guys are coaches. You are the experts for a reason.
Right.
this is what I
That's
mean.
the
My
guy who
captain.
predicted DFM to win today, right?
Okay.
The game's not done.
It is
It's
not
popping
done.
Everywhere. It's not done.
DFM
We're-
have to regroup now.
Guys,
That's a
We
big
have
thing.
another map.
We're going on to Lotus, are we not? The
I mean,
game's
yeah,
not done?
yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
It's scary for them. It's scary for them. They need to find their footing and they need to find confidence. That's the big thing. They're a vibes team. We keep saying it, and they have to reclaim some vibes here. Otherwise, this might be a fast 2-0 for Gen G. This is such a good map.
Morgan. Let's. They played it once in the off season, buddy. They barely played this map. They're playing a bloody Breach Neon comp on Lotus. Like, come on. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
I have to say, I'm a little bit less confident. After seeing that map 1, after knowing what map 2 is, I think this has gone right into Gen G's hands. They're going to be licking their lips.
Sir, do you change your vote for today?
Oh, no.
Can't change it now. Come on. I'm not fixing the predictions.
But I will say I'm worried about my prediction. I think that's the best way I can word it. There is still hope for them, you know.
What's the hope?
You have to play the game. They need to start much stronger. They got ran over at the start of that game. They lost rounds that they should have won. You're not putting the rounds to bed. So Gen G just, you know, they just cracked the game wide open for themselves, and that's what DFM need to do head into this. I want to see a pistol win, I want to see a bonus win, I want to see pushing, I want to see confidence. That wasn't there in the first one.
No one on DFM showed up to that game except for maybe Akame, and he had a couple of nice little multi-frags. For DFM here, if they play the same comp, if they play this Breach Cypher comp with the Neon, like this is another kind of execution-based comp where you need to find the right reads. If you're starting out on defense or something like that, you've got to be able to get the right plays going off of the cam. At the same time, though, we've seen a lot of teams that don't have many reps on certain maps just bring some funky comps or change things up. So this is a chance for DFM to catch Gen G off guard a little bit, because we know exactly what Gen G is going to play, guys. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's actually a very fair point, and we've seen exactly that happen here. Talon, who was playing earlier today, is probably the masters of that, surprising a team with a completely different idea, which throws their opponents off. But it is Gen G, and you're right, we know what they're probably going to play, we probably know how they're going to play, but they're so good at fine-tuning and reacting to it because they stick to what they know and they just make it perfect.
Yeah, that's a major point. If you rep this comp as much as Gen G has, you've seen everything. You have a huge bank of responses to know if a team wants to run the Breach, how do we respond? If a team is playing Neon, how do we want to respond? You have all those reps, so that's the advantage you have over changing your comps a lot. So I think if there's a team you're trying to catch out, you don't want it to be Gen G because they're very well prepared.
Yeah, random adaptation on the fly is inconsistent. If you can have a solution that you've already made and a deep playbook like Gen G will have on this map, and then you go, oh, this round will work against this thing that they're doing, it's going to be way easier for it to actually have impact.
Well, Pilsky, I know you predicted Gen G. You're one of the 4 talents who did. But I want you to make a case for DFM. What do you want to see from DFM? Because you are definitely not sold on their comp, what you've seen from them in the off-season. What is it going to take Gen G down?
Do I see? I'm kind of debating in my mind. Do I want them to change comp and do something weird because that's backfired for them on Pearl already once before, or do I just want them to play this Breach comp? I think I want them to do something weird. I think I want them to play double duelists or something and get really aggressive and really active because they're looking really disjointed today. If they bring the same level of disjointedness into this game, it's going to be tough for them. Looking at DFM, they have changed things up, but not on the aggressive side of things. They're going to go towards the Astra and mix in the Vice. So the double controller, this almost kind of looks like what Nongshim were playing.
Yeah, it does a little bit. We have that Astra Omen. It's really nice. You got the Vice in there with it as well. We see the roles change just a little bit here. Now, Gen on the Astra, as we would expect, and Art on the Omen. So no Sova, Jinboon playing the Fade.
Yeah. So yeah, oh wow, Senti player on the Fade, on the singular Enid, that's definitely an interesting one, especially because Art loves this Odin.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to be in tree on the Omen like we saw from Estrella.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what we'll see. We'll see the Omen in the tree, Odining and moving forward.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've been seeing so much Lotus in the last 24 hours, but we haven't seen enough of Art on Odin. And it's always spectacular when he is on it. We're going to go into map 2 and send it back to casters Chobra and Quack.
เล่นกันทีไรแพ้แมปตัวเองตลอด
Very much. We'll see if DFM can answer back Gen G's Lotus. Not a map that many teams just from even all around the world could crack so easily last year. And already they continue to prove it again in 2025 that it continues to be a home ground for them. DFM, they've had a little bit of time to study it.
Gen G, though, they've shown that they do know how to deal with the Vice as well, playing that game against RQ, so we shall see what does happen. DFM starting things out on the attack. Not a lot of presence towards Rubble, so DFM looking to at least take up a bit of that space.
They already have control of B main as well, so push comes to shove. a rotation through that blue room. They're already pinging it, just making sure that they keep their eyes set in case there's a push, a pinch out.
That could very well from the site was Yeoman.
เรามาดื่มกลับมาพี่เตงอยู่บอกแล้ววันนี้นาน
Yeah, it's just gonna be
วันนี้ดูแข่งอะ
into that B site. The talk screen comes up, but obviously coming in through Baby Door, it's gonna negate some of that delay. The Haunt gets destroyed immediately. Yeoman just has to make sure that no one's actually pushing through on Waterfall. Curious to see if Texture's
ไม่ได้หยอกถึงจะไม่ทำอะไรมาก
if he's gonna group up.
แต่ก็แบบว่า
Potentially all the way around.
เขาเรียกว่า
the door.
อะไรนะทดเวลาที่หายไปไงล่ะคะถึงแม้ว่าจะไม่ทำอะไรมากก็ตามนั่งกินนั่งดูแข่งใช่เดี๋ยวมีเล่นวาโลต่อด้วย
Takes a lot of damage in that process, and May, alongside Jin, will be able to collect on those frags. Texture now up from behind, has the doors up and opened, finds at least a pick, but Kara not quite landing the flick. Down to just Texture, pushes out of the smoke, but Art suffocates.
Yeah, 4 members left alive. DFM already had such a good stronghold on the site. They were even watching the flank a little bit from Jin Bung, so he might be playing the fade, but he's still got, you know, that lurk DNA, the flank DNA, just to make sure.
พวกนี้พี่เต้จะยมไหมไม่น่านะเพราะว่ามันไม่ค่อยทำอะไรมากอะเป็นด้านดูแข่งมันไม่ใช่ฟรีทอล์กอะจะนั่งกินข้าวอยู่ด้วยเนี่ยถ้าเกิดว่าพูดอะน่าจะเหนื่อย
So I love the way they work the map.
นับหนึ่งมาก่อนแบบ3แน่
to be able to make that play happen in towards the B site. But next round coming up, they are buying up pretty much in full. Marshall, Jen on the Ghost. So playing a little bit conservative, looking to see if Genji does push out. Genji just spamming through the smokes out towards A main.
Again, full B main control as well from DFM, so that seems to be the crux of things. There's the arc rush through the wall, just to make sure that they don't get hit by a crazy trap play. But Genji this time, they're the ones who are eventually going to get all the rest of Rubble for free.
So that's a lot of info, but it's a lot of pressure for Foxy now as well.
Yeah, he just has to kind of delay with the first kill here. He just has to hide out in the smoke. Doesn't have much of an option anymore.
เดี๋ยวเริ่มเดือนใหม่เดี๋ยวน่าจะมีดูดวงด้วยนะแต่ว่าอย่างที่บอกคงไม่ได้เยอะมาก
Just stop any sort of pressure. Art, you have the spike. You have to watch out not to get picked off. Only 40 seconds left. DFM, you do not have good control of this map right now. You have to land the shots.
They have to barrel through. That's the only
หลายคนน่าจะดูกันไปเรียบร้อยแล้ว
alongside Yeoman right
แต่ก็เปิดไว้นั่นแหละ
dipping at their heels. They try to spam through the smokes to find as much as they can.
ครั้งหนึ่งเดือนหนึ่งก็น่าจะดูสักครั้ง2 ครั้งนะคะเพราะว่าคงไม่ได้ดูเยอะแต่ว่าเดือนที่แล้วเนี่ยมีอันนั้นเพราะว่า
timing Munchkin actually finds it for himself. Eventually gets straight up and carries it straight back. Jin Bung still keeping everything alive on the site. And Akame, he can't quite finish it, but Jin Bung will get 3 on the board. So what looked
ด้วยในส่วนของทุกคนนะคะแพนด้าก็ได้นำเงินนะคะไปสร้างเจดีย์ใช่ไหมใส่ชื่อทุกคนไปด้วยคิดว่าเป็นลูกสมุนไม่ใช่นอกจากนี้ยังได้ถวายพระเพลพระที่มาปริวาสนะคะประมาณ200รูปด้วยที่วัดนะคะได้ร่วมทำหลายอย่างมากร่วมสร้างอะไรสักอย่างด้วยแหละจำไม่ได้แต่รวมเบ็ดเสร็จแล้วอ่ะน่าจะทำไปประมาณ 6,000 ได้เดือนที่แล้วอ่ะแต่แพนด้าคิดว่ามันเป็นต้นปีแล้วก็มันเป็นช่วงตรุษจีนด้วยนะคะแพนด้าทำบุญช่วงตรุษจีนด้วยดังนั้นเนี่ยก็เลยค่อนข้างทำเยอะนิดนึงเขียนว่าธาตุอบใช่ไหมไม่ใช่ธาตุเขียนว่าเป็นลูกกระจอก
They don't have all guns bought up.
ลูกกระจวก
Guns lost earlier. Razorvine not quite getting deleted, but Yeoman will step away from it.
เขาเลิกท่าไปตั้งนานแล้วนะพี่ยอดนะ
That's a double up. It's a good crossfire. The reload comes through, but Texture still has bullets left in his, and that's a triple for Texture. Showstopper online. A flawless here would let Gen G get right back into the swing of things.
At least take one gun away, possibly.
ยังไงก็โมทนาทุกคนด้วยนะคะขอบคุณมากๆอีกครั้งหนึ่ง
Sniffing right up from behind, spots him out, and there it is.
ช่วงนี้แพนด้าไปวัดเมื่อวัน
Getting that
ก่อน
last
ก็
kill, getting
ได้
another point to himself. Still a little ways away, but you got that showstopper to tide you over if you're Gen G. Now, something that is interesting is that DFM, you know, it's kind of switching over to these Omen Astronaut on this. The desktop better now bring it over to the Lotus as well. And Gen G was one of the teams that seemed really fixated on making this work, making this like their comp that they use on every map during the off season. They were trying to do that last year with most of their compositions, and that seemed to be the case as soon as they saw Astra buffed. That's where they switched over. Obviously, they're still retooling things a little bit with some of the newer patches. But I gotta imagine that Gen G might have some good internal notes about how this composition tends to operate.
I am inclined to agree. They are quite experienced with, you know, at least running that, or if not, their own double controller with the Viper as well. Right now, just controlling Rubble and funneling DFM off towards other parts of the map.
So Rubble completely under control of Gen G again. DFM has to fight back there at some point. If it's not at the start of the round, you have to at least push them back, because right now, I mean, just watching, hey, Prowler came out, that doesn't really help you, because that's more information for Gen G. Look at the rotations coming through.
Yeah, Munchkin jumping on the boxes does spot them out by quite a bit. So showstopper from Texture, and he gets at least one. Akame will get a trade. Spike on the ground, they can still pick it up. DFM just thinking about maybe regressing into the A site now that the Raze is gone.
Yeah, but now that GN does have at least Rubble, you know the Omen's not here, and the Raze, because they rotated over, the A site usually not going to be a stack. You kept so much attention on B and C that it should be the weaker site. The timing is there for DFM, but can they get through Yeoman? He's been on fire so far today. Gets spotted by the Prowler, wants to reposition. Oh, it's going to be Charon arriving just in time for backup from above. Yeoman trying to slice the angles, waiting for Charon to fight. Yeoman with another wall bang. He's trying to get a second one, and it's just going to be an absolute shutdown on A.
With those few kills, the first one from Charon, and then the next one from Yeoman, it just buys enough time for Foxy9, who also arrives on the site just in time. Just so much of it gone a little bit wrong, a little bit awry because of that little slight hesitation from DFM. I mean, Yeoman, you know, he took quite a bit of damage, but unfortunately for DFM, Gen G was able to halt them in their tracks despite the right reads.
เราไปเตะเก็บประตูก่อนนะสวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีนะคะอุซี แพนด้ากินข้าวคลุกปลาทูอยู่ค่ะก็เลยแล้วก็แบบมันเอาปลาทูมาทั้งตัวนะแล้วก็มานั่งแกะอยู่ตรงนี้ด้วยนะแล้วแบบก้างก็เยอะเหลือเกินแข่งก็อยากดู
I am all for it. A little bit of it.
ท่านงงว่าแบบโมเดลก้มอะไรนักหนาค่ะก้มแกะปลาทูอยู่พยายามเอาก้างออกอยู่
to spam on through. Gen G will be able to pick up on the 2 kills now. The Prowler sent over as well. Yeoman continuing to spam and spray through the toxic screen. Just nothing found from DFM. They're all caught in the crossfire.
อะไรอะ
The flawless for Gen G picked up.
อะไรอะ
I mean, sure, it's an eco, but again, you look at just how well drilled this team is.
ทุกคนวางอะไร
And watching this, you know, just
แล้วเขายิงอะไร
suddenly
กัน
reminded me that this is another one of those maps that Yeoman was also good at when he was IGLing the old Nongshim squad and challengers, playing that fade, really controlling the battlefield, fragging out as an IGL back then. And so he just needed to learn and download the playbook just a bit more for Yeoman as he starts to get a bit more comfortable here on this Gen G squad.
You can see it in his eyes as well, in his face. Definitely feeling a lot more confident. 6 kills right now on the board.
DFM.
Here comes that Odin spam from Art on this Omen. Doesn't really throw out too much, just a little bit of presence. Well, Gen G takes that as a signal to push out on towards C. May is holding close and tight, but here comes the burst. 2 kills already.
DFM was ready for it. They read this through it to bounce out, but still there's the trade just in time. A nice double swing. Akame cutting off any rotations. They're even going to check close. Yeoman is spotted. Tries to get a timing. Does get seized right at the end, and they say, you know what? We don't even have to fight it. He's caught. Let's make sure we plant safe and get the positions we want.
Yeah, we're good. Let's get it. Force him to fight against us. A little bit tougher for Yeoman for sure.
They have been saving the sheer wall
วางของซะ
for the post plant, and it's a very strong tool in the post plant. But some of these rounds, it looks like it might get dicey if they just kind of lose track of timings for that passive info. But for now, a good read on the push out from C, right? Odin on A, make them check out of C, and they wait for it. It's a good trap.
One that definitely allows them to even out the score. Yeoman Yeah, he's got a lot right now in the
เอ
bank.
อวางแบบวาง
Just
ซะ
trying to
เยอะ
find
ใช่
anything. Picks up the operator. Okay, nice.
Yeah, just gonna look to keep that, it looks like.
Ooh.
Wow,
That's
during
actually,
that,
yeah.
I mean, that's actually... So he sends the haunt out so he doesn't get shot on the jump.
And then
That's, I mean, okay, wow, that...
it's really small. He doesn't like, it's not too flashy, doesn't get killed, but it's pretty sick.
No, this is amazing, because the snowball just doesn't stop. You give up the round, but the economic snowball is absolutely
ส
continuing.
วย
Hell yeah, we'll see that does give convert into some value for Genji towards the end of it, because right now the score is 3-3. There is still a chance for DFM to really put an end to things. They do have the ultimates to work with, Steel Guardian as well as Showstopper, Cosmic Divide if they want.
DFM looking to pressure up B. So Genji stopping to fight Rubble. They want to take space elsewhere, and this time it's an all-out brawl. Genji comes out on top.
โอ้
Munchkin
เทรด
barely
น้อย
escaping
เทร
with
ด
his
ได้น้อย
life.
กว่า
Roman is there close, and DFM will slow things down.
I thought I heard the flash, but somehow, well, Genji comes out of the fight with the advantage. Now onto the other parts of the map. Texture is just posted up and ready to truly receive them. There's the first one. Blastback's away. Good shot from Art to really take him down. Spike still on his side.
โอ้ยโอ้โห
But unfortunately, as soon as the curtain falls, Munchkin lands
น่า
the
จะ
perfect
ยาก
shot
นะ
just down to Art.
น่าจะยากนะ
Art
DFM
will
นะ
just try to make his way all the way over to the A side. He wants to run as fast as possible. Just gonna go for the plant. Get whatever he can. Ideally, sure, you try to find maybe one more fight, 1v1, but he doesn't have the leisure for that. Prowler checks, he's in back of sight. Yeah, no time for trickery. You
โอ้
just gotta fight. He
ไม่รู้
thinks
จะ
a
ผ่านไป
little
ทางไหน
bit
ดี
too much.
มันเต็มไปหมดเลย
And Foxy 9 will arrive to receive
ค
another
นเยอะไป
kill.
หมดเลย
Yeah, it's really tough, right? I mean, 1-on-3, just really no room to escape to. It's a little bit unfortunate, but that's it. Still not too bad. DFM gets to buy back up. With the spike planted as well, it's just a little bit more money. But now they truly get to understand, all right, Genji's starting to push out against us quite a bit. And at the same time, if they're pushing out somewhere, that op is, you know, on the other end of the map.
Yeah, this op, you either got to figure out the op first, or you got to make sure you see where else they're pushing out from and fight it. But right now, it's Genji reading the patterns of DFM. No timeout just yet, though. Still trusting in the players to figure it out. All ults still online here for DFM as they complete the full circle. And now op online alarm bot there to help with the escape.
Okay, so they're kind of just sacking the other parts of the map. Prowler, Jen still trying to hold. Well, the rest of DFM try to aggress straight in towards the C
ก็อิ่ม
side.
ละเต็ง
It's just the op here, and if that's what they've read, it would be good.
ยังไม่หมดเลย
but
เดี๋ยวเก็บไว้
Texture
กินต่อนะ
sharp on the flick.
And you know exactly when the call came through that they were going to lower that poison cloud, because that's when he switches his sights over to the middle of the smoke to make sure he's ready to flick either way. And now you know if there's a rotate, there's a crossfire. Munchkin spots one. There should be the swing out. There's Foxy 9. The paranoia, but Foxy 9 is not hit, and he will shut down the spike. GN, you've been tagged for a long time. You might be able to get one kill, but it's just not enough.
Man, just... It is so insane how Genji is able to play this well. You talked about the poison cloud thing, you heard the footsteps, so Texture was ready, but they had layers to this. It's the play outside of B pillars that impresses me the most. First of all, Munchkin, you know, getting the initial shots, but then Foxy 9 to swing off of his contact as well. Munchkin, despite being blinded, was still continuing to spam through the walls just to make it that much more difficult.
And that is going to have to call for the timeout.
You need to, like, force Genji to cool off, you know, not just your own team to really find a solution as well.
Sometimes momentum can be the real factor in some of these matches in Valorant. You see the DFM players, I mean, the confidence still not quite there that we saw from them before. You know, lots of smiles, laughter. You could see it just in their posture alone. But today, a defeated look across the board. It's not over yet. They have to regroup. And even that previous round, the idea, okay, if we think there's an op here, let's push it back, send the paint shells, let's pressure them, and then let's regroup the other side of the map. It just so happens
น่าจะ
that's
ไม่
going
ไหว
to be Genji who
ยิง
controls
ผ่านสาย
when
แล
they
น
gain sight right outside of C main.
เจนจีแผนดีอะแพนด้าว่าตามไม่ทันนะคุมแบบได้จริง
There were a lot of doubters all across. I mean, it just seems like Genji went from the heroes of Pacific to suddenly just one of the most doubted teams after the first couple games they played here in kickoff. But they answer right back and say, hey, sometimes you just need a slow start, but here we are.
That's right.
คือหลายครั้งที่ชนะเนี่ยคิดว่าก็ได้อะค่ะคือมันไม่ได้แต่ว่าแผนนะเหมือนจะสู้ไม่ได้แล้วก็ไฟพาวเวอร์ในบางมุมก็ไม่ได้
Nothing spotted though, but oh, he spotted the cape, and there it is. Art sniped down.
And the pit this time. So the operator constantly, that's another new position that they've used. This time, very aggressive past the door. And now you have a trap play. Foxy9's going to wait. He's going to get the tag. And then there's going to be a paranoia. The Prowler checks close, so the paranoia has to get used early, but Foxy9 will still capitalize on that value.
Able to TP back as
เจนจี
well.
อ่านเกมได้ดีกว่าจริง
They're
ๆค่ะ
getting away for free with some of these kills. Pit up towards B, so that's not quite the option that they're looking for. DFM now.
ดูไลฟ์ไปด้วยตับแชทไปด้วย
Scratching their heads, looking for anything possible.
เอาหน่อยเมื่อวานคืนตบแบบยับเลยจะมาเอาวินแค่เป็นไม่ได้ คือบางทีต้องบอกว่าลักษณะการเล่นมันมีแบบแนวแพ้ทางกันด้วยนะใช่ไหมคือเปเปอร์เล็กเนี่ยจะออกเป็นแนวเหมือนแบบเล่นแผนน้อยนะคิดว่าคือแผนนะก็มีแต่จะเน้นแบบ W Gaming ซะเยอะอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแต่ว่าถ้าเป็นแบบว่าของ DFM เนี่ยก็จะมีอีกลักษณะหนึ่งซึ่งถ้าสมมติว่าแผนดีๆก็น่าจะหยุดได้ซึ่งเจนจีเป็นทีมที่แผนดีมากแล้วแม่นมากคือทุกคนยิงโหดมากดังนั้นน่ะจะพลาดไม่ได้เลยแม้แต่นิดเดียวจริงๆแล้วรู้สึกว่าจะโดนพูนิชเยอะในเรื่องความแบบไม่ละเอียดหรือพลาดนิดๆหน่อยๆอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Third round with all ults online for DFM. None of them used yet. That just means that they haven't even been able to set up, and it takes them too long. They're just not as fluid from further out. They need to creep up to the line of scrimmage, and Genji is not allowed to Rubble.
แบบเล่นไวเล่นช้าทรงมันน่าคือทางสายนั้นนะเขา W Gaming จริงคือเขาเรียกว่าสกิลเพย์แต่ละคนจริงๆไงคือเก่งมากจริงๆแต่ว่าพอมันมีผมมีแผนด้วยพันน่าว่าสู้ทีมที่ดักแผนดักแก้ทางอะแดปพวกนี้ไม่ค่อยได้เราต้องบอกว่าในทางแผนต่างประเทศ international เองอย่างเงี้ยก็คือจะใช้แผนเยอะแต่ไฟ power อย่างเงี้ยอาจจะไม่ค่อยสู้ไม่ค่อยได้เนี่ยคือรู้สึกว่าไฟ power สู้ไม่ได้จริงๆ
operator in hand but the lockdown it should find value it should push everyone into the corners
เจนจีแผนแน่นจริงการเดินการอะไรของเขาพลาดน้อยมากเลยนะ
Munchkin's gonna look far out. He gets one. Charon clears out the other end. Art staying alive with 7 HP, and it's just not lucky enough.
ไม่ไหวคือเล่นละคือเจนจีเป็นคนที่เล่นละเอียดมากแล้วก็เล่นแผนดีมากแล้วยิงแม่นมาก
When it comes down to a Genji that is this rehearsed, this sharp, this ready, luck cannot help you anywhere. It's all down to just skill, bro.The lockdown, they knew exactly where to look. They pinged the spot of where Akame would be on the map. Munchkin peeking out from door as well. I mean, that was cherry on top.
Every member just looking at the lone possibilities where the members could have run away.
คือพลาดน้อยมากจริงๆพลาดน้อยมากจริง คือเห็นแล้วต้องมีคนตาย
4 ultimates used. Sure, you trade a couple back, but you're the one who needed rounds right now.Rubble, you're giving it a little bit, but still some information on Genji's side. No reason to rotate, and because of that, a push out from C Mound. If you don't have Meteor, use Texture. He pushes out with the operator. That side of the map is now gone.
That's so much being held by Genji. Munchkin tries to get ahead. Yeoman makes use of that to spray him down. Takes down Art. That's the one of the controllers gone. Foxy9 comes back to refill the space and finds Jinpung.Oh,
it's so fast from Foxy9 as well. The backup, it's getting faster and faster. GN with a trade, spots Charon. Charon resets the fight and wins it. Akame now alone. Catches sight of Charon, but it's too dangerous to go up to the spike just yet. 50 seconds. He can reset. He can make things calm just a little bit.
He does have 40 seconds to work off of. Spike somewhere behind the wall, so he's able to still pick that up.Just to make sure not to cross on over.
Genji, they'll just hold. Getting curious. A timing, but texture is flicks still remain at the top.
แล้วอ่านเกมขาดมากนะ
Move
ทีม
forward
เจน
to
จี
8.
Last round in the half.
So far, unstoppable on this op.
จะไม่ได้
Maybe
ดูแมต
around
ช์
here or
ใช่ไหม
there, but Munchkin comes back in just to refill. And this time around, sure they took Rubble, but again, all of these smokes right there just to block them off. Foxy9 comes back in to refill. The whole of Gen G are just down their necks right now.
แต่ว่าอันนี้ไลฟ์เนี่ยเดี๋ยว
DFM
ไลฟ์
not allowed to breathe truly at all.
ดูแมตช์
Once again, back in towards
นี้
Rubble. I mean,
เสร็จ
trying as
นะคะ
much
หมาย
as
ถึงว่าแมตช์
possible
นี้
to
เสร็จ
get
ก็น่า
just
จะลง
a
ไลฟ์
bit
ก่อน
of
แล้วค่อย
space.
มาลงขึ้นเล่นไลฟ์ใหม่นะเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวแพนด้าจะได้แบบว่าไปอาบน้ำแล้วทำนู่นทำนี่ก่อน
Yeah, they're all the way through with the paranoia. They've absolutely
โอ้
dished
ย
the
มัน
C-side. They just
อันนี้มัน
want to
สุด
finish
ท้าย
this
ก่อน
first
ที่
half
จะ
here
ก่อนที่
on
จะสวอ
Rubble.
ปเนาะ
But DFM,
ดัน
they're
หนั
ready
ก
for
เล
it.
ย
They've reset the fight. They've repositioned. The spread is good. And they'll slow things down finally.
This gives them the breathing space that they need. Prowler to check and clear around the corners. Gen G will try to play on the numbers just to regroup around
เฮ้ย
C.
แล้วเขาไปดัก
Then-
ซีหมด
Uh-oh.
แล้วเราจะยังไง
Foxy9.
Oh.
Real reason to push out that far out with everyone coming, but hey, you get the kill. It's even better. And then there's nobody here. So DFM, because of that push out, but it does make them wonder, oh, do we have to go somewhere else? Because if Foxy9 is pushing that far out, does that mean they're still holding on A, waiting for us to get pushed in?
เอ๊ะ
Maybe we have to
อย่า
go
บอก
to
นะ
B.
ว่ามา
And
ทาง
Gen
เม
G,
น
they
หลัง
can
หมด
now
เลย
continue
ใน
to
ไฟก็คือ
circle
โล่ง
together.
It's all down to a little
Nên mà
bit
bên
of
cùng
timing
gì
as
nè.
well. Gen G is moving a lot more steadily.
3-3 เท่ากัน
DFM already on towards the A side, but they're doing so much just to check and make sure that there isn't a single ninja on the side hiding anywhere. So they managed to clear that out. They got the spike down. Razorvine in place. Akame to watch tree.
TFM, they really need this round. They gotta pick their angles carefully and just hold. They can't start second-guessing themselves non-stop. Arcro's set up for a trade on the site itself, but Akame, can he stay alive on tree? The Prowler comes through. He needs to get the first fight. He does it. Now the angles have opened up. Mei and Jinbung, they each need to win their fights. Mei's already been spotted. He needs to swing out.
For
He
Mei.
gets one. Jinbung trying to go for the trade. The paint show's trying to stop the defuse, but it doesn't quite go over the corner. They do
ส
stop
วย
it, and the spray through the box will secure a fourth round for
8-4
DFM.
น่าจะได้อยู่ถ้ากันได้นะ
Towards the end, it came so darn close, but thankfully DFM were able to stabilize. Off to the Rubble fight. Mei alongside his teammates, they were just able to fight back and tell Gen G, like, we are able to take these fights if you want them. And because of that, you know, down to the numbers game, they were then able to get the spike down. Sure, Akame wasn't quite able to hold down to tree, but at the same time, it is Mei after all. He comes back in just to hold the angle. And that's just a little bit of trust in the savior of DFM right now, Mei, once again.
4 rounds. I mean, given how things were looking, you'll
ก็
take
น่าจะ
it.
ได้อยู่นะ
We do have
ถ้า
to
สมมติว่า
recognize
ได้
that was
พิสโต
on
2
their
อัน
attacking
ก็ไหว
half. So DFM, this pistol, more important than ever. If they can get both pistols on this map, they'll set them up for a better chance here to try to bring us to a third map, that Haven. The Des talked about it. Would be great to see how DFM might have retooled it. We've
อื
already
ม
seen
ใช่ถ้าได้ปืน
banger
พ
of
ก
a
อะค่ะ
Haven out from Gen
ได้
G.
อยู่นะ ภาพมาอยู่นะ
That would be quite the entertaining map to watch for sure. Only if it does come down to it. Still facing the threat of elimination, but you gotta put that out of your minds right now. Swapping the sides on over. I mean, this is, again, a map where Gen G has so much experience on. They did play against the Vise from before, against RRQ, and they have shown that they do know how to work against it. So it's up to DFM to really try to continue to change things up. Pose some questions to Gen G.
Halftime now over. It remains to be seen if that will be the last halftime for DFM this kickoff before we see them again in stage 1. Just waiting, not fighting Rubble, but it is a quick push out of C. They did have the Sherwell already set up. So a little bit of a double up on the value, but either way, map space taken over. Good jump peek, trying to bait and switch for Mei. Not gonna get the kill, but lands a little bit of scratch onto texture.
Could be a little bit as well. Not too bad. Jen in with the gravity while just around the other end of tree to continue to hold. But whoa.
อุ้ย โดนสแปมอะไรวะน่ะ
Beautiful wall bang.
All all the way through. Akame holding against Foxy 9. That's huge. Now you know the options much more limited. Art has pushed out very far, but that will be the early signal for a fast rotate if needed. They're coming. Art makes the call. Lots of footsteps heard. He needs to get more than one. He only gets one, but lots of damage done. Delays them far enough. Munchkin, meanwhile, still toying with them with all the utility, the toxins, the reset. He's not going to get the kill, so numbers advantage for DFM.
A lot better now just to hold the angle. Sheerwall comes up, no escape for Gen G. May will be able to tag them down with the Sheriff.
สวัสดีคุณวิโก้นะคะ
Much needed pistol for DFM as they take both here on Lotus and look to try to make a comeback happen. May finally reaching the 10 kill mark here. The first one on the team.
หายใจนะคะหายใจจริงจริงหายใจนะ
Coming into this match, Gen G.
แพนด้าเนี่ยต้องหายใจ
With KD
โอ้ย
1.0.
แค่เชียร์ทารอนแค่แบบแรกก็เสียงก็จะหมดแล้ว
And I believe one other member
หัว
already
ใจจะวาย
and now it's flipped. DFM just not able to find the duels they wanted.
Definitely had a lot more success from before, but right now maybe starting things a little bit better.
มันตึงอ่ะทุกคนมันแบบตึง
Set up once again out towards Rubble, Vi's utility out towards C, Sheerwall towards B with Art on a judge.
Texture noted, only one Sheriff heard. DFM, they don't want to get timing on that peek out, so they will just plant the judge for now.
And also is Gen G continuing to bait out some of these utilities and gathering information for the upcoming rounds too. Stars to come back up from Gen just to reinforce sites even further.
Okay, there was no one spotted outside of C Mount, so DFM, I'd love to see them rotate a little bit faster, especially as you see that toxic screen come back up. You still have delay util over on C, and May goes down. That's the site opened up. Nobody here for backup. Gen G, not full information just yet. They will continue to explore with 35 seconds on the clock.
หัว
Look at Munchkin.
เอา
Gets some damage in, distracts him, not able to fill that A site. And during all of that, Foxy 9 with a deep lurk all the way
อุ้ย
around.
มีคิว
So
จ
this
อย
may
หนึ่ง
have
ค
done
น
wonders for Munchkin
ไหล
just to
มา
try to
แบบ
make
เ
them
นี
think
ยน
about someone coming in from B heaven. But it's a far range kill for Foxy 9. DFM, not much time to work with.
Long range on the classic, and because of time as well, Gen G just needs to wait and bait even longer. In with the snake bite to fend them off. Paint shells at the ready as well.
Yeah, just gonna throw it on a timing, and now they have everything lined up, ready to just spam down, and the Nano Swarm.
Second one.
They can't even approach the spike. There's no chance for a defuse, and you will just have to run away.
Oh my God. This was not meant to be. DFM had the pistol, but Gen G just plays it so darn well. Working their way across the map, baiting out the utility. Foxy 9 on such a deep flank. Munchkin, just a tiny bit of movement inside of the blue room as well. Just to instill that bit of paranoia into DFM's minds. It's just, it does so much. I think towards the end of it all, truly the snake bite, the pig shells, I can go on. Like all these little bits of utility. DFM, they are off balance right now.
ยังกินอยู่เลยอ่ะ เดี๋ยวรอนะ5 ครั้งนะ สควอต5นะ รอก่อนนะ กินเพิ่งกินเสร็จนะ เดี๋ยวไปทิ้งไว้ไลฟ์หน้านะ ขอบคุณนะคะสำหรับ100 บาทนะเห็นพี่เต้เครียดไม่ได้เครียดแต่กำลังเหมือนแบบว่าโอ๊ยทำไมมันตึงจังวะเกมอ๋อแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเอาของไปวางไว้ข้างล่างก่อนดีกว่าค่ะ
Oh, and Gen G, they're a step ahead of it, right? It could be a fast rotate over because we're going to start to creep in. We still see nobody. It could be a rotation. And Foxy 9 is going to continue to get more kills. And Munchkin's even here to cover from just in case. The perfect read from Munchkin.
โอ้แพนด้าว่าไม่มีแมป3ว่ะทุกคนไม่มีแมป3จริงๆ
Not even needed. Foxy 9 swaps back to the Outlaw as well, just considering the fact that DFM's economy is down in the dumps. It's 10-5 now, and this truly
ไม่เห็นภาพเลยอ่ะ
fortifies Gen G's lead.
5 ครั้งนะ รอก่อนนะ 5 ครั้งนะ รอก่อนนะ 5 ครั้งนะ รอก่อนนะ 5 ครั้งนะ 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 5 ครั้ง ถ้ารอนน่าจะต้องแข่งกับเจนจีนี่แหละค่ะ
Foxy 9 this time gaining some confidence, able to take
ว้า
space
ฮ่า
with the
ฮ่า
backup of
ฮ่า
Munchkin.
หรือเปล่านะ
We're
ใช่
seeing Gen G slowly evolve, try to figure out how to work with the new pieces that they've gathered. And so far, it's looking good today.
Okay.
งานหนักเลยงานช้าง
The Odin on the side of Art, trying to spam on through. Oh, he will catch Karen. Jin on the other end. What? It's just crouched and spammed.
What?
I know they brought in kill streaks to Valorant. What in the world is that?
Kill streaks.
He's just a slow little walking tank. I mean, normally I would say that would break someone's mental. A Gen G is up by quite a lot, so I don't think it will just yet. But that is frustrating to play against, and I highly encourage the Odin, and I still think that looks annoying.
Wait, I mean, at this point, DFM, you know, take what you can get. Now that's another kill for Akame. Jen down to block off the B side. The spike's on the ground. It's just Yeoman.
I mean, look at Art and Jinbung, the Odin. Oh, now he's a turret.
เอ้ยแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวคิดว่าน่าจะตาเดี๋ยวแต่พูดเลยนะเจนจีอะต้องพลิกกลับมาด้วยการเหมือนแบบแก้ทางโอดินได้อย่างแน่นอนเลยระดับนั้นแล้วเขาเล่นมาเยอะแล้ว
The fact that it's the Blast X one as well. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it all perfect.
Oh my God, he actually tagged the next guy.
Oh man,
I'm taking notes.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're bringing joy to some people. Maybe not the likes of Achilles, but hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for watching stuff like this.
Hell yeah. It takes skill, okay? 6 to 10 now. Gen G tries to get ahead. Odin's all the way across the map.
Now the push out alongside the Odin from C. So this time it is a full push out and then just delay with the Razor Vines. You've got the sheer wall on B. They've completely emptied it. The smoke to try to deny any advance, and the door opens up. Foxy 9, are they ready for it? There's two in the smoke. DFM, you cannot get curious. Oh, that's a timing, and Jinbung's ready for it. It's a quick trade by Foxy 9.
You should run.
1-to-1. Oh, but the lockdown, and that could be a bit of a fake as well. The rest of Gen G is still somewhat undetected, or at least mid-rounding it back towards the B site, where DFM's gonna have to respect it.
Yeah, they see nobody pushing out of blue room, so they consider it safe in the last couple seconds. Boombot sent to make sure there's no push out from heaven as well.
All the positions noted too. Meanwhile, Art, okay, tried to reposition, but spotted out by Karen.
Yeah, but now they know that Karen is at Rubble, so that's something that DFM will have to take care of. Akame, meanwhile, gets a kill on the site itself. Now, continuing through, they push him out, so now all eyes onto blue room. Yo, man, he's been so good today. Dodges the paint chills, ready for the second kill.
Oh,
holds on to the flank.
So quick to react with Maze Peak now down towards Karen. Spots out the Odin. It kind of knows exactly where to look. One inside of blue, and that's Foxy 9. Okay, slight whip on it, but Karen comes back in to stabilize. Gen G off the round will pick up the win.
If Art was able to take someone out there from the smoke with the Odin as he's just running out, that would have been insane. But you see what he's trying to do. It looks silly sometimes, but he's basically trying to be the Neon in a sense, right? He's really drawing attention, trying to get chip damage, making them focus on him as he tries to go for a fast out with the Odin, and then hoping that GN can go for the trades as they try to deny anyone hiding in the smokes.
Yeah. That's what it's meant for, but unfortunately for them, I think one of the crucial kills was Yeoman being able to take down May in that fashion. Now a quick little blast pack from Texture down into Rubble. Gen G looking to fight.
The paint shows were used as well by May, but not gonna take out Texture. And now Rubble, so far in control of Gen G.
Little B main presence.
เพิ่งเคยเห็นโอเมนถือโอดินขนาดนั้นนะ
Check and clear.
อุ้ยโอเมนดิน คอมโบ
Linear angle. Utility trade still with the Prowlers.
Now this time it's a double swing. Munchkin continuing to double.
เข้ามาอีกแล้วเขาเข้าบีอีกแล้วทุกคนนะ
And that's a push out from DFM. As long as Gen G can survive here on Rubble, but the spike is dropped. Texture knows he's on a mission. He has to run. They have B site. He is tagged, so no audio. Just full faith, sending it to the site. Foxy 9 will protect it, but are they aware of May? Oh, they're just going to go all the way around. All right, you know what? The wraparound from C has come. We've deleted it. And now onto the site.
Look at Munchkin.
Munchkin's waiting in spawn. And once he knows on a timing that there is no wraparound, they should have a better inkling of where they're coming from. You still have the alarm bot as well. The position of Foxy9 is just too good right now.
Oh, this is so much information. Foxy9 is quite prepared. It is May though, so if May can find that one-on-one, it could spell a little bit better for DFM.
Munchkin waiting for it, wins the fight against May. Alarm bot spots the rest coming in from C-Mound, and Genji has their eyes set on towards match point. Texture getting stunned up, but there is simply no entry. And DFM will have to swallow their tears as they see while they give up match point.
I do hope that they are happy tears, though. I mean, they have had quite the journey, taking down Paper X and everything, but right now this Genji just looks too darn good. This high-low setup. I mean, what a call for, first of all, the quick mid-round straight into C site.
จริงๆคิดว่าเป็นเพราะว่าโดนกันไม่ให้เฉิดฉายคือต้องบอกว่าจะเล่นได้อะคือมันต้องมีคนส่งให้ด้วยแพนด้าว่ามันไม่มีโอกาสอย่างเช่นแบบจริงๆแล้วเหมยเนี่ยโดนเอาออกด้วยการเลิกการอะไรเยอะมากสแปมบ้างอะไรบ้างตั้งแต่แบบที่แล้วต้องบอกว่าไม่มีโอกาสได้เล่นมากนะคะหมายถึงว่าแต่ละครั้งเนี่ยเหมือนไม่ได้เป็นเหมือนคอนแทคตรงๆเท่าไหร่นะถ้าดูจากที่เล่นนะ
See what DFM can adjust. The players not necessarily look of defeat anymore.But perhaps one of fatigue, looking a bit.
ก็เสียดายใช่โดนคุมแมปค่ะเล่นยากเหมยโดนตัดทิ้งแบบงงหลายรอบหรือไม่ก็เลทมากจนมันเหมือนแบบไม่มีพื้นที่ให้ได้เล่นนะคะดังนั้นก็เลยคิดว่าเป็นส่วนหนึ่งด้วยที่ทำให้ไม่มีโอกาส
On this map, in fact, with that triple kill outside of B main, then he starts to go on these multi-kill rampages. Today, over on Abyss, it starts at Yeoman.
โยแมนแต่โยแมนนี่โหดมากนะ
secure that zone and a big shift as well. Again, Foxy9 when he goes in that lurk, it's always with Munchkin. It's not the pressure anymore that I have to do everything on my own. They're using their resources in a different way, and DFM has not been able to figure out the answer.A
little bit unfortunate, but right now, straight into it. Genji looking to finish. Cool blast straight to the site. Munchkin for the trade. Snake bites to hold them off. Spike goes down.
And there's the haunt going through. That keeps him tied up. Paranoia at the ready.We're going to send the snake bite as well. Karen just pushes out on his own. Now 30 HP. He just acts as a scout. Meanwhile, we do have our coming in. It's going to be a shutdown. And Genji, just like that, will stand.
จบแล้วค่ะ 2-0 เจนจี NP นะ DFM รู้สึกว่าโดนดักทางไว้จนไม่มีโอกาสได้เล่นเลยเนาะก็เสียดายอยู่เหมือนกันนะคะบอกว่าจะได้เห็นฟอร์มเหมือนแบบดีๆหรือว่าไม่มีพื้นที่จริงๆต้องบอกว่าเจนจีคุมพื้นที่แล้วอ่านเกมตามแมปแล้ววางแผนดีมากๆจริงๆเราไม่พลาดไปมากเวลาเดินเวลาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยต้องบอกว่าอย่างเวลาเลยก็ไม่มีครั้งไหนที่ไม่อิมแพคเลยจีนะเวลเพย์มากนะคะเก่งมากเลยนะ DFM ก็แต่ว่านั่นแหละยังไงก็เป็นกำลังใจให้นะคะตอนนี้เหลือไม่กี่ทีมแล้วเดี๋ยวต้องรอดูนะคะว่าทารอนจะเป็นตัวแทนของฝั่งซีละกันเนาะว่าจะเป็นได้ขนาดไหนนะคะก็เป็นกำลังใจให้นะโอเคก็เดี๋ยววันนี้นะคะแพนด้าว่าคงเอี่ยวอย่างที่บอกอ่ะเดี๋ยวเราใหม่ป่ะเดี๋ยวเราไม่ได้จบแค่ดีนะคะเดี๋ยวดูก่อนว่าอาจจะนะคะอาจจะเล่นวาโลกับแอสเซอร์ต่อนะคะเดี๋ยวรอดูอีกทีนึงตอนนี้ก็ประมาณทุ่มกว่าแล้วเดี๋ยวแพนด้าไปจัดการธุระนะคะเดี๋ยวจะต้องเขาเรียกว่าอะไรแพนด้าต้องแบบไปตากผ้าทำนู่นทำนี่อีกนิดนึงนะที่เหลือเป็นเกาหลีนะคะแล้วก็ทารอนแล้วก็อย่างน้อยอยากให้ทารอนได้เข้ามาเตอร์นะคะแต่ตึงจริงนะทีมเกาหลีตึงจริงโอเคค่ะ แล้วเจอกันนะคะทุกคนแล้วก็เดี๋ยวสควอต5 ครั้งนะคะแพนด้ายังติดไว้อยู่นะแพนด้ายังติดพี่ยอดไว้อยู่ไม่เป็นไรนะคะเดี๋ยวไปไลฟ์หน้านะเพราะตอนนี้เพิ่งกินนะเดี๋ยวจะไม่สะเบยซะก่อน แอบยากโอ้โหไม่ได้แอบหรอกค่ะดูยากอยู่นะคุณวิกกี้แต่ว่าเราต้องสู้ๆนะคะก็เป็นไปได้เสมอนะทุกอย่างนะคะทารอนถ้าไม่พลาดฟอร์มดีมากแต่ก็บอกว่าทารอนมิสเพลย์เยอะแต่ถ้าเล่นโดยไม่พลาดเนี่ยคิดว่าไม่น่ามีปัญหาละกันนะคะมาแล้วเดี๋ยวเจอกันนะคะทุกคนขอบคุณอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะที่มาอยู่ด้วยกันในวันนี้เดี๋ยวอาจจะมีไลฟ์ต่อจากนี้อีกก็เดี๋ยวไว้เป็นเรื่องของอนาคตนะคะขอบคุณนะคะคุณแพรวานะคะแล้วก็ขอบคุณมิสมูด้วยสำหรับการเป็นโอ9 เดือนแล้วขอบคุณคุณอิงนะคะสำหรับโดเนทขอบคุณคุณเจ้าเหมียวแล้วก็ขอบคุณพี่ยอดนะคะสำหรับโดเนทด้วยแล้วเจอกันนะคะขอบคุณสำหรับปาร์ตี้ไว้ลองไปเจอกันนะคะในครั้งหน้านี่คืออะไรในครั้งหน้านี่คือไว้เจอกันในวันอื่นๆที่แพนด้าว่าง เดี๋ยวเจอกันนะคะบ๊ายบายเจอกันในอาจจะอีกไม่กี่ชั่วโมงก็ได้อาจจะอีกประมาณ2 ชั่วโมงมาเล่นวาโลกันนะคะแล้วเจอกันค่ะขอบคุณเมมเบอร์ทุกคนนะคะขอบคุณเมมเบอร์อีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วก็ขอบคุณเหล่าอบมีกรรมแล้วก็อบมงคลด้วยนะคะที่สนับสนุนนะเอาไว้เจอกันค่ะ